Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the UKLC Closed Qualifiers, brought to you by the UKLC. I'm Will Viper Whittingham. I'm joined by Daruk, and we're going to be here for, quite a few games today. We're going to be covering a lot of exciting teams, a lot of exciting matchups, and the first one we've got for you is Grey Warwick, the university team, taking on Resolve.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty exciting first game. Whoever takes this will make their way to the winner's match, which is a best of one, and they win that, they are promoted or moving up to the next series of games tomorrow, and whoever loses this is going to drop down to the elimination match, best of three game, to see if they can stay within the tournament. But overall, I think this is actually going to be a pretty close set between Resolve and Grey Warwick.
Of course, if you guys have been tuning in for the Open Qualifiers over the past couple of days, you will have seen Resolve already taking a lot of very good games, a lot of very strong performances, and I believe coming out top seed from the teams coming through from those Open Qualifiers. But Grey Warwick, they're a team that have played together quite a lot coming out of the university scene as well, and we know that Warwick can create talent. Kerberos is probably the most famous example, coming out of Grey Warwick, playing for them forever, then coming into the UK scene, and then even moving up now on Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Kerberos actually playing in Newell games a couple of years ago, and he definitely has made his way throughout the UK scene and now moving on to Germany. And they definitely have consistently been one of the top performing university teams here in the United Kingdom. So I am interested to see if they can actually step up against a team like Resolve, who has a few UK veterans themselves, Artorias and Dragdar, who have been playing in the scene for quite a while. And definitely would say that the Newell scene, in which Grey Warwick typically plays, is significantly different from the UKLC, now NLC. So we'll see how the difference in competition affects their play.
It's going to be interesting to see, because we saw university players playing in the Open Qualifiers. There was a team exclusively made of university talent, a university all-star team, as it were, and they didn't manage to make it through into these closed qualifiers. So getting a team from the Newell, from the NSC as well, who are made up of a pool of such a small pool, because it's just from one university, one region. You've got to imagine that teams that could take from every area of the UK, and even some imports as well, they might be stronger. But we have seen university scene upset teams like this before, so hopefully it's going to be a very competitive match.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically, you'd see that university teams tend to struggle against the teams that have just a much wider selection of players to work with. Usually, especially in the Newell, a lot of the teams that compete range from having a team that has one Grandmaster player to a gold player. So there's just this huge skill discrepancy within the own team. I think Grey Warwick itself has a fairly similar roster in terms of individual skill, so we shouldn't see any major discrepancies in roles. But it is just a different ball game here. We are going into the closed qualifier where every one of these teams is trying to make it in to the UKLC, so that they can get promoted up to NLC going into the next season. And it's not going to be a cakewalk for any team here. We have teams like London Esports in the other group who have essentially a lineup of pretty much entirely NLC players. And if you can't compete with that, and if you can't get yourself promoted, then you're going to have a hard time even here.
And of course, Bulldog is in this group, Group B currently, and they're not a bad roster either. Have veterans from the UKEL, a lot of competitive players in that team as well, but we're going to be focusing here on Warwick and Resolve. And of course, we got to choose which game we were covering, and we were talked about a little bit. Obviously, DreamHack chose they wanted to cover the London Esports game to show off that roster, but this game does look super competitive, because as we would say, Grey Warwick, a staple of the university scene, have been one of, if not the best university for League of Legends talent over the past 3-4 years, certainly since I was at uni even. And they've just got such amazing players, such great infrastructure there. Obviously have coach as well, who's been working with that university organization, coaching them and making them also almost bring them up to a competitive level as an org in the university scene, versus Resolve, who are a team that maybe some people are surprised had to go through open qualifiers with those players, because you look at it and you're like, Dragdar, Torres, Pillar, These are not guys who you'd normally see having to go up against teams that can just easily just enter for free. You'd have expected them to be on rosters that were already at least in close qualifiers.
Yeah, I think Grey Warwick pretty much can't really be debated are the most successful university team, just historically. I think the only team that's maybe even comparable might be Birmingham, but that was quite a while ago. On the other end, Resolve, yeah, they have a roster that you'd think, okay, do they really need to be playing through the open qualifier? So this is just a really close competition, I think, because once again, we've stated this before, how does the university competition transition to something where you have players that have been consistently competing at the like at a higher level than I would say the Newell, but even then, top dog at the Newell Grey Warwick, they are by no means a pushover. So I would say that the most interesting thing for me is just seeing how these matchups work. Or is there going to be a skill discrepancy? Is there going to be an understanding of macro? Grey Warwick's coach used to actually be the director / coach for Diablos Esports when they were in the UK competitive scene. So I would expect them to have a pretty solid understanding of basic level macro. And we'll see if they can transition that into their actual play.
And I guess what this could end up being, and we talk about this quite a lot, it's a bit cliche, is Resolve, very good players individually. We know that, we've seen that for a couple of days, and we know from the past that these players can perform. But we talked to Dragdar a couple of days ago, we've been looking, and Resolve have been saying, look, we haven't been playing together that long, we haven't been scrimming too much, and Grey Warwick, they'll have been playing together for at least a year with this roster. You've got to imagine, at least a split. They will be well acquainted with practicing together, they'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and could the sum of the parts mentality help them overcome a team that maybe has slightly better players?
I definitely think it could. I was honestly kind of concerned when I heard that Resolve really did not put in that much time into team practice when they were going into these qualifiers. And yes, they can maybe try relying on the individual talent of their players, but it can be really difficult once you go against a team that's been playing together for quite a while. We've seen Resolve drop games that, frankly, I don't think they should be dropping this early on into the competition. And if these kinds of either strange pocket picks like the Veigar Poppy bot lane are going to throw them off that hard, I think that Grey Warwick could have some stuff prepped. One thing we haven't even talked about is the fact that Warwick has been allowed to scout Resolve over these last 2 days. And I don't think Resolve has really, if they're not even putting the time into being able to practice, I'm not too sure if they've spent time going over Newell games from Grey Warwick. And especially with how their season goes, it can be kind of difficult to actually track the games. But I'm pretty sure Warwick will have a preparation advantage going into this game. And I'm a little bit concerned for Resolve that if they're going to be thrown off by off-meta picks in a best of one, that's it. You just lose a game and you're out and you're moving down to the loser's elimination match. So we'll see if that comes into play here or if this is going to be a more standard kind of draft, but I would expect something coming out of left field.
And as you mentioned, best of one, Resolve have shown that they can slip up. They slipped up against Wolves, they slipped up against Cabbage Fam, and if you slip up in game one here, that's it. You're going down to the lower bracket, and yes, you can still fight your way out, but that's a much more grueling route. You can get into tomorrow's set of games by winning 2 matches, 2 best of one series, if you're the best team in your group. But if not, the other team might have to play anywhere up to 7 matches in order to qualify, and that's a lot more work. That's a lot less time to scout and relax, and we're going to be going into Champ Select very shortly. I just want to touch on Champ Select very quickly. Are there any champions that you really want to see prioritized, or are there any champions you really feel need to be banned away this game?
I don't think there's a specific champion that needs to be targeted. There might be some target bans going on towards Grey Warwick from Resolve if they feel like they can't handle some specific picks coming from the Newell team, but frankly, what I would like to see is either the Ornn pickup for Artorias, who looked very good on the champion, or potentially we saw him pull out Kale against Viperio yesterday, and it looked like a really good answer to the Ornn. So when Artorias is allowed to pick a champion that he's very comfortable on, he's shown to be a really significant player in Resolve's victories. But I've also seen him play champions like Mordekaiser in just really awkward situations and just not have nearly as much game impact. And against a team like Warwick, you can't really win a game 4v5. So I would like to see a champion where Artorias is very comfortable in having an impact. So far, we've seen Pillar be pretty much a rock in the mid lane in terms of just playing Corki, being able to constantly get pressure, play with that priority. And Dragdar, again, we've seen his Aphelios, we've seen his Varus constantly pressuring his lane opponent. So as long as Artorias is on a good matchup, I'm pretty confident that Resolve will be able to go through the laning phase and go into this mid game with a pretty comfortable understanding of how to execute their mid game. I think for Warwick on the other end, they just need to be careful about this Kale pick. It is kind of which is funny because Warwick is, when they had Kerberos, we're the Kale team. But just being aware that there are some of those slightly off-meta counter picks that can always be available to players like Artorias that have been playing for so long, that have so many things in their back pocket. But we're going into draft here, and Warwick starts with an Aphelios ban against Dragdar. I think it's a pretty good decision.
Yeah, not a bad shot at all. We've seen what he can do on that. Just a correction, it wasn't Wolves that Resolve played in the final. They played against Viperio.
Yes.
That's me. All the games are molded into one from yesterday, but just correcting on that one. The Katarina ban away from Erisu. You've got to imagine that's a targeted ban with Fresh being taken away as well.
Yeah, I think Katarina is just a very clear target ban. Same, and there's a Vicar ban. Resolve saying there's no way we can deal with it. Yeah, this is the best of one. We're not going to deal with this. Let's get rid of it. And then the Ezreal ban against Dragdar. So I expect Warwick to look for a first pick Varus here if this is the kind of ban rotation they're looking at. I'd be very surprised if Resolve don't ban Varus. And I'll be even more surprised if Warwick don't pick it here just by these bans. We'll see what ends up happening with this third ban coming in from Resolve. It is Cassiopeia, so another target ban. Not sure that's necessary. And yeah, look, we get the Varus first pick from Warwick.
Taking a very strong champion and denying his way from Dragdar will put him on something that we potentially haven't seen so much from. And there is the Syndra champion that has been prioritized so long in the UK scene, doesn't get touched in bans, doesn't get first picked. So Resolve happy to pick that one up.
Yep, so the great flex pick of Syndra wins in pretty much 90% of matchups mid and bottom, and then arguably the strongest jungler on this current pack for expressing your individual skill, Graves for Linkus. I think the only other potential pick is Nidalee. And so essentially right now Resolve are just saying, okay, as long as Linkus gets his champ, is allowed to play his game, he will take over. We've got a strong laner to facilitate that. And Warwick respond with a blind Renekton, one of the stronger blind picks in the game. Ornn is still up, Set still is up, so honestly a very bizarre rotation coming in from Warwick, for my opinion. A blind Renekton and a blind Diana, just showing your solo laners this early. Just lets Resolve kind of take their pick. And yeah, we get to see the Ornn from Artorias, which I think is a really good answer in Renekton. It can get snowballed upon if there is heavy jungle pressure topside, but with this aggressive Graves matchup, jungle pick, then I just find it hard to really picture a world where this Ornn falls behind unless Artorias really messes up the laning phase.
And we've seen Artorias on this champion yesterday, played it twice into August. Played very, very well. The classic, getting that refillable pot and then getting the cull on top of that was an interesting adaptation, and it did really work out for him in both games. Going into the second round of bans now, Nautilus taking off the table first up, and it's going to be very easy. You can target ban the jungle and the support role from Grey Warwick because they have gone for this less normal route of picking their mid laner and their top laner in first rotation.
Yeah, so definitely tells me that they might be looking for a caster support if you're banning champions like Nautilus. Not too sure exactly what it might be. I wouldn't be surprised if they go for a Karma pick for example, just so it can match the Varus shove, and also to deny the Varus Karma, which we've seen already in these open qualifiers to be a highly prioritized bot lane. Warwick just banning Pillars Corki, potentially another mid lane ban, just so there aren't any essential counter picks to this blind Diana. And they banned the Yuumi because they think, okay, they banned Nautilus, they're probably looking for a caster. They think the most important one to ban is the Yuumi. So meanwhile, responding with the Zac ban, it just seems like another target ban. Honestly, so far I would expect the Karma pick here from Azal, but just have to see. You could just pick your mid laner since we already see the Diana from Warwick.
I mean, there is a chance that it's still going to be Syndra mid and it could be the marksman pickup, but there's the Zoe just instantly as I make a point, Resolve like, no, you know what, you're wrong. We're going to pick up our mid laner, and it is a very, very strong pick, and we know that Pillar can play his champion very, very well.
Yeah, I think Zoe's a very strong pick. Does decently in pretty much any mid laner. Typically has a hard time into some assassins if she falls behind, which is Diana, and essentially if they can get that snowball Warwick, then it can lead to Diana taking over this game. But Zoe is such a hard pick to get onto. Yeah, she's barely immobile, but just because of her passive amount of summoners she can pick up, she is still pretty difficult. And yeah, we see the Varus Karma. Honestly, a little bit disappointed. I know they wanted to save support for counter pick, but denying Varus Karma I think would have been a little bit better here for Azal. So let's see what Reichly decides to take. We also see Sejuani, so pairing up with the double melee solo laners from Warwick to really facilitate either one of them in terms of ganks and team fighting. And we're gonna see a set, which we've seen yesterday is decent into Varus Karma if you can get gank pressure, because you can flash on them, you can start running towards them and force them to back off. But if you do not get those ganks, this bot lane matchup is pretty difficult.
It's a very interesting draft coming through from both of these teams, actually. A somewhat unconventional bot lane with the Syndra and the Set. Maybe champions that, well, it looks unconventional on the surface, but if you've been watching UK League of Legends, you know that these two champions, we saw no one playing exceptionally well on the Set yesterday, as you mentioned, and the Sejuani pick with the double melee, as you were talking about, but especially that Renekton in the top side, a champion who can so easily get quick auto attacks off and a stun as well, so he can provide a little bit of CC to lock down while the Sejuani gets in position. That's going to be quite scary for Artorias. He's going to have to maybe give a bit more respect in this matchup than we saw him giving yesterday on that Ornn, because he was so able to win against Veigar.
Yeah, I definitely don't think we're going to be seeing a call itemization from Artorias against this Renekton lane. Hopefully not. But I'm going to be honest, I'm not particularly happy with Warwick's draft. I feel it's a little bit dated in terms of some of the champion priorities. Press the attack on Renekton gives him a slightly stronger early game, but makes it that much harder to really snowball on a tank like Ornn. And when you have Sejuani picked into Graves, when you have two melee laners, it can be really difficult to get going. Graves, again, one of the most aggressive junglers on this current patch, can constantly invade, has a very fast clear speed. And at the end of the day, it's just going to come down to if Warwick can get those ganks up, the Sejuani can set up those solo lanes, they definitely will snowball. They definitely can become those Bruise Brothers where they just engage on whoever they want and just take them down. But I can also see this going south really quickly for Warwick if Graves can just shut down the Sejuani. Renekton can't really snowball on the Ornn, and Diana's just kept on their tower as Zoe pokes her. So this is a very interesting draft from both teams. We'll see if the Warwick can really get that Sejuani to facilitate her solo lanes. We'll see how this Varus Karma does in lane. But I would expect a standard 5-point from both teams as they load onto the Rift.
We are now onto Summoners Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for the first game of the day. Grey Warwick on the blue side, taking on Resolve on the red side. This is a best of one for the first match, so whoever wins this one will be going into another best of one to try and get through to Sunday in a very quick fashion. The loser will have to slog it out in a best of 3 elimination matchup. Looking at this, just standard 5-point start, as you see, no invade shenanigans occurring, so gives a little bit of time to talk about keystones. I like to, pick your brain. Anything that really stands out in terms of keystones on any of these champs?
Yep, so we see the Omni Stone on set, which is something we didn't see the other day. I really like this Keystone on set because he can utilize so many different keystones that are available to him, and also lets him itemize into that, well, not itemize, but slot into that Hex Flash, which gives him so much additional pressure in lane. Meanwhile, I mentioned this earlier, but Renekton going with the press the attack, which in early laning phase gives him quite a bit more damage, but if he does not snowball lack of conquer into a tank like Ornn, makes this matchup actually have a very clear window where he will just start falling off in relevancy. And I'm personally a little bit frightened for Artorias here because he sees the press the attack. Dard Hong went longsword start, and Artorias still has not decided to go with an item. He has gone with the refillable potion start to greed for a Doran Shield or potentially a Cull as he did in the past. I really hope he doesn't go Cull in this lane. But this just makes him lose all pressure in the early lane. If the Renekton notices this, he can really play aggressively and just zone him from the wave level 1 because he's just at a complete item disadvantage. You can see here that Artorias is just walking away. He's going to start his item completion, and yeah, there he goes with the Doran Shield here. So not really punished for it. Does lose priority, but at the end of the day, get the refillable potion without having to back for it.
Gives him a decent amount of sustain, which he may well need, and you can see Send moving up, getting some vision into Resolve's jungle. We'll be able to see Linkus just dropping that Gromp, and no action to be had so far in terms of fighting. That's to be expected, right? We're only a couple of minutes in, but you can see the junglers both now on the bot side. But it's unlikely we're going to see too much early action coming through from the Greys. He's still got a lot of camps to clear. Sejuani might be a little bit more able to, but it looks like they're just going to shake hands and trade scuttle for scuttle.
Yeah, and right now sides of the map are being somewhat split as Graves is moving topside while Renekton's wave is pushing in. That puts him in a little bit of a dangerous spot. But for the most part, what I like to see from Warwick's bot lane was they got that priority early. They are the Varus Karma. They shove in waves really easily, and they got a deep ward to spot Graves. So there's a little bit more information on the end of Warwick in terms of where Graves could possibly be. And right now we're seeing the same from Resolve as they're going to try to move up to stop the crab, but it is going to be denied.
Nice stun coming through onto Varus. Kogi needs to be careful. He burns down for first blood, going over to Richly, and they're going to look to get onto Send as well. Damage comes through onto the Karma. A little bit more will be all that's needed from Dragnar. Can they get the last one? They cannot get the last ability down, but moving into the mid lane pillar, we'll get the Sleepy Troll Bubble directly on top of Arisu, who takes a big hit, but does manage to survive. Is the dive in process? It could be. TK with Jam is around though. Richly needs to be careful. Lethal tempo in his fists, but it's not going to be enough. They don't want to risk anything or just take the play.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty poor understanding of fundamentals there from Warwick. The wave is pushing into them. They have a level discrepancy. And Resolve was doing the same thing that Warwick did just a minute earlier, where they were using that priority to move upriver, to stop Sejuani from using her to get that crab, and trying to help their jungler T-Cake by moving up through lane, through the wave, at a level discrepancy, just cost Koki his life. So a really nice start for the bot lane of Resolve. This Varus Karma lane is super oppressive, and the fact that they managed to deny it this early bodes well for the bot lane of Dragdar and Reichly.
Alright, Glenn Dragdar looking to get something going. Koki just standing there. I don't know if Grey Warwick are aware of this. Reichly goes forward, gets the nice CC coming through. The stun gets onto Koki as well. Will he fall once again? He will, as Linkus glides in to grab himself a kill. That's the second one going over to Resolve, and once again, it's in the bot lane.
Moves in, smites it for the kill steal. Always nice for a jungler to just walk up, get a kill, get out. Honestly, a little bit surprising to see Graves with the blue smite here. Typically you go skirmishers just because it gives you that much better of a dueling potential, which is something you really like to see on Graves. And right now, Artorias is actually doing fairly well into this Renekton. He might be at risk of death here.
Go for the fight. Dard Hong needs to be careful as Artorias pretty low on mana, not able to finish up that kill, but you can see Dragon being started up as well, going to be secured by Resolve. They will be able to get the Cloud Drake, and just going to wait to see what will be the next dragon on the menu, so we can see what kind of soul we could be getting. But right now, Resolve playing the early game very well. We know that they're able to do this, and Grey Warwick just need to be a little bit more careful in some of these exchanges.
Yeah, I really expect Warwick's composition to really start taking off when Sejuani hits 6 and so solo laners. Arisu goes in on Zoe.
Goes in. Pillar needs to be careful. Going to be able to skip away from that one, though. Doesn't even have to burn a Subler. Just cleanse being used. No flash required. And that's the ultimate from Diana going down. So does need to be a little bit careful if a gank comes through.
Yeah. Again, just as I was saying, it had happened. Once these solo laners hit 6, when Sejuani hits 6, that's when Warwick really starts having that playmaking window there. They have so much lockdown, they have so much setup for these solo lanes. And this is where Zoe has somewhat of a hard time against Assassins, because they're just going to keep going in on her, trying to force her to back off. Zoe, obviously a very long-range champion, can safely farm, teleports back in the lane just fine. And she's going to catch that wave. So we'll see if TK can make a repeat gank mid, knowing that Zoe does not have her cleansed. It is really easy to lock down this champion now, but so far we do have a pretty large lead, I think, this early coming in for Resolve. It seems that this Renekton pick really hasn't gotten any of an advantage, like at any point, some form of advantage against the Ornn. Diana is slightly behind in CS, and their bot lane is down 0-2 to Resolve, so as long as Resolve respect the Sejuani ganks, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing as they swap topside to contest this Herald as it spawns in 30 seconds.
The next battleground, we know Resolve are very capable of fighting around objectives like Rift Herald and are looking to grab that one up pretty quickly, you've got to imagine, so they can start putting even more distance gold-wise between themselves and Grey Warwick. Pillars already there. They have already put in the lane swap. Dragdar and Richley going to be there as soon as Rift Herald has spawned. You can see Linkers moving in too. So 4 members already on the top side for Resolve, even before the Rift Herald is on the map. This shows how quick and decisive they are, but Grey Warwick have had the opportunity to see what's going on and to react.
Yeah, so Resolve, since they're just on the map first, they get that river control, they move in, they actually steal the blue buff away from Arisu, and TK is still level 5 with great
Dardhong going in. Needs to be a little bit careful though. Artorias won't be able to get a knock up with the ultimate due to the stun, and now the Renekton might look to take a bite out of the Forge God. Will he be able to chase forward? Dardhong's ultimate's going to run out pretty soon, and Artorias has some damage. He's gone very low. Dardhong forced to flash away. Will the minions last auto? It won't be enough, and Arisu does come in to save, and he blushes. Will be able to score the first kill for Grey Warwick in this game, but that was such a close trade.
Yeah, and I think this is what happens when you... Oh, there might be a stun here. No, it doesn't turn into anything. There might be a dive coming in from Resolve as Linkus moves in. They have the Herald. They should just be using this for Herald, but there might be a gank here from TK.
TK moving in. It will be a 3v3 in the top side under tower, and it looks like Resolve going to be giving the respect over that this play deserves. Pillar is coming up as well, but don't want to be pushing for anything that could cost them later, so happy with the Rift Herald, happy to move away with that plate as well.
Yeah, and here's the replay on bot lane, and this is the problem of taking press the attack in this matchup. We see Renekton here actually might have lost this 1v1. He ends up having to flash out as Ornn's cooldowns do come back up. And not having that Conqueror makes these extended fights so difficult. Artorias really nowhere he can go, is just dead. But ends up picking up that kill for the Diana, still not a problem, and Renekton is working on that Blade of the Ruined King. But I just think he really should have gone with the Conqueror, would have made this lane a lot better. And now that Herald's been taken, Resolve are just swapping back up bot lane as the Ocean Drake is spawning in 40 seconds. Sejuani has managed to catch up a little bit in CS and has managed to kind of overcome this early jungle deficit against Graves. They are level 6 on all 3 champions in the bot lane, so it's very easy to gank this lane now. There's a lot of lockdown with various Sejuani.
Graves is in the bot side of river, but going to move up to his blue buff instead, so it would be a 3v2. Linkers would have to react very, very swiftly in order to even it out, but it looks like they've shown themselves in the bot side. Pings are coming down. Blue buff will be donated over to Pillar, and the gank in the end does come to nothing as TK with Jam does move away.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect being shown by Resolve. You can see, since Resolve don't know where TK is, Artorias is playing back, Dragdar and Reichly are playing back, and there's just not an opening there. And I also just feel like TK should be playing to those melee lanes that will set up for the Sejuani stacks and that lockdown. Very hard to actually gank this for the Varus Karma lane when they're this far behind. Ragnar 30 CS up in his matchup. And right now it looks like Linkus will just start up the Drake. They are essentially handshaking a 4v4. Both top laners do have teleport, so there might be a fight breaking out in just a moment.
Linkus going kind of low. Needs to be careful here on the Ocean. Drake Erisu tries to get the steal with the Q. It's not going to be able to land, and it will be secured by Resolve. Nice play there from the Graves. Going to be able to back away as the mountains rise across the rift.
Yeah, just again, Resolve with the better river control. Makes it very hard for Warwick to actually contest the neutral. And right now it looks like there might be some form of, oh, there's a pause going in as there was a potential gank moving in bot side. Linkus does have to use this Herald somewhat soon as it is starting to time out. And so far, so good for Resolve. I really think Warwick are missing their opportunities to snowball their solo lanes. Yeah, we saw a kill on Artorias, but that was on the back end of a losing 1v1 for Dart Hong. Erisu managed to pick it up at the last second. I would really like to see this Sejuani try to gank these solo lanes. He really needs to set this stuff up so this Renekton can snowball, this Diana can snowball.
Been unable to put down too much pressure as of yet, but on the other hand, Graves has been pretty effective so far, but you've got to give it to the bot side, especially Ritually in that support role, has really been pulling the strings down there and able to pick up a couple of kills. And while Dragdar himself hasn't been able to get any, there's still a decent lead there.
Yeah, absolutely. Seems that there's an issue on Warwick's end. We're not too sure what exactly it was. Knowing the UK, it's probably internet.
Almost certainly. It's always internet in the UK.
But for now on, I don't really think Warwick even has a scaling advantage going into this mid-late game. This Graves is just going to keep getting stronger. This Ornn, as he gets levels, will just vastly outscale the Renekton, especially when Ornn items start kicking in. And we'll just have to see if TK can really find the setup to make a fight happen. There is a lot of pick potential. You have Varus ultimate, you have Sejuani ultimate, and you have a lot of follow-up that can really execute a single target when Diana's jumping with her E or her R. So we'll see what happens going into this game. I expect maybe a contest on the next Herald spawn. But so far, Resolve have been just outperforming Grey Warwick in this early game.
All right, so just a little bit of an update on the issue. The issue has been resolved now with Warwick's top laner. We're just waiting for both teams to be ready to get going again. Our producer said the problem has been resolved, and I was like, haha, nice, because they're called Resolve. But the problem was with Grey Warwick, so the joke doesn't even really work. So you're saying that the next Rift Herald, next Dragon will probably be the focal points of the next fight, right? Do you see Grey Warwick being in a position to take these fights?
I'd hope so. They have conceded every neutral so far, which to an extent is forgivable considering Sejuani's early game and just how bot lane went. But they do need to start contesting these neutral objectives. You need to start setting up some fights with the tools you have. Otherwise, it's just going to be slowly getting choked out. And if Diana and Renekton don't get early leads, it becomes really hard for their champions to actually be able to execute any sort of fight. When Zoe is getting her item, she's just going to half-shot Diana before she can go in. Jumping into a Graves when you're not that strong can be really difficult. And see right here, we see Diana just getting chunked.
Takes a lot of damage, but she's going back in, looking for the damage onto Graves. We'll be able to pick up Lycus as he falls down. Pillar skipping away once again, going to be using that flash. Won't be able to get any return damage as the Rift Herald not even able to pick up the mid tower. We'll get a couple of plates for his troubles, but a decent skirmish coming through for Warwick.
Yeah, exactly what I want to see. TK seeing the Herald being dropped mid. There is some returning poke from Pillar, but then another pause as we are just going to go back into the pause screen.
Oh, Dart Hong is full-on Wi-Fi gaming right now, apparently, so gonna be looking to pick up a cable, get some real gamer gear going down. But good pickup for Grey Warwick in that minute-long vignette that we just saw. Did manage to pick up the kill in mid and could have picked up a second potentially. Pillar was just a little bit too quick on the draw to dance away from their skill shots. And that's exactly what we need to see. We're going to be watching this once again, and why don't you just talk us through this?
Yeah, so we see Zoe initially gets that Sleepy Trouble bubble, and he does get some poke damage, but T-Cake within is ready for it, goes in on the Zoe, and flashing in onto Linkus. Multiple flashes being used, and this is the strength of having that Sejuani with that melee assassin slash bruiser of Diana. Once you get on top of a target, it becomes really difficult to escape. Diana has multiple dashes if she lines up her Q with it properly. And with the additional CC coming in from Sejuani, you're pretty much dead if they get on top of you. And we saw that right there, even with the phase rush, even with the flash, Linkus did go down. They do end up using Herald to get a couple plates, but honestly not the most ideal Herald. You typically want to use that to finish off first brick. And this is exactly what we want to see coming in from Warwick, because these bruisers will be able to steamroll Resolve's composition if they get enough gold. They can just jump in on Zoe, jump in on Syndra, and they will just go down if they can get the leads in the early game. So we'll see if this next fight that occurs, Warwick can kind of execute a similar fight where Arisu can maybe get multiple members, or Renekton and Sejuani can just lock someone down for eternity. So far, the plate advantage going towards Resolve, only having lost one plate on the entirety of the map. Well, we can't quite see top lane. I believe it's down 2 plates, mid lane's down 3 plates, and bot lane's down 2 plates on the end of Grey Warwick. So quite a bit of gold just coming in from there for Resolve.
Does mean there is some standing gold if Grey Warwick can be quick about it and can push back, try and grab a bit of cash. I'm looking immediately at that mid lane tower. There's not too many auto attacks need to go into that one in order for the payday for Arisu and maybe T-Cake with Jam to assist there. But right now, Grey Warwick and Resolve look pretty evenly matched. We talked about just before in the first pause, we talked about how Resolve have been the more active and have been making the decisions, and Grey Warwick have been reacting to them reasonably well, but it does mean that you're losing out on objectives. You lose the dragons, you lose the Rift Herald, and you lose more plates because Resolve are first to the punch. They're always going to be the ones getting there and getting the push, and it's kind of on Grey Warwick to stop them from gaining too much from these situations. But can you see, how do you see Grey Warwick coming in and being more proactive? Where does that lie? Does that lie with the Sejuani? Does it lie with the laners? Who can be starting this off?
I do really think it comes down to the Sejuani and potentially the Varus. We could see some sort of flank play or engage play from Diana, for sure, from Arisu, but I think the main burden to make a play is coming from Sejuani right now. This is why I hope that Grey Warwick are paying attention to those objective spawn timers, are ready to contest one of these objectives 5v5, because that's where their team comp really does shine. They have, again, 2 melee laners with the Sejuani. They have that Varus ultimate. If they can just get on top of the composition of Resolve, the only really tanky member is Artorias. Yes, Set is moderately tanky, but they can easily go through champions like Zoe, Syndra, or Graves, as we just saw. So I really hope that Warwick are paying attention, ready to contest the neutral, and they're not afraid to pull the trigger with ultimates like Varus' Chains or Sejuani's Glacial Prison.
Guys, just keep you all updated, especially those of you just joining us. Grey Warwick's top lane is having a couple of connectivity issues. We're just getting that resolved as quickly as possible. Well, they're getting it resolved as quickly as possible. We can't. We're all at home. Daruk is not even on the same continent as Dardhong is, I imagine, unless Dardhong is playing very remotely right now. But you got up quite early for this cast, didn't you? It's been an early start for you.
Yeah, 4 a.m. wake up for a 5 a.m. cast. It's not the end of the world. I'm used to waking up early, working in the UK, so not too bad. We'll see how it goes later on in the day, as we've got quite a few games to potentially cast. But so far, I've got enough energy for this cast at the very least. So that's good.
Just this one game, though.
Yeah.
We'll keep feeding you coffee throughout the day, just to keep your spirits high and your energy levels at peak performance. But looks like we're going to be getting into game hopefully pretty shortly. But Is there anything that is worth... I know we've discussed a lot, we've had a couple of pauses, so we've been able to talk about the analysis of what we've seen so far, and obviously we're not too far into game, but who are you favouring, just on a personal level right now, between these two teams from what you've seen so far?
If this was a higher level of competition, I would say Resolve have a pretty firm grasp on the game, and I'd say I'm pretty confident with them closing out. But at this level of play, you can often see teams just take fights that aren't necessary, and Warwick has that kind of composition that if you take a bad fight, you will get wiped. And we already see a 2-0 Diana. Her Rod of Ages is stacking, and if she's allowed to get a proper team fight, she will destroy most of the champions on Resolve almost instantly. So I can very much see this game swinging quite quickly if Resolve take a bad fight. And right now it looks like Send has to flash out as Reichly flashes as well. Nice little stun there from Dragdar and a nice response from Send. But yeah, exactly. It just depends really on how these team fights are executed. And we'll see that in just a couple minutes. Depending on if either one of these teams want to contest the spawning Mountain Drake in 3 minutes or the Herald that should be spawning in just about a minute.
Hopefully we'll see some scraps around those two objectives, because while Grey Warwick have been reasonably happy to give up the early objectives because that Sejuani is not so great in the early game, you can't keep doing so. You can't be giving the second Herald, the third Dragon over so freely, because that's when Resolve can really start spiraling out of control, and they've got a gold lead already. A couple of 1,000 gold in the pockets of Resolve's characters, and you can see where that's sitting on the bottom of your screen right now. And although Drowsy can Pillar do a bit of damage, Richley's moving up as well, and just this, we could see a fight kicking off. Dardhong and Richley going to be fighting, but Pillar on the side does mean that Dardhong won't feel confident to go any further forward.
Yeah, Dardhong does have that Blade of the Ruined King completed. Linkus manages to smite, seal the blue, and get out. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like both teams are prepping for this Herald. Once again, Resolve are just there first, have the vision control, use that to smite that blue away, control the river, get the push in the lanes. Right now, Renekton is actually having to make his way all the way from topside to bot lane as Artorias shoves his wave in, and Koki and Send are catching the wave as it crashes top. But Resolve have just been on point with these objectives. They're always in the right place at the right time. Yes, they're not starting it right now because they've got their lanes in order. Artorias is just going to move up mid, get some more vision, so he doesn't potentially have to waste his teleport as Dragdar TP's top lane, and it looks like this will be a Herald start. I would expect Dardhong to get ready to teleport here, unless they're conceding it. I would not. They really should fight this.
There's a teleport available in the bot side. Push those minions up, so keep your eyes on Renekton on the mini-map, and it looks like members from Grey Warwick coming in, trying to marshal Linkus away, but the fight will kick off. Artorias gets a nice double knock up, and they've caught out Arisu, who's instantly deleted. Teleport's coming in, but it might be too late. He's going to be stunned up on impact and will be destroyed. Dragnar going to pick up the second kill of the fight, and the rest of Grey Warwick is going to have to move away as they give up a Rift Herald. Yes, you wanted to see a contest, but you didn't want to see it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is what happens if you're not quite ready to contest these neutrals. It seems once again Resolve are the first ones there and the first ones to make the play. T-Cake and Arisu are moving up to contest this Herald, but they are not paying attention to Artorias, and as he gets an amazing Ornalt in, the one carry factor coming in from Warwick, the 2-0 Diana, just gets one shot, and just an unfortunate teleport. Dardhong gets absolutely annihilated as Sinjolt and Graves all goes down on him. And this game just went from being a relatively insignificant 2k gold lead to, I think, a fairly significant 4k gold lead as this Mountain Drake spawns, and we'll see if Warwick are going to try to contest this as well. They don't have ultimates on Varus or Sejuani, so very difficult to actually force a play. I would expect this Drake to go over to Resolve and put them on Drake Point, and I do think this game is starting to get out of control for Warwick. Again, I was a little bit hesitant with this draft. 2 solo lanes that really need to take off early against champions that have a hard time doing that. Very safe laners, Ornn and Zoe. And it just seems like TK hasn't managed to find the ganks. Warwick has not been ready to contest these neutrals. TK has backed while Resolve have started this Mountain Drake. So right now, wow, Pillar
So
might,
much damage.
yeah, just 2v1ing Warwick bot lane, and it just seems right now, individually, there isn't a huge discrepancy between these teams. Maybe on the end of bot lane, Dragtar with that massive CS lead just from those early kills they got in the 2v2. But solo lanes just have not been facilitated. This Graves is just out farming the Sejuani. This is looking pretty dire for a Grey Warwick. I think it's very hard to come back in this situation as they make a gameplay bot.
Play is being made. Sleepy Renekton takes half his health immediately from Pillar as TK with Jam has to dash away as well, but they're going to chase on. They've got support in the wings. TK with Jam goes solo and will be taken down by Pillar, and now Darthog will follow richly, will be able to get the assist. It's a double kill, does go over to Zoe on Pillar on Zoe.
Resolve playing very well this game. Linkus always where he needs to be. Dragdar and Rickley just moving around the map using their pressure, and Artorias just holding down the fort as Ornn looking for those windows to use his ultimate. It looks like Resolve will drop the Herald bot, get themselves an extra tower. Sent has to flash, and so far everything is going for Resolve. Warwick have not got a single neutral objective, have not got a single tower. I believe they still have only... we can't see it now, but I believe they only took one plate in the entirety of this game, and at this point, I don't really know what you do as Warwick to come back in this game. Potentially, you still have the pick opportunities with Varus ultimate and Sejuani ultimate, but even then, just don't have that much damage to follow it up, and this Varus Karma bot lane, notoriously strong in lane, just so weak, and getting 2v1 by the Zoe from Pillar. Pretty rough game for Grey Warwick, and it seems that the university teams still seem to struggle against some of these more UK experienced teams.
Pillar's just doing so much absurd damage right now, and keep your eyes on Artorias as well. Level 12 will soon be level 13 and upgrading items across the board, and that's usually a catch-up mechanism, but you're already, what, 7k gold ahead on Resolve? Quick maths there, and it's just going to help get even further ahead because Artorias is going to be upgrading these items, giving free gold essentially over to members of his team. Not too many great options to do so right now. A couple of Luden's Echoes are already built, but you're looking for Rabadon's Death Caps optimally as Pillar takes down another tower, and it could just get worse and worse for Grey Warwick. They need to find something relatively quickly to arrest this slump.
Yeah, it really is a nightmare scenario when you know you're already behind the Ornn and he still doesn't have his items upgraded. And with that final outer tower going down for Resolve, they have complete control of the map. Every lane is winning. They have so much vision control, and it's so hard to face check and contest vision against the Fed, Syndra, and Zoe, because you never know who's going to be waiting in that bush. If you get Sleepy Trouble Bubbled, if you get Syndra stunned, you're pretty much wiped off the face of the earth with these champions once they're ahead. And the only person that can really face check is Sejuani, and she's not even that tanky, only sitting on a Kindle Gem and her Cinderhulk. So right now, Resolve have been playing a pretty much immaculate game so far. Everything has been taken by Resolve. Vision control across the board has been perfect, and I just expect a fairly clean close. We have seen from the last couple days that these UK teams can have very strong early games, but they can struggle in closing out, which is definitely an issue even some of the best teams in the world have. The easy part is taking the outer towers. It gets a lot more difficult when you're moving in deeper into enemy territory. So we'll see if there's any more oopsie doopsies coming in the mid game from Resolve, but right now it looks like they're gonna be teleporting mid to just get this Mountain Soul, which makes this comp even scarier when you have champs like Ornn and Set that can just walk in your face.
Giving them all a shield is gonna make things a lot harder. TK with Jam does have to dash away from Richley, who's still looking for an engage. They will come across Darthog in the bush, looking for a stun the ultimate. The Dominus will be able to get him to freedom, but that's already been used up. That's not going to be available to contest this dragon which will be spawning in less than 20 seconds. Pillar going fishing, does manage to get a sleepy trouble. Can he get the damage out? He can, and that's so much onto Sejuani. T8 with Jam only manages to escape for a second before Linkus gets the kill with the ultimate. Artorias' ultimate will go wide, so there's going to be no follow-up, no re-engage coming through. The sleepy trouble goes fishing. Nice stun from Dragnar. Can they get onto the Diana? She's going to be stepping away from so much CC, but does manage to survive. Pillar looking for Send this time around. Not going to be able to secure the kill here, but so much damage coming through from Resolve's lineup, and there's no response from Grey War.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. When you're trying to contest vision, but it looks like they're going to keep going.
Koki needs to be really careful. Artorias happy to take up this tower, but look at the top of the screen. Dragdog gets the execute onto Arisu. They're also going to lose Sen's Karma, and the dragon will be picked up. Graves isn't even in the fight. He's happy to play for the objectives, giving a shield to his team as they maraud forward. We'll be looking towards that inhibitor tower, and it's only TK with Jam and Koki ready to defend.
Yeah, this is looking like an absolute massacre, and just as I was saying, this is what's so scary about champions like Zoe and Syndra. Sejuani's in a red side jungle, gets hit by a trouble bubble, dies instantly, tries to flash out, still a goner, and then rest of Warwick just gets caught out trying to defend mid lane. Mountain Soul secured by Linkus, so at the end of the day, I think this is just going to be a one and done kind of deal for Resolve. They played a perfect game so far. Maybe some minor misplays by Linkus and Artorias, but for the most part, really clean execution. We'll see. Now, it looks like they're going to start moving towards Baron. This is where we see a lot of teams mess up. We'll see if they can maintain their level of play here. But so far, it's been good for Resolve, so I don't expect anything too catastrophic.
Moving in, getting vision, and setting up for this Baron. But as you say, it's been the bane of many a team in the UKC going for these early Baron buffs. We saw it a lot yesterday, and TK with Jam might have been caught out and cannot afford to go down on the Sejuani here, because that would make contesting this Baron buff all but impossible without the smite and the engage that she offers.
Yeah, this is just going to be a slow close, I'd expect, as Artorias shoves in bot lane. Zoe pushes in top, and looks like Dart Hong may be getting some help, but just a Karma Shield as they walk off, and Resolve respond by all moving topside. Diana teleports bot lane, afraid that she's going to get dove. A little bit premature there, but understandable considering the state of this game. And looks like right now, Resolve are just deciding what they want to do. They're pushing in top lane, they're taking blue buff, Artorias still shoving in bot. Pretty hard situation for for Grey Warwick. Can't really force a fight. Resolve is just too tanky, has the Mountain Soul Shield. So much poke coming in from Zoe and Syndra. Arisu is just gonna say, screw it, I'm pushing mid.
He's like, I'm just gonna get this tower, I don't care at this stage, but Linkus has responded. It's a 1v1 so far, but Pillar and Richley are coming in to make this one an unfair fight. Linkus chasing onward, but Arisu gonna be able to dash to the wolves. Does he have any other tricks up his sleeve? Artorias coming in for the collapse. Will he be able to find him jumping to that grot? But the stone comes in, the damage comes through, and goodbye Arisu, as it's gonna be Linkus finally securing that one out. But Diana did drag members away from that Baron, so it's gonna be difficult to immediately go for that one. And it actually looks like Resolve are gonna look for the fight instead. Where's the CC? There it is. Koki gets instantly deleted, and they drag Sended as well. Dragdar's ultimate's gonna be able to secure the second kill in that fight. 3 off the map already for Grey Warwick, and they've only got the Sejuani and the Red Ecton to defend. Minions are coming towards this inhibitor tower, and you've got to imagine that Resolve will pick this one up.
Yeah, pretty excellent play coming in from Resolve. Yeah, Arisu just saying, man, we need to get something going. Dies for the mid lane tower. Frankly, I think it's worth it. But then Koki and Send, who just have not been having a great game just from the very start, get caught out again, losing the inhibitors for their team here. As Resolve pushing through mid, pushing through bottom, secured 2 inhibitors. They could honestly keep pushing. It looks like there's gonna be a fight
kicking off though. Pillar having danced away from Arisu, who does get a nice drag in. And Dragdar has to go golden to avoid dying here. He's still on the backline though. We're going to be putting out so much damage, and Pillar is as well. Sejuani's already fallen. Redicton's already fallen. Arisu needs to be careful, but they do lose no members so far. Arisu still throwing out the skill shots. Koki needs to be careful. Deleted by Pillar. Will he be able to find the Diana as well? It doesn't look like it. Ashley goes back onto the fountain. Sen still standing standing, but is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Gonna be able to rotate around the Nexus, but minions are crashing in. Pillar gets the sleep trouble onto Diana. How much damage can he do? Send taking the shot in the end, but one tower falls, two towers fall, and now they're on the Nexus. It looks like Resolve have punched their place into the best of one, and Grey Warwick left wanting.
Honestly, a pretty disappointing performance from Grey Warwick. I think we briefly talked about how Warwick do have the chance to prepare for this game by watching Resolve, but it also seems that there's a cost to it in terms of it just seemed like they were a little bit slow, maybe not quite warmed up. Might be their first competitive game in quite a while, and it seemed that they were just kind of caught sleeping. The first time they engaged an actual 5v5 team fight was that in that bot lane inhibitor when they're more than 10k down and just a lost fight. Excellent game from Resolve. Perfect execution for the most part. Really impressive win. I expect them to be going into this winners bracket game feeling pretty confident here. And on the other end, Warwick need to kind of recuperate. They got that game out of the way. Yeah, it was a pretty one-sided loss, but those are sometimes the kind of games you need to just wake yourself up, get back into the zone. And so we'll see if they can recover, move on to this elimination match with a little bit more energy. It just seemed that they were caught sleeping a lot of the time. Resolve always on those objectives first.
Resolve one game away from making it to Sunday. Grey Warwick have a few more games to get through in order to avoid elimination and to get to the same position. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we come back, we'll be moving on to the elimination bracket to see which team gets knocked out. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Strong can be really difficult. See right here, we see Diana just getting chunked.
Takes a lot of damage, but she's going back in, looking for the damage onto Graves. We'll be able to pick up Lycas as he falls down. Pillar skipping away once again, going to be using that flash. Won't be able to get any return damage as the Rickhold not even able to pick up the mid tower. We'll get a couple of plates for his troubles, but a decent skirmish coming through for Warwick. Half his health immediately from Pillar as TK with Jam has to dash away as well, but they're going to chase on. They've got support in the wings. TK with Jam goes solo and will be taken down by Pillar, and now Darthog will follow richly, will be able to get the assist. The double kill does go over to Zoe on Pillar on Zoe. Seconds, Pillar going fishing, does manage to get a sleepy trouble. Can he get the damage out? He can, and that's so much onto Sejuani. TK with Jam only manages to escape for a second before Linkers gets the kill with the ultimate. Artorius' ultimate will go wide.
You're trying to contest vision, but it looks like they're going to keep going.
Pokey needs to be really careful. Artorius happy to take up this tower, but look at the top of the screen. Dragdog gets the execute onto Arisa. They're also going to lose Sense Karma, and the dragon will be picked up. Graves isn't even in the fight. He's happy to play for the objectives, giving a shield to his team. Right, Lickers chasing it onward, but Arisu going to be able to dash to the wolves. Does he have any other tricks up his sleeve? Artorius coming in for the collapse. Will he be able to find him jumping to that gromp? But the stone comes in, the damage comes through, and goodbye Arisu, as it's going to be Linkers finally securing that one out. But he
secured 2 inhibitors. They could honestly keep pushing.
The fight's kicking off though. Pillar having to dance away from Arisu, who does get a nice drag in. And Dragdot has to go golden to avoid dying here. He's still on the backline though. We're going to be putting out so much damage, and Pillar is as well. Sejuani's already fallen. Renekton's already fallen. Arisu needs to be careful, but they do lose no members so far. Arisu still throwing out the skill shots. Koki needs to be careful. Deleted by Pillar. Will he be able to find the Diana as well? It doesn't look like it. Ashley goes back onto the fountain. Sen's still standing, but is stuck between a rock and a hard place. 2 towers fall, and now they're on the Nexus. It looks like Resolve have punched their place into the best of one, and Grey Warwick left wanting.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UKLC closed qualifiers. I'm Wolverhampton William. I'm still joined by Daruk, and we are going into our first elimination set of games between Wolves and Grey Warwick.
Yep. We just saw Grey Warwick take a pretty significant loss against Resolve in the last game. Not too sure how the Wolves game went, but we have seen quite a bit of Wolves in the open qualifier the last 2 days, losing out to Orglis last night in a pretty interesting best of 3 where they were able to consistently get early game leads, but not quite able to close out in some of them. I would hope that Warwick used that last game to kind of mentally prepare after the loss, kind of refresh themselves, get back into it. They were playing a little bit slow. I think their draft was a little bit clunky. So hopefully going into this new series, they'll be a little bit more prepared.
That's the dream, and of course this is an elimination series. It's a best of 3 this time around, so no best of 1 nonsense, and the loser of this series will be eliminated entirely from these closed qualifiers. The winners will go through to another best of 3 series that will be happening, and the winner of that will go to Sunday, and the loser of that will be knocked out. So this match, every game counts from this point onwards, but because they are best of 3 series, there's a little bit of leeway if something doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, so they have a little bit more room for error. I would like to see, again, both these teams coming out swinging. This initial first game, well, I think will kind of dictate the tone of how these drafts and these games are going to pan out. Will we see the same level of aggression coming out from Wolves? Will they be focusing on prioritizing that topside counter pick for Surface, who seems to really like getting that counter pick option? And will Warwick decide to go with those 2 blind pick solo laners, as we saw in the last game? I would hope not, but we'll see. Not too sure how they prioritize their drafts, but I just really think in the last game, just from the get-go, it was a hard game to win, and then they didn't really quite execute on the win conditions. So we'll see how this pans out. A little bit lower level of competition coming in from Wolves compared to Resolve, so maybe Warwick will be able to actually get their foot in the door. In the last game, they just were always late to those neutral objectives. So we'll see how that pans out for them in this upcoming game.
And I want to see how Warwick respond to Surface as a player, because we saw yesterday he really loves that split push. He's addicted to it, you could say, because he goes for these champions that do win those 1v1s and can be a threat in the side lanes. We saw him play the Darius. We've seen people ban away stuff like Aurelia, stuff like Fiora from him constantly because they don't want to give him that option. And sometimes, yesterday it worked, sometimes it really didn't. And do you think Grey Warwick are going to be able to have a solution for the Surface issue?
I think they might. We saw that Dard Hong was having a somewhat hard time in the laning phase against Artorias' Ornn. He had the Renekton quote-unquote counter pick, went for a weird keystone, didn't quite really pan out. I would expect a Fiora ban against Surface. It is his most played champ. Fits his playstyle exactly. We saw that if he can't just split push, he has a hard time getting involved in the game. He played Aatrox against Orglis last night, and even though he had a really good laning phase, he never really got involved with the team fights. His split pushing was a little bit lackluster because Aatrox as an actual split pusher, not too much of a threat, gets priority but doesn't really take towers. So we'll see what Grey Warwick decides to do. Again, they've got to see plenty of games from Wolves. They've played for the last 2 days. You have plenty of information on broadcast. So we'll see if that kind of determines how they approach the draft, or if they just think, okay, we'll give Surface the matchup he wants necessarily. We'll just play the game better.
And that's exactly what Wolves are going to have to do. Play the game better than Grey Warwick. Because Wolves are, in theory, the lower seed in this matchup. Grey Warwick obviously got given their role in closed qualifiers. Wolves had to fight through the open qualifiers to do so. But looking at the players, looking at the ranks, they're not too dissimilar. So it could be a very interesting matchup in that they'll be very evenly matched. And you said, in fact, that Resolve might have proven to be a harder challenge for Grey Warwick than Wolves could turn out to be. but Wolves are definitely not a team to take lightly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the last game we saw that Warwick's actual lanes did not really fall behind too significantly, with the exception of their bot lane, which was against Dragdar on Syndra, so a very difficult lane matchup there. But for the most part, it seemed like individually there wasn't a significant skill discrepancy for the most part, and I'd expect that going into this game, that's the same case. We've again seen Surface just kind of take over top lane again against some of these weaker top laners. Not too sure we'll see that coming in from Darthong, but for the most part, I expect this is mainly going to just be on how junglers interact. Hattie Matty being a very significant factor for the early leads that Wolves gets. And we saw in the last game that Grey Warwick's jungler had a really hard time actually getting involved early, partially because it was a Sejuani pick. So if they're going to still be opting into those weak early game junglers against a player like Hattie Matty, who will do the same thing that Linkus does, where he will just play a farming jungler and will outpath you, I'm a little bit worried for Warwick in the early game.
Could be a struggle, and Hattie Matty we saw playing exceptionally well on the Nidalee alongside other champions yesterday in their series against August. Sadly, obviously did not win out on that one. Wolves did fall 2-1 to that roster, but that's going to be the thing, right? Grey Warwick, you said they're a little bit slow. They can be a little bit indecisive at times, and with a player like Hattie Matty being able to dictate the tempo of the game so well, it could definitely be a struggle for them. But Wolves also have a lot of talent across the entire map, and Grey Warwick aren't going to be... They're not going into this one being like, okay, we lost a resolve, but this is his game, right? You can't be taking that attitude coming into this one because there's a lot of talent in this Wolves roster.
Yeah, I really am just interested to see what ends up panning out in the draft phase. Because at the end of the day, we've seen one game from Warwick, could just be a one-off, bad game, unlucky. We've seen plenty of Wolves. Frankly, I'm pretty sure we kind of know what we're going to get from them in terms of looking for a topside counter pick, giving Maddie an aggressive farming jungler, potentially something like Jarvan, maybe if they want to change it up, but an aggressive jungler that can make plays around the map. Let's see if Warwick pivots, decides to maybe do something else, or if they're just going to double down, say, hey, we had a bad game against Resolve. It was our first game of the day. We got potentially 6 more to go. So maybe they lock down their style here. And no one should be underestimating each other. They're in the same place right now in the elimination match. Whoever loses this is out. Whoever wins this has another chance of making it onto day 2 here in this closed qualifier for the UKLC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump to a very short break because Champ Select, we're just getting all the bits and bobs in line, but don't go anywhere because in a couple of minutes we'll be jumping right into our first game of this best of 3 series between Wolves and Grey Warwick. We'll see you in a second. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick update for you with the countdown dropping to 0. Wolves are having a couple of issues with getting into game, so we're going to be throwing to another 5-minute break. But it's been some good music. There's some vibes going on, so don't go anywhere. We'll catch you very shortly for this first game in this series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that. We just had a couple of delays with one of the teams, but now everything does look to be sorted, so we're hoping to jump into Champ Select in just a couple of minutes' time. But just to refresh you all on what's going on, I'm Will Byron William. I'm joined by Drew Rook, and we're going to be... I pointed the wrong way. I'm very bad at doing that. And we're going to be talking through... this is like a theme for me. I always be like, hey, and it's this person, and I'll be pointing the wrong way. And that's why I did it right! What am I? Life is hard. Mirrors are difficult, but we are talking you through Wolves versus Grey Warwick best of 3 series. Tariq, are you as excited for this one as I am?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great game. We talked about this before the several breaks, but I think this is going to be pretty dynamic early game. We saw Grey Warwick in the first set against Resolve have a really slow start, and I hope that they've either woke up a little bit, maybe they can reassess some of their picks or just reassess how they approach the early game. Meanwhile, we know from Wolves that this is a very early aggressive team. Hattie Matty, their jungler, likes to play Graves, likes to play Nidalee, plays these champions that really take advantage of junglers that aren't very intelligent about their pathing. So we'll see if Hattie Matty can do that this game. We also know that Wolves like to prioritize a topside counter pick for Surface, who's a split push player, likes to play Fiora. Pulled out Darius a few times in the open qualifiers to different levels of success, but for the most part, he has always consistently been able to do well in lane. So I think this will be a better matchup to see in terms of, are Grey Warwick really deserving of a place here in this UKLC tournament? They are the best university team that the UK has seen consistently being one of the top performers in the NUL. And can they compete against some of these teams that maybe not taking just solely from one university, taking players from all around the United Kingdom, potentially even Europe as well? So we'll see.
It's going to be tricky with that smaller pool of players, but of course with that smaller pool comes more familiarity, more time to practice, and greater understanding of each other as a team. And of course University Scene has created some really talented players. Both Newell and NSC have got those success stories, and will be fascinating to see how they can do against Wolves. Because against Resolve, we saw that the familiarity in the sum of the parts was not greater than the individual talent that Resolve has. Dragdar was like, I see your sum of parts, but I'm going to just quickly dismantle it, don't mind me. And it was a very difficult game for them. Wolves maybe don't have the same level of superstar talent that Resolve have, but they do have some very good players. So whether now Grey Warwick will be able to more easily contest and win out these games, or whether Wolves will again prove that having these great players, having this wider pool to choose from, will be key.
Yeah, I do just want to emphasize, we only saw one game of Warwick, so perhaps this was just their first game in. It's been a while. They're a bit rusty. They're a little bit scared, maybe a bit nervous. They can just kind of shake that off. They do have to step up their game here. This is the elimination match. And while it is a best of 3, so they have a little bit of leeway, just dropping a game from the get-go, never a good start for any team. So we'll just see if they can change up their approach. Again, I was just not really happy with their draft. They played the game as if they were partially asleep, just constantly late on objectives, not quite ready to pull the trigger when they needed to. Meanwhile, again, I've said this before, I'll say it again, Wolves definitely not having that issue. Every game we've seen from them, Hattie Matty is just constantly in the face of the enemy jungler, making plays. Surface is constantly looking for those solo kills. So we'll see if Warwick have stepped up their game. They're a little bit more awake. They're ready to match that early aggression, or if this is going to be another game similar to the Resolve Warwick game where an early lead just continues into a snowball.
And it could even be a case of who's going to be getting the early lead, because we've seen Wolves play. When they were against August, they got the early lead every game. But you have to give that an asterisk. August and Grey Warwick are probably very, very different teams. And we saw that Grey Warwick didn't fall behind hilariously in the early game, except in that bot side. Their mid lane, their top lane, their jungle were all on parity or in a state which was okay. But we are now jumping into Chat Select, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into this first game of this elimination bracket. Grey Warwick on the blue side, Wolves on the red.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what these bans are. So Warwick banning that Nidalee away from Hattie Matty, saying they do not want to deal with this counter-jungling aggressive jungler. I expect if they're going with the Nidalee, they should probably ban Graves as well. And So far from every team we've seen playing against Wolves, Fiora has been the first ban. I expect Fiora potentially being banned later on, but that is Surface's most played champ. It fits his playstyle extensively, and it looks like Wolves actually are going to ban the Graves away, afraid that Warwick might be first picking it. We see a Thresh ban coming in from Warwick, so maybe they don't think Surface's Fiora is worth a ban, but we'll see.
Yeah, definitely not going for that one in the first 2 rounds. Will they go with the last one? We'll have to see. Set, Graves, Nidalee, and Thresh obviously all taken off the table. So those early aggressive, powerful junglers that we've been liking to watch have been taken off the table. And the Varus is going to be the final ban. So Surface has his pick of the litter in terms of top laners. Does this mean that he might go for the first set of picks just so that he's guaranteed something like the Fiora that could be targeted in the second round? Or do you think they're going to keep him so that he can have that counter pick that he loves so much?
Well, we've actually seen in their previous games that teams end up dropping 4 or 5 bans on him in some games. So if you have that many options, if there's not a single top lane ban with the exception of Set, you can just leave that till the second phase, especially since he likes that counter pick. You don't need to pick Fiora, even if it is maybe his prioritized champion. But with the Varus ban, it tells me that Koki does not want to play it. And the first pick, Ivern. We saw Hattie Matty actually play this in the first day of qualifiers to a decent level of success. It was against the weaker team of Lions Creed. But it looks like Warwick are saying, we just want Ivern. It's been a while since I've seen a first pick Ivern. There's champions like Syndra still up, so we'll see how that pans out.
Ash is going to be the lock-in for Haya over on the side of Wolves. Quite an interesting champion, obviously, with the Varus being taken away. There are maybe better options at Marksman, though.
To an extent, champions like Kalista and Syndra are up. It looks like Wolves might just be taking Syndra there. And we have been told that Ashe is actually a Philios. Some players just don't have every champion, so that is a placeholder. Makes a little bit more sense. Still a bit odd to pick these champions this early. Essentially, half the strength of Syndra is that flex potential. Now we do know, Warwick as well knows that Syndra's going mid, Philios is going bottom. And Warwick are responding with Pike Veigar, which is people say Veigar is a scaling lane, but actually with the Pike, you can hook people into that cage. At level 6, with the Veigar ultimate, the Pike ultimate, that's actually a pretty aggressive kill lane once they get those ultimates.
And that's not to say that Veigar doesn't scale exceptionally well, and he's an absolute menace in team fights. Massive stun with that cage, and just able to put out loads of DPS, loads of AoE damage as well. And of course, the ultimate is just executing whoever and whatever. But looking at the Wolves pickup, they've gone for the Nunu, so we've got a couple of not necessarily like unseen junglers, but a couple of more unorthodox playstyles.
Yeah, there's definitely an odd first 3 picks for Warwick, and then the Nunu, definitely a potential answer in Ivern. Some of junglers have a hard time dealing with Ivern's bizarre clear, and Nunu historically is very strong in the early game just because he has that consume to secure a camp regardless. I would have liked to see Olaf. They were hovering it. Very good into Ivern, really good into Veigar. Fits Hattie Matty's playstyle in terms of early aggression and clear, but Nunu does have its place in some compositions, especially since Warwick right now does not have a lot of damage. Having a tanky champion like Nunu able to frontline tank that cage potentially can give them some opportunities, but I do just think it's a bit difficult to play Nunu into Veigar, as while you're rolling up that biggest snowball ever, he's just going to drop the cage in front of him and just deny any opportunity for you to get involved. So we'll see how this pans out for Hattie Matty. And we see the Morgana ban, very normal ban for when you're playing a hook champion like Pike. And Renekton banned away from Dard Hong. Strong blind pig top laner that deals very well into split pushers like Aurelia and Fiora that currently are still not being targeted. So Surface still has his pick of the litter, and it looks like once again they're saving his pick for last.
Yeah, not going to be going with anything. A ban actually being left open from Wolves, decided they didn't want to use their 5th ban. The Nautilus will be utilised by Grey Warwick, taking that one off the board alongside the Morgana. So Still the Fiora up, still the Camille up. There are still lots of options in that top side for Surface, and now we're going to see what's going to be taken at the support role. You've got to imagine if they want to give Surface that good matchup.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason not to take support here. You see the Pyke. I'd expect, I mean, there's plenty of options available that, yeah, you essentially Lulu with Philios, the scaling there is unreal. Once you get to 1 or 2 items, Lulu has a strong laning phase if she can avoid the hooks. So essentially just defaulting into what you'd call a skill matchup, just saying, okay, yeah, you might have a hook, you might be able to get on top of me, but I just have better movement, I'll be able to dodge it. Opting into essentially just, as I said, a skill matchup. We'll see if DK can maybe try to impact that. And we do see the Hecarim top here. It has been getting some popularity now that Hecarim was buffed in the last patch, an extra 5 damage on his Q, an ability he spams every couple seconds. So makes his laning phase pretty strong. And we could see Surface's Fiora. This is historically was Hecarim favored because Hecarim gets to go Ignite, Teleport, doesn't really utilize the Flash as a horse. So we'll see if Surface is defaulting into a skill matchup that is Hecarim favored. And we also saw the Zed coming in from Erasu. So another very strong assassin that he seems to prioritize playing, because we saw Diana in the last game did actually pretty well. So a champion like that can snowball in mid lane might be what they need. Decently into Syndra. Laning phase will be hard if he doesn't get a lead, and I do think he'll have a hard time killing a champion when there's a Lulu and a Nunu just kind of providing that kind of utility in frontline, but we'll see.
I'm really fascinated by this whole champ select, especially from Grey Warwick.
Yeah.
They've gone for a lot of champions that we don't get to see too much of. Like Zed mid has been picked up, a champion we don't get to see hilarious amounts of, and it just kind of was like, yeah, Zed mid, this is what this is because there's been so much weirdness already. But the Hecarim top is something that's definitely caught me off guard, at least.
Yeah, it has been getting some extra popularity just because of those buffs, and it does do decently into Fiora. Once it falls behind, it's gonna keep dying, but the same goes for Fiora, and Hecarim gets the Ignite advantage. So this is honestly a very crazy draft for Warwick, I'll say that, similar to their last game. Just across the board, if you just look at their composition, it's a Hecarim, Ivern, Zed, Veigar, Pyke. Definitely a solo queue kind of draft, but there are a lot of snowballing windows there. You have Zed that can just take over a game. Hecarim, no one likes playing against a fed Hecarim. And the Veigar Pyke has a lot of kill pressure at level 6 and has a lot of zone control going into mid game. So we'll see how this Ivern works out. This was first picked by Warwick. Has a lot of utility to potentially facilitate his laners. Meanwhile, Hattie Matty, someone that we know is notoriously an aggressive jungler, has decided to opt into the Nunu, which is a little bit odd to me. Honestly, I have no idea how this game's going to pan out. I have no idea what's going to happen. Surface got his Fiora. We'll see.
It's going to be, giving the Surface that Fiora, it makes that top lane even more exciting because, as you say, it could go either way, and if one of them gets ahead, it's going to be very, very difficult for the other one to get into the game. But I am really interested to see how Hattie Matty plays this Nunu, because you said the aggressive player, we saw it yesterday, then literally taking over games in the early stages. Nunu is a champion that can be quite aggressive, going into the enemy jungle, stealing away camps and maybe scrapping a little bit, but definitely a very different champion to someone like that Nidalee or Graves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now, just so our viewers are informed, that the Ashe is the Philios, is just a placeholder pick because Surface did not own the champion. But overall, very interesting compositions coming out from both teams. Champions we don't really see that often. Surface on his Fiora, one of his notorious champions that he's played consistently and has been permanently banned so far in the open qualifier, being left open in the close. So I'm excited to see how this top lane matchup goes. Hecarim and Fiora, Ignite advantage towards Hecarim. And how TK performs on this Ivern. Will it be that Nightmare Ivern that just ends up setting up ganks everywhere, gets that Ardent Sensor, gets that redemption, just makes it impossible for anybody to die on his team and just dropping bushes for sieges? Or will this just be that Ivern where you get in your solo queue game that can't do his own camps, walks up, dies, and you're just pinging him for the rest of the game? We'll see.
I think there's a couple of questions that I need to be asking about this Fiora pick, because more on a Grey Warwick side, do you think that allowing this Fiora to get all the way through pick and ban, with everyone knowing that this is one of Surface's best champions, do you think it's a lack of research? Do you think it's a lack of respect? Or do you think it's just confidence that we're going to be able to beat this with our Hecarim top? Looks like we might have lost Daruk there, or we might have lost me. It could. Okay, it's Daruk who's we've lost. Okay, well, welcome to the Vibrant Show. Going through with my high-level analysis of these two rosters. Of course, looking through both of them. Remember that Ashe is Aphelios. I know Daruk did mention that a little earlier, but going for that proxy pickup and.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay.
I can hear you. Got an interesting little buzzing noise as well, accompanying you. But hey, so Daruk still with us, just sorting out a couple of audio issues, but really fascinating drafts for both of these teams, and somehow there's the crickets again. Hello.
Okay, I'll sort that out. Sorry about that.
He's popping in and out. This is great, but sorry for the little bit of delay. Of course, we're a proxy pick. We do need to wait for the teams to go back through that pick and ban phase. But now you can see on your screen, see just the two drafts we've got with the Summoners Company. Of course, the Ignite and Ghost coming in from the Hecarim does give them an Ignite advantage, but does allow Surface a little bit more global pressure to be able to teleport in, out, and all about. And looking towards that bot side, the Aphelios going for that cleanse and little with the heal. Quite defensive Summoners. They don't want to get caught out by the Vigar in the early stages, with Koki going for that teleport and the Pike going for the Ignite. Going to be much more aggressive and much more wanting to start off fights.
Oh. How does it sound now?
It's still got the like
it's still
buzzing. Yeah.
Unfortunate. I might have to change headsets right now. So you guys can see that happen. But sorry about this, guys.
No worries. We'll get to see Daruk playing hardware repair as I take you through the Jason Derulo solo style of the start of the game. I'm just looking through these rosters and I'm just baffled. And I'm not the wisest of casters at the best of times. But hopefully we'll be able to get into game pretty shortly. We're just going to be looking over these keystones. Of course, you can see nothing too bizarre on either side. Obviously, Vigar taking that Glacial Augment does allow him to stick people a little bit better. Doesn't need the damage from something like Arcane Comet because he's already doing absurd amounts with his combo anyway. And of course, Ivan going for that area to help him keep people alive. Going to be a helpful chap with those shields and also helping with those engagements, providing utility. That is still crickety.
That's very bizarre. I'm not too sure what's going on right now. Let me take a second.
Well, you know what? This is all part of the fun, isn't it? This is UK scene to a T. Our producer is now working with him in order to try and resolve this issue as soon as possible, but you could be stuck with your boy Viperoon once again. Hope everyone's doing well. Of course, this is the UKLC closed qualifiers. We're on to our first elimination game between Grey Warwick and Wolves. Winner of this best of 3 series will go forward to another game that we'll be covering directly after this one, and the loser will be going home. And by home, we mean back to Newell, back to the UKEL, basically wherever these teams have come from. But very excited to see if we can get Daruk back and with us. Oh, he's back!
He got pitched. All right.
Oh, I love that. Welcome back.
I mean, I don't really know what happened there, but we are back. So seems that we are in game pause right now.
Yeah, we're just getting towards it. I've been asked for a fun fact. Did you know that Maokai has the highest attack speed of any champion at level 1?
I did know that. Some people take just attack speed runes too and start level 1, just start smacking people with them.
Just the tree just backhanding people across the map. But yeah, just been looking through these keystones. Obviously, there's nothing super exciting here, but do you want to talk us through a couple of these?
Yeah, so right now we see that Veigar has gone with the Glacial Augment, so he is going to be going towards the slow route where he's going to be taking the GLP, he's going to be taking the Twin Shadows, and they're just going to be looking for picks. Essentially, two facilitators on the composition of Warwick, with Ivern and Veigar setting up kills for the Assassins, Pike, and Zed, and that engage from Dart Hong on Hecarim. Frankly, I think this is a really, again, solo queue-esque comp from Grey Warwick, going to be really aggressive, looking to just find kills wherever they can. And meanwhile, Resolve might take it a bit slower. They have the scaling with Fiora and Lulu Aphelios, but it looks like there's already going to be a level 1 invade coming in from Warwick.
Are moving in towards the top side as we get onto the rift. Surface needs to be careful, might be caught napping here as he will get rooted up. Does have the flash made and will be looked to slide, but the flash is failed. The ignite ticks down and first blood goes to Erisu on the Zed.
Yeah, just not ready for that level 1 invade. Blows his flash, goes down, and notably, he has taken ignite instead of teleport. So he wants to match this Hecarim's ignite. He wants to look for that early kill. And they're going to continue cheesing him. TK, Send, and Hong are going to be here to catch Surface as he walks back in the lane. That might be just another kill.
You might be looking to catch onto it. Surface needs to be careful, but they're looking for the root. They're going to get the hook in as well. No flash available on the Fiora. Are they going to look for Tower Dive? Ghost has been used, and TK with Jam picks up a second onto Surface. They gave him his favorite champion, and then proceed to just crush his dreams.
That is absolutely brutal. If you are Surface, doesn't have teleport, going to miss out on some CS as well as he walks back in the lane. 0-2 at 1.5 minutes, 1:45. Zed getting that first blood kill, gets a longsword. This is the perfect start for Grey Warwick. You've got this snowball comp, you've got all these assassins, and all this kill threat on your team, so getting an early lead like this is exactly what you want.
Dart Hong going to be going back, picking up some items for himself to try and make this match. Oh, no, not even, just with the corrupting pot. Going to be moving back to lane, doesn't want to be fighting on half health. Of course, he did tower dive level 1. Which sounds crazy until you realise that he's got 2 assists and hasn't died yet. But moving across the rest of the map, obviously Zed does have the advantage of that longsword. Excellent beginning for him. Bot side, pretty much untouched. A couple of assists won't mean very much in the grand scheme of things. And is this going to be where Wolves now need to start looking around? Because this is the only lane that's going to be on real parity in the early stages.
Yeah, it looks like TK was looking for a gank bot side, but going to be zoned off. And yeah, frankly, I think he wants to really look for this mid lane if you are TK, because you want to shut down this Syndra early. Surface going for a small trade. But while Zed has that kill, getting Syndra's flash is, I think, one of the most important parts of the early game here, and it looks like TK is going in to help him out. This early lane is actually pretty hard. Zed is a melee champion in a Syndra, really easy to get abused, even with that longsword advantage. Matty looking for a gank mid, just throws a snowball at him, walks away. But overall, Wolves just want to slow this game down to an extent, right? They have the Fiora, they have the Aphelios Lulu. They're just playing the scaling game. This scuttle might be contested. Surface does have priority.
TK needs to be careful, has to flash away from Surface and Hattie Maddie, who do rotate down, and this means that Nunu will be able to pick up this Scuttle Crab. The second one hasn't been taken yet though, so could give TK the opportunity to rotate around and try and take it, but on the Ivern, of course, clearing is a little bit different. T-Ball goes low, though. Ignite coming down from Zach, and there are already people in the place to assist. But T-Ball's actually going to survive. No one's going to be there already, and they're going to be able to pick up the couple of kills on to T-Cake with Jam. That's going to almost even up the scoreline. It's 2-3 currently, and that's an excellent rotation for Wolves.
Yeah, definitely a dynamic shift here. We see Send on the Pike getting out-roamed by no one on Lulu, just because they do have that lane priority. Aphelios Lulu shoves pretty hard. Veigar Pike don't really have any wave control until later in the game when they have the kill threat at level 6. So no one using that wave priority to help out his mid laner. And here we can just see this level 1. Surface just not expecting 5 people to be top. Messes up his flash, dies to the ignite. And then he's just going to die again here as he walks back in the lane, gets cheesed again, and starts the game 0-2. A bit unfortunate, but hasn't really heavily impacted his lane matchup. Just as a note, like Dart Hong here is getting engaged on and is actually going to go down 1v1. So honestly, Surface is not bothered at all. Hecarim didn't even take teleport, took Ghost and Ignite. Got all the help in the world, 2 kills on the Fiora from the get-go, and he's still getting solo killed. Yeah, he didn't pick up any kills, but 2 assists at level 1 is still huge.
He's looking for this fight though, a level down. Dart Hong does need to be a little bit careful, does have the Ghost Evader, will now pop it and the Ignite down as well. Surface will be going very low, and there's the windmill to secure Dart Hong the kill, the 1-for-1 once again. These top players just love fighting at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, just back and forth, back and forth. No one might be getting ganked here, flashes out. And
ooh, Koki needs to be careful, gonna be burnt down by Haya as it's now a 2v2, but Nunu coming in looking for the Tokyo Drifters. Haya and no one move towards their tower, but TK needs to be very careful. Does manage to dodge out from the snowball and could well go down. Will be able to do so. Haya stays alive, and now Pyke is gonna have to move back. Send should be safe as members are pretty low, but Send actually moving forward, wanting to try and get some more damage down, but may have overstepped. Teleport coming in from Greg Warwick behind the bot lane, and the stun does not land, but no one is up creek, nowhere to go, and should fall down. Actually very speedy, the stun comes through, the cage is going to keep him in place. Stunned, grabbed, and taken down. T-Bar actually going to get the kill in the mid lane onto the dead as we continue. Lulu, you've got to die, thank you. I called Lulu dying about 8 times in that play, but finally she goes down.
all right, well, 10 kills at 6 minutes, all over the place. Arisu, again, this matchup, he got that first blood, and he is, what are you doing? Just goes in and dies instantly. Maybe didn't think Tibor had mana. Not too sure, but honestly, Warwick with the cheese start, and then it's just going south from there. Yes, Dart Hong did manage to pick up a solo kill after he got solo killed. Both top laners just putting it down on both ends. Just whoever has Ignite seems to be winning the trade. Looks like Dart Hong is looking to go in, backs off. And
the ult back in though, wants to get on this fight, but Fiora doesn't ult, but does have the Ignite. Will she be able to stay alive long enough? No, she won't, as the shield comes in from TK with Jam to help secure that kill for the Hecarim. That's his second of the game.
Yeah, and this seems like this is why they didn't ban the Fiora. Dart Hong very comfortable in this matchup, clearly. Picks the Hecarim, says, go ahead, Surface, pick your Fiora, pick your Aurelia, pick your Camille, I'll win. And he does. Gets the solo kill. The Fiora has no teleport, is still relatively even in CS, but 2 plates down, 1-4 at 7 minutes, not ideal start. Meanwhile, Tibor with a 2-0, Aphelios with a 2-0 lead. So far, a really hectic game, not a significant gold lead for either team.
All stun onto Ivor, and Tibor has found him and is looking to get the kill. And so much damage going through from this mid laner, and that's the 3rd kill for Tibor and Syndra.
Yeah, so just constant action, people getting caught left and right, individuals finding plays, and what I thought was going to be a slow game for Wolves never is, even though they have the Lulu Aphelios, even though they have the Fiora, constant action, and again, this Syndra pick for Tibor looking fantastic. This Pyke does look on a kill for Aphelios, but he does get zoned out, and then Nunu looking in on TK, has a level lead, has to get flashed out.
Halimari now needing to move away from the junglers. Dang. Dart Hong will be rotating around, but Surface now trying to get the play in the bush. Not going to be able to do so, but does have some support. Dart Hong goes pretty deep, gets knocked up, takes a lot of damage from the Syndra and might go down. Will go down. It's going to be Surface picking up that kill in revenge for what happened earlier. Erisu coming in, gets the ultimate down onto Syndra, who does not have ultimate available. 1 kill, 2 kills for the Zed. Doesn't decide to chase onto Fiora, but that's a nice bit of shutdown gold in the pocket of the Ninja.
And we go into a pause. So a huge shutdown for Zed. Again, a lot of kills going on this early, and it seems that Warwick's AD carry is disconnected. So we'll be trying to figure out what happens, and he logs back in. But so far, this is looking like an LPL game at this rate. Everybody's just fighting constantly.
Something that might be interesting to note, I'm just hearing word in chat that Resolve and Viperia are through to Sunday, which would be a massive upset if that were the case. That means that London would have lost out on their matchup, which is a roster that we all thought would be very, very strong, looking to dominate this first day. But that does mean that Grey Warwick and Wolves will be coming up against Bulldog in that final matchup. So the winner of this will be going up against Bulldog, the loser will be going home, and then the winner of the Bulldog versus winner of this game will be going through to Sunday's games.
Yeah, very surprising result. London Esports being kind of touted as the undisputed best team in this close qualifier. So them dropping game is quite interesting. So well done to Viperio for taking that win. I believe they were playing against them. But here we're going back in the game. So far, there is a small gold lead on the Wolves end. We've seen consistently Wolves do manage to get early game leads. Haya and No One with a very comfortable lead at this point against their respective opponents. But Zed, going from a hard losing lane against a 3-0 Syndra, actually has a gold lead now after getting those 2 kills and that big shutdown on Syndra. And this is exactly what you want as Zed. Once you get that lead, once you get that lethality, Syndra still doesn't have Zonias or Stopwatch. Starts becoming a very vulnerable target.
And showed off in that last fight how vulnerable she can be, because yes, she did manage to pick up the kill. It looked really good for Wolves, but then Erisu came in, decided to clean up the rift a little bit, and did secure a double kill, which is always great to see from a Zed. You want to see these assassins get these early kills so they can really put it on a clinic and dominate people in the later stages of the game in these teamfight situations. Grey Warwick have decided to go for this rift. Hell should be able to secure this. There doesn't look like any kind of contest coming in from Wolves, and this is a nice early objective to pick up.
Yeah, nice to see from Grey Warwick as they didn't pick up a single objective in their last game against Resolve, actually being mindful of playing for that Herald early. Both top laners going for that healing reduction, Bramble Vest on Hecarim, Executioners on Fiora, both of them running Conquer, both of them have so much innate healing in their kits, both good pickups, but it looks like this Hecarim's going to get a solo kill.
He's going forward again, looking for the damage. The Ignite's already rolling, there's no ultimate available for Surface, he can't get the last auto attack to secure the heal, and Darthog, honestly, putting on a clinic of his own.
Yeah, dropping the emote there, the Champion Mastery, and the Rift Herald coming in to secure first brick. This blind Hecarim pick really just paying off. Again, we thought maybe Warwick are ready for this Fiora, maybe they just weren't aware of it, but clearly Darthog blind picking that Hecarim, dominating this lane matchup. Really good early lead for him, and he gets first brick. They even up the gold, and so we'll see if this Fiora can scale into this matchup or will continuously fall behind. Phelios, Lulu still in a comfortable spot, very strong right now. They will just keep getting stronger. Looks like there's going to be some fighting here at Dragon.
TK needs to be careful, we'll be able to move away. Hattie Maddie, we did see recalling, trying to get back, but Ashley decided that he wanted to fight, and TK now doesn't have good vision on the Nunu. Can he stop the recall? He can actually. Nunu going to be cancelled by Nunu as Darthog moving in. This could be a big fight under this bot lane tower, but it looks like Wolves actually want to take the fight to Grey Warwick. Get the staff onto the island. T-Ball's moving down. Where's the stun? There it is. Has the ultimate available and will use it directly into the Ivan. Ivan goes down instantly. The cage is up. Darthog is needing to be careful. Will go down to higher. The Ignite busting on him as well. Erisu now looks like he wants to engage. Goes in onto Hattie Maddie. Will be able to get a kill. Will be taken down himself. It's currently 3-1 as No One higher and T-Ball look for more. Koki instead having to move away. Will there be any CC? Doesn't look like it, but that's an excellent fight for Wolves.
Yeah, this is absolutely disastrous for Grey Warwick as they essentially lose a 4v5 as Koki is looking for a solo kill. Oh, flashes the Pike ultimate.
Haya might be the one with the solo kill, you know, looking forward, but in the backside, Sen does get the kill onto No One. Does mean it will be a 2v1, and Koki's pretty low. Doesn't want to continue this fight, which means Sen has to be pretty careful. Ivern coming in, but I don't know about this fight. Haya does have a little bit of mana, does have some damage. Will the hook land? It will, and the stun will as well. TK with Jam gets the root, but I don't know if they have the damage to finish off Haya when he's this close to his tower. They're going to be forced to back away, and a brave play in the bot side from Ascend and TK, but luckily they don't lose anything.
Yeah, constant action, 22 kills at 13 minutes. And just to touch up on that last fight again, just really poor decision making coming in from Grey Warwick. Yes, they have 5 players against 4, but Hecarim didn't have ultimate. Oh, no one looks like he's caught.
Forward, going towards no one, but the hook wasn't landed. And Hattie Maddie is there to give some assistance to the Yordle. They're going to be able to move away. Blue buff should be secured pretty easily by Wolves. And again, nothing lost.
Yeah, Grey Warwick really want this dragon here. Hecarim moving down once again because that top tower is down, has 2 components of Trinity Force, and more importantly, actually has his ultimate now for this fight. So this will be looking a lot better for Grey Warwick, as it looks like Surface is freezing top lane, saying, okay, you know what, I'm just going to keep CSing, keep scaling. And I think Wolves are going to posture a little bit for this dragon, but really shouldn't commit. Fiora doesn't have teleport, took the ignite, and is freezing top. So, yep, just giving up the Mountain Drake for Fiora to catch back up. And finally, after quite a few fights, this Mountain Dragon is secured for Grey Warwick.
One apiece in terms of dragons. Inferno with the side of Wolves, Mountain with the side of Grey Warwick, and it's going to be an Ocean Rift sprouting up across the map. So we're going to see some additional plants and some healing as well. But looking across the teams, 14 minutes, plate's no longer there. Haya takes a lot of damage before backing away. Needs to be so careful of the Zed. And here comes Dard Hong going directly on Timor. The ignite comes down, the cage is up, but Timor actually gets the first kill of the fight. Will be able to secure the kill on Zed before they go down. One apiece, but in the mid lane, this allows the push to go Grey Warwick's favor.
Yeah, this is the drawback of holding a freeze top lane, is that Dart Hong says, okay, whatever, man, I'll drop some waves, I'm going to take Dragon, I'm going to dive your mid laner, we'll take mid tower. And it also looks like Erisu's getting pressure bot lane. So Wolves, with their early lead, are starting to fall apart a little bit, as even though the gold is even, the tower difference is 3-0, as Erisu picks up this bot tower, just letting the creeps die a little bit. They lose mid tower, and they lost top to that earlier Herald. Right now, even in gold, there is that gold lead on the bot lane of Wolves. So the scaling of Aphelios, of Lulu, still coming into play. But we'll see if the actual team fight and snowballing potential of Grey Warwick, if they can find those windows, find those picks like they have been, will be able to carry them out through this early game and mid game.
Moving into that mid-game stage, of course, those neutral objectives are going to become more and more vital as the second Rift Herald and the third Dragon will start spawning onto the Rift. Koki on the side might look for a cage. Will he be able to land one? Will catch no one higher in it, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. Surface on the side looking for the fourth auto attack and the heal. There it is, as Surface picks up his third kill of the game, now marching forward looking for the tower. But members of Grey Warwick are on the side looking to keep this one alive, and they've got a decent amount of wave clear. Hook lands onto T-Ball, but there's going to be no follow-up. It's a little bit too dangerous to dash forward without Dard Hong and Koki there. So Wolves going marshaled off.
Yeah, Koki having to be a little bit more careful about how he drops his cage. And again, we see why this new pick into Ivern is so effective. As
so much damage.
One shot.
Eris is looking for a bit more, gonna get stunned up by T-Ball and does get taken out. Higher needs to be careful. TK backing away. Here comes the snowball. Will it land? It will, even though Hattie Maddie is dragged away. We're gonna see a double kill coming in for T-Ball. A lot of kills on this Syndra right now, and Wolves are gonna be able to move away. Second Rift Herald's on the map, and that's where they're headed. But T-Ball needs to be careful, looking for the stun, but gets stunned up himself, gets taken out himself, and Koki's like, oh, I see your ult as a kill button, so is mine, as he picks up the kill.
This constant back and forth here. The second you think one team's got an advantage, the other team throws it right back. And so right now, Erisu getting that solo kill on no one, gets killed by T-Bor, and then T-Bor just gets caught out by Koki and Send. Again, this kill threat from the Pike, the Veigar cage, locking him down, makes it so hard to actually avoid the double ultimate execution from Veigar Pike. And right now, it looks like Grey Warwick will pick up that second Herald of the game. Again, even in gold, even though they have a 3-tower advantage just because of that CS and gold discrepancy in the bot lane primarily. We'll see if this Pike and Veigar can continue to find the picks that they're looking for, or if this will get to a point where Aphelios Lulu can just deal with the assassin and kill threat from Grey Warwick. But it's still a long ways away. You're still looking for 3-4 items before Aphelios really becomes that 1v9 hyper carry.
A lot of champions can become pretty strong. Koki has caught Higher in the box. A lot of damage coming down onto the Aphelios. It's half health by that Vargar pickup. Of course, this champion is just going to keep scaling and scaling, gaining more and more AP and really becoming a menace. Because if you look at the build right now, the Hextech Hosepipe and the Twin Shadows aren't going to be actually providing that much AP, but now he's going to be able to start looking towards that Death Cap, that Void Staff, which is really when he's going to start to sting.
Yeah, absolutely. Veigar just gets stronger and stronger as he keeps going, and right now we're seeing that Surface managed to get somewhat of a CS lead with that early power down, but Darthong is going in on Nunu. Looks like there's another fight. Nope. As both teams seem to back off, just a little bit of skirmishing here as they contest vision, but Surface has actually managed to get an early, a later CS lead as Koki looks for another pick.
Hattie Matty has been caught out, has to flash away from the cage, but now we're going to see Darthong in the back line. That's a massive Yeti though. Timor goes low, but does manage to dive away. Darthong now is in trouble, but look at Erisu on the side. He's gone to higher, but has been taken out himself and doesn't manage to get the assassination. Now the rest of the team from Wolves are collapsing onto the pony. How quickly can he run? Not far enough as Hattie Matty picks up the second kill of the fight. T-Gig is taken out on the other side with no one in higher, managing to secure that one. Wolves take out 3 members and are looking towards the Dragon.
This is the second 4v5 that Wolves have managed to win against Grey Warwick, and a lot of that is just off of the back of a really bad Pike ultimate coming out from Sen, just trying to execute targets that are about 70% health. Erisu doesn't manage to find a solo kill either with his assassination, with his death mark. We see an engage on the Nunu. He heals up with Consume. Guess he didn't expect the healing coming out from Nunu. Koki gets zoned out by Syndra, and we see Erisu looking for this kill on Haya, but Aphelios with red weapon with Lulu makes it so hard, even as a Zed, to actually get a kill here. And yeah, 4v5. Grey Warwick just get pretty much routed 3-0, while Surface just continues to farm and takes top tower. This Aphelios is looking really scary and getting to that point where even the assassins can't target him. So far, Wolves actually playing the scaling game.
The assassins are able to kill this Aphelios while Lulu is about, and as soon as you have to start targeting Lulu, that's when Aphelios is like, okay, that's fine. You can attack my support because I'm just going to kill you. And that is something that Wolves will be aware of. That's something that Grey Warwick will be becoming increasingly aware of. And this is where Wolves really start to shine compositionally. Now, no one has to be a little bit careful stepping forward, trying to clear out. There are members of the enemy team there. Send and Koki might be looking for a catch. Big slow, big stun onto the Lulu. Can they catch her out for free? The ultimate on herself, and they will be able to secure that one. Send getting the death from below, and that might be a pretty decent catch. Sadly, only found on the map, and look at TK going so low. The shield will keep him alive for now. Will he be able to survive? He will with the redemption as the last thing of exhaust comes down. T-Ball forced to flash away. Big cage onto high. He's going to be taken out as well. That's a big shutdown as T-Ball on the backline needs to be careful. Does get death from below once again, and Hattie Matty looking to bring the frost, looking to bring the absolute zero, but all he's going to bring is his own death as Koki picks up that one. That is almost an ace. As Surface is the only member surviving for Wolves, and he's bot lane.
Much better fight coming out from Grey Warwick. Again, this 4v5 as Surface continues to split push. Again, took the ignite, so will never be getting involved in these fights if he's playing the side lane game. And this time, it starts off with a pick on the Lulu, that facilitator that stops these assassins from actually finding those targets. And once she goes down, Aphelios becomes a lot easier to target. Syndra gets caught out, and across the board, we see Warwick take the fight, but it doesn't look like they can do this Baron.
Teleport is coming in. It's only Lulu to contest for now. Darthong might look to try and get on Koki. Will force the flash away with the cage, and now will turn directly onto the Baron. Send it so low that we'll be able to get it. Surface has actually got the kill on the bot side as we go into a split screen. No one still looking to contest. High is turning up. Baron will be secured by Grey Warwick, but now they have to be in full retreat. Darthong is really quick to escape though, as 4 members will be able to get away for now. But on the bot side, Surface will be able to get some damage on the turret.
Yeah, again, this game does not slow down. Very close, little bit risky of a Baron take, but they do secure it. Erisu does go down in the 1v1 against Surface as he tries to defend bot side. Doesn't end up taking anything besides that inner tower bot lane, but gets a kill, has scaled up, has got a huge CS lead for himself and an experience lead after that atrocious early game he had. But that's at the cost of his team losing that topside fight and Baron. We'll see if Grey Warwick will be able to use this Baron buff to potentially look for a siege. Again, their siege is pretty scary. They've got Vhagar, they've got Pike. They can look for those picks with those slows as we've been seeing. As Wolves try to defend their base, especially if Surface is going to keep continuing to split push, but I expect he's going to group up with his team while Warwick has Baron.
This Baron is a great opportunity for Grey Warwick to try and get back into this game just a little bit. Do have a gold lead, in fact, but Wolves, that was pretty much all picked up in that last play. Wolves still in a reasonably okay position, just need to be able to defend against these Baron and pushes and maybe take another decent fight for themselves. But right now, Dardhong is bringing those minions bot, and there are so many members of Grey Warwick waiting in the wings. We could see a fight in the offing.
Dardhong moving in, but looks like Daisy will get taken down as they secure this inner tower in the bot side for Grey Warwick. They're going to call it a day here, move up to mid as Arisu rotates mid lane from top. Surface continuing to split push, saying, okay, I don't really care if they have Baron. I just trust my team to be able to hold the base here as he splits top side. I would like Warwick to try to punish this again. He doesn't have teleport, but looks like Dardhong will just back and try to contest and defend this tower as Warwick looks for this Drake.
Dardhong does make quick work of the wave, and TK Consent going to be starting up that dragon. Not going to do it super quickly, but they do have the damage dealers in the wings looking to keep the members of Wolves at bay, as Dardhong will keep Surface top. Look at both of these screens. The dragon will be falling, and it's going to be secured immediately by Grey Warwick. They're going to be able to back away from that one, really alleviating any kind of pressure. But Dardhong has actually decided to ult in, which may have been a mistake, as Surface instantly slaps back, getting a lot of damage and forcing Hecarim to recall, go back to base. And now Higher moving forward, tries to catch on the Koki. Will be able to do so. A lot of damage coming through onto the Vhagar, but flashes into the stun. The ultimate is huge from Lulu and from Koki, who's going to be forced to flash away on a sliver of health. Wolves almost managed to pick up the Vhagar, but fails to do so, and the fight may well continue. Daisy stepping forward, but they're the only one that's going to be going down as everyone backs away.
Arisu continuing to split bot lane as Surface backs for it, and you can just see what the cost of Hecarim's constant grouping has been, as Surface is now heavily winning this 1v1 after the laning phase that he just lost. So there is a cost to constantly grouping, and that is falling behind in CS, falling behind in experience. He did get his team a nice gold lead, got his team a Baron, but it didn't look like they could actually get anything of value with this Baron. And Sen just gets caught out.
Sen gets caught out, but does manage to survive. A lot of shielding coming through from the Ivan will keep him about half health, and he should be able to regen with that plant. So a lot of use there and nothing gained for Wolves. Going to be forced to keep on the defense. Of course, Baron is now off the table as Koki does go below half health again, but they've caught out. T-Bot has to go golden to avoid the damage after being stunned and will be forced to back away. But look at this fight. It's so in the middle. Arisu coming through, but the first foot kill does go down to Surface on the Fiora. And now Dardhong needs to be really careful. Going to be galloping away on that Hecarim. Koki also very, very low. Higher moving forward. Can't quite get anything he needs. Hattie Maddie looking to move forward with that snowball and that move speed, but the cage will keep everyone else at base. Surface does get stunned, but there's no slow to be had on the Nunu. Koki can't escape, and he's going to go down. Fiora getting another shutdown.
Looks like the scaling's finally coming in for Wolves, and once again a missed Pike ultimate that just doesn't get any execution, probably because of the Lulu defending whoever was getting targeted. But yeah, just taking a straight up 5v5 against a composition like this with Warwick's composition. You have a Zed, you have a Vhagar Pike that want to be looking for picks.
Looking for the engage. The snowball coming through by Hattie Maddie, unable to land it, and will be forced to back away. The mid tower inner will be taken as Wolves decide to reset.
Yeah, I think this game's just going to keep getting harder for Grey Warwick as Zed has started to miss out on his window where he can kill most people on the map. Nunu too tanky. I think Fiora actually beats him in the 1v1. Syndra has her Zonias, and Aphelios has Phantom Dancer with a Lulu sitting on top of him. So unless Warwick can split this map up again, find those picks with that Pike Vhagar, and then let Zed assassinate an individual target, I don't really see Grey Warwick able to win these fights. We just saw them take that 5v5, and it looked like Wolves didn't even take any damage there, just because of the Nunu sustain, the Fiora healing, and then Lulu just buffing up those carries. Wolves, for the first time, I can say have scaled. In the past, they've usually been the team playing for early game. So we'll see if Grey Warrior can find those picks. Again, you have the Veigar, you have the Pike. If someone's out of position, like that last Baron play where Lulu just got caught, you can win a fight. But it becomes increasingly more difficult.
They're going to have to bring more and more skill to the table in order to take these fights and to win out, because right now taking the objective isn't really possible without getting the fight first, because otherwise you will just be contested and you will lose a lot of health to the Baron as is. Not to mention all the damage coming out from people like Haya and Tibor, so you're going to have to be careful or look for a pick there. Of course, Surfers doesn't really like being all that near his team, but is moving in now. Not going to land the hook, even though he goes fishing. Koki looking for the box. Can he land it? The slow will land onto Haya, who's going to have to use the cleanse to get away. Hattie Matty in the backline of the enemy team, just causing a little bit of a problem and going for that absolute zero. T-Kick has already fallen. Haya picking up the first kill of the fight. It's going to be Wolves who actually managed to pick up the pick as they look to move forward. But look at Zed in the top side, did get that inner tower, maybe looking for more. Recall coming in from Surfers as Dard Hong looks to do the same thing mid. Send takes taken low, but does manage to survive. Koki will not be able to do damage to Tibor while he's golden, and does allow the Syndra to float away up in the top side. Erisu coming in, but we're looking like he's going to be forced away. Surfer's going to be chasing him, but Erisu might be able to flash backwards, will be able to get out just for now. But now Surfers has got on top of him. The fight is going to kick off. Erisu knows he can't win this fight though, and burns down. Looking at Baron now, it's going to be Wolves trying to start this one up, and it looks like they're going to handshake with Grey Warwick moving towards the dragon.
Yeah, I don't even know if they can secure this dragon. This Baron is going down pretty quickly, and yeah, at this point, Grey Warwick are just losing their window. They might be able to burn down this dragon before Wolves appear. It looks like they will just get out, potentially. No, new snowballs coming in.
Dragon has been secured. Dart Hong and Veigar looking to go back. Send actually going to be able to get over the wall, as will the Hecarim. Actually, everyone getting there. Surface needs to be stunned up, can't be chasing on any further. And Nunu looking to Tokyo Drip, but does need to be careful that he doesn't overextend. Haya is with him, but that is 2v3, and that's a big kill from Koki coming in onto Tibor. Well, we traded 1-for-1 those. Haya gets the revenge kill, and now members of Wolves feeling confident to move forward with this Baron buff, knowing that they want to be getting the push down as soon as possible. And with Koki off the table, that's a lot of the threat from Grey Warwick neutralized.
Man, it looks like Wolves are going to escort this bot lane wave using the Baron to secure this tower. Zed looking for a kill and does no damage and gets absolutely blasted by Aphelios. Yeah, that's not a good look for your Zed if he's just going to get completely dominated. Maddie?
Hattie Matty's in the backline looking for the damage onto Dard Hong, who does look for the re-engage, trying to disrupt as much as possible, but just goes down surface, picking up that kill as no one will keep these minions barred up as they take the first inhibitor of the game. And honestly, it could be Wolves are looking for more. They do manage to get him to send, take him down to half health, but that's a big stun coming through from the Veigar, who has now respawned. The absolute zero coming through, but not going to land onto anyone particularly, as Hattie Matty forced to stagger away. The first tower does go down, surface caught in the cage once again, but does dive out. Higher is traded. Send will be able to get a kill as well, but Surface is still alive, still pretty healthy, and still looking to fight. Will be able to pick up one on to the Pike. That's a double kill. Will he be able to get T-Gate before the fountain? No, he will not, but the second Nexus tower does fall. Can Fiora stay alive? Can Hattie Matty and Fiora finish this game? Surface looking for the Nexus. Hattie Matty looking for the Nexus. Can Erisu and T-Gate defend this one? It's down to half health. Erisu has used the ultimate, trying to get onto Fiora. Will he be able to have the damage? Yes, he will, but he doesn't survive very long. Does manage to take out a priority target, but Fiora is still there. Tibor has now turned up as well. There's still death timers, but here comes Dard Hong, but he's stunned on Fountain, and that will be all that Wolves need to close out the first game.
Surface ended that game 10-5 after starting 1-4. Really good recovery from him on that Fiora, his best champion. And honestly, Grey Warwick, they found a lot of fights, they found a lot of good opportunities, but some of their execution just didn't quite get them the lead they needed to close out. The scaling coming in from Wolves with the Aphelios, Lulu, the Fiora just became too much. After about that 30-minute mark, they really needed to close out with that first Baron, and they just didn't really get anything of significance. Really back and forth game, a lot of kills. Hopefully the start of a very exciting series here as Wolves take the first game. I hope both of these teams can go back, address what they need to address, come back with a lot more energy, just like in this last game, and I hope we get another exciting game going into game 2.
That game was all action. Please, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. When we come back, we'll see if Wolves can claw their way to a 2-0 or if Grey Warwick can bite back. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a minute.
I mean, just back and forth, back and forth. No one might be getting ganked here. Flashes out. And
ooh, Koki needs to be careful. Going to be burnt down by Haya as it's now a 2v2. But Nunu coming in, looking for the Tokyo Drifters. Haya and no one move towards their tower. But TK needs to be very careful. Does manage to dodge out from the snowball and could well go down. Will be able to do so. Haya stays alive. And now Pike is going to have to move back. Send should be safe as members are pretty low. But Send actually moving forward, wanting to try and get some more damage down. But may have overstepped. Teleport coming in from Greg Warwick behind the bot lane. And the stun does not land. But no one is up creek. Nowhere to go. And should fall down. Actually very speedy. The stun comes through. The cage is going to keep him in place. Stunned, grabbed, and taken.
in this matchup, he got that first blood, and he is, what are you doing? Just goes in and dies instantly. Their team.
All stun onto Ivan. T-Ball has found him and is looking to get the kill on. So much damage going through from this mid laner. And that's the third kill for T-Ball and Syndra. Bush not going to be able to do so, but does have some support. Darnhog goes pretty deep, gets knocked up, he takes a lot of damage from the Syndra and might go down, will go down. It's going to be Surface picking up that kill in revenge for what happened earlier. Erisu coming in, gets the ultimate down onto Syndra, who does not have ultimate available. One kill, 2 kills for the Zed, doesn't decide to chase onto Fiora.
Have so much innate healing in their kits, both good pickups, but it looks like this Hakram's going to get a
he's
solo
going
kill.
forward again, looking for the damage. The Ignite's already rolling, there's no ultimate available for Surface, he can't get the last auto attack to secure the heal, and Darnhog will take the fight to Grey Warwick, get the staff onto the island. T-Ball's moving down, where's the stun? There it is, has the ultimate available and will use it directly into the Ivan. Ivan goes down instantly, the cage is up, Darnhog is needing to be careful, will go down to higher the Ignite busting on him as well. Erisu now looks like he wants to engage, goes in onto Hattie Manny, will be able to get a kill, will be taken down himself. It's currently 3-1 as no one higher, and T-Ball look for more. Koki and Send having to move away. Will there be any CC? Doesn't look like it, but that's an excellent fight for Wolves.
Yeah, this is absolutely disastrous for Grey Warwick as they essentially lose a 4v5 as Koki is looking for a solo kill. Oh, flashes the Pike ultimate.
Haya might be the one with the solo kill, you know, looking forward, but in the backside, Hong going directly on T-Ball. The Ignite comes down, the cage is up, but T-Ball actually gets the first kill of the fight. Will be able to secure the kill on the Send before they go down. One will catch no one higher in it, but he's taking a lot of damage himself. Surface on the side, looking for the fourth auto attack and the heal. There it is, as Surface picks up his third kill of the game, now marching.
Careful about how he drops his cage. And again, we see why this new pick into Ivern is so effective. As
so much damage.
One shot.
Eris is looking for a bit more, gonna get stunned up by T-Ball and does get taken out. Higher needs to be careful. TK backing away. Here comes the snowball. Will it land? It will, even though Hattie Matty is dragged away. We're gonna see a double kill coming in for T-Ball. A lot of kills on this Syndra right now, and Wolves are gonna be able to move away. Second Rift Herald's on the map, and that's where they're headed. But T-Ball needs to be careful. Looking for the stun, but gets stunned up himself, gets taken out himself, and Koki's like, oh, I see your ult is a kill button. So is mine, as he picks up the kill. Hattie Matty has been caught out, has to flash away from the cage, but now we're going to see Darnhog in the back line. That's a massive Yeti though. T-Ball goes low, but does manage to dive away. Darnhog now is in trouble. Look at Erisu on the side. He's gone to higher, but has been taken out himself and doesn't manage to get the assassination. Now the rest of the team from Wolves are collapsing onto the pony. How quickly can he run? Not far enough, as Hattie Matty picks up the second kill of the fight. TK gets taken out on the other side with no one in higher, managing to secure that one. Wolves take out 3 members and are looking towards the dragon. But members of the enemy team there, Send and Koki might be looking for a catch. Big slow, big stun onto the Lulu. Can they catch her out for free? The ultimate on herself, and they will be able to secure that one. Send getting the death from below, and that might be a pretty decent catch. Sadly, only Baron on the map, and look at TK going so low. The shield will keep him alive for now. Will he be able to survive? He will with the redemption as the last thing of exhaust comes down. T-Ball forced to flash away. Big cage onto high. He's going to be taken out as well. That's a big shutdown as T-Ball on the back line needs to be careful. Does get death from below once again, and Hattie Matty looking to bring the frost, looking to bring the absolute zero, but all he's going to bring is his own death as Koki picks up that one. That is almost an ace. As Surface is the only member surviving for Wolves, and he's bot lane. Below half health again, but they've caught out. T-Ball has to go golden to avoid the damage after being stunned and will be forced to back away. But look at this fight, it's so in the middle. Erisu coming through, but the first kill does go down to Surface on the Fiora, and now Darnhog needs to be really careful. Going to be galloping away on that Hecarim. Koki also very, very low. Higher moving forward, can't quite get anything he needs. Hattie Matty looking to move forward with that snowball and that move speed, but the cage will keep everyone else at bay. Surface does get stunned, but there's no slow to be had on the Nunu. Koki can't escape, and he's going to go down. Fiora getting another shutdown. Absolute Zero coming through, but not going to land onto anyone particularly, as Hattie Matty forced to stagger away. The first tower does go down. Surface caught in the cage once again, but does dive out higher. Is traded. Send will be able to get a kill as well, but Surface is still alive, still pretty healthy, and still looking to fight. Will be able to pick up one on two. The Pike, that's a double kill. Will he be able to get T-Gate before the fountain? No, he will not, but the second Nexus tower does fall. Can Fiora stay alive? Can Hattie Matty and Fiora finish this game? Surface looking for the Nexus. Hattie Matty looking for the Nexus. Can Arisu and T-Gate defend this one? It's down to half health. Arisu has used the Oliver, trying to get onto Fiora. Will he be able to have the damage? Yes, he will, but he doesn't survive very long. Doesn't matter to take out a priority target, but Fiora is still there. T-Ball has now turned up as well. There's still death timers, but here comes Dard Hong, but he's stunned on Fountain, and that will do. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the UKLC closed qualifiers. We're going into our second game between Wolves and Grey Warwick. I don't know why Grey Warwick is so hard for me to say. It just is. I'm Will Brown winning him. I'm joined by Doruk, and I'm pointing the right way this time. Get in. And we saw a very, very exciting first game in this series, and I'm looking forward to the second one.
Yeah, that was one of the bloodiest games I've seen in a while. It looked like we were looking at an LPL scrim. A lot of back and forth action. Really exciting game. Let's see if both teams can maintain that level of energy and action going to game two. I expect maybe some of these teams will maybe slow it down just a little bit after the first game, but who knows? Maybe these teams are more than happy to just keep up this pace. Other than that, I just am curious if there's going to be a change-up in draft for either of these teams. Warwick, again, with a very interesting draft coming out. Hecarim, Top, Ivern, Zed, Pike, Vhagar. Wolves with a little bit more standard kind of draft. Surface Honest Fiora, though. And he did have a really rough time in the early game, but came back. They played the scaling game without Lulu Aphelios. So we'll see if Warwick maybe decides to ban one of those champions, or they're just going to keep up the pace and say, next time, let's just try to close faster.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to have a quick check round to see how all the other games are going. So on screen, you should be able to see what's going on the DreamHack stream, of course. Hitrain and Orcs both taking you through Degree Sports versus August over there, as Degree Sports seem to have a 1-0 lead in this series as they've jumped into game number 2.
Yeah, seeing another Vhagar pick, this time by Barry in the mid lane. And Silas into Vega's Ornn. Vega we saw yesterday just playing Maokai and Soraka, so interesting to see him on that champion for the first time. Pretty interesting game for these two, as it seems like Degree took the first game. Orglis we saw yesterday with a pretty back and forth series against Wolves, ended up taking it 2-1 at the end of the day, so we'll see if they can maybe recover so they don't get knocked out.
Of course, that is the best of 3, so if Degree Sports win that one, they'll be able to go into the final and will knock out August. But in the other games we had today, Bulldog and London sadly lost out in their matches. Resolve and Viperio were victorious, and massive congratulations to those two rosters. They both already have their place in the Sunday games, and it's going to be Bulldog taking on the winner of our series and London taking on the winner of the DreamHack series.
Yeah, Resolve looking really good today and throughout this entire tournament. Again, one of the favorites coming into this entire thing. So congrats to them for making it through. Viperio, I think, with a little bit of an upset against London Esports, but we'll see if London can make their way back into the close qualifier going into day 2 on Sunday. But otherwise, looking at this game that we have right now, Grey Warwick versus Wolves, we should be heading into Champ Select shortly. And again, I think these games are really decided by draft, but Warwick consistently just having a hard time closing games. So in the first game against Resolve, they couldn't even get themselves involved. And then in that second game, constant action all over the place, but never really got a significant lead until they got that Baron, but couldn't quite close. So we'll see if they can either step up their scaling game or step up their aggression in the early game to actually close out. We're going to bans, same bans so far, Nidalee and Graves.
Yeah, starting off with those aggressive junglers being taken off the table, Fresh also being removed, and looking at these two teams on the same sides. We've got Grey Warwick on the blue side, we've got Wolves on the red side, so still looking to maybe give Surface that counter pick. It looked bad early for him last game, like really bad. But in the late game, he really made his skill and talent apparent.
Yeah, definitely played the freeze top lane for quite a long time, trusting his teammates to be able to hold the map while they played 4v5, and it ended up paying off. Warwick dropping that Varus ban they had in the last game for an Aphelios ban just because of Haya's performance in the previous game. And Wolves banning Ornn to deny Dardhong, the Ornn pick, which is interesting because it seems like he's more than comfortable just taking a carry top laner, pick Renekton in their first game of the day, now playing Hecarim. A little bit of a draft deviation. I wonder if Warwick are going to prioritize Varus, maybe Syndra, as Tibor was a huge force to be reckoned with on that pick.
Yeah, it's going to be the Syndra being locked in for Eristu in the mid lane. So, not an assassin like we saw him on last game, but definitely a very strong pick. Could even go to Koki in that bot side. Yeah. We saw him on the Vigar, so clearly comfortable on the mages.
Yeah, looks like Eristu is very comfortable playing assassins. This Katarina ban has been consistent against him. Played Diana, then Zed. Syndra seems a little bit out of his ballpark, but maybe he does play that champion. Who knows? That's the beauty of Syndra. It can be flexed. And Wolves are going to respond by taking that Varus. We saw them play Varus yesterday, paired it up with the Karma. So we'll see if that is the plan. And looks like Ivern is a contested pick in this game. Hattie Matty maybe locking it in.
As it should be. Ivern should always be a contested pick in my League of Legends. And there it is, going to be locked in. Does mean that the Karma is available for Grey Warwick if they want to try and snipe that one away. The Pike as well, still available. Send had a pretty effective performance on that champion, even in that last loss. So, going to be interesting to see what they decide to pair up with the either Syndra or the Marksman pick. But right now, TK with Jam hovering the Kha'Zix. Don't know how likely it is for that champion to be locked in, but could be an interesting deviation. But no, it looks like Renekton's going to be going into the hands of Dard Hong once again. And are we going to see another one of these weirder style of drafts from Grey Warwick?
Already looking like it if that's an actual Yorick. I'm not a huge fan of the Renekton this early, especially when we saw how good Dard Hong looked on that Renekton. But we'll see. So they do end up taking the Lulu to deny it from the Varus, deny it from no one. I would expect Wolves to match it with either an aggressive laner like Nautilus, Dutch's ban, but you could also take Karma, which matches well into the Lulu, pushes her in. Again, not a huge fan of Warwick's draft here with that Renekton early pick, but we'll see if this time it does pan out. Not too sure. Yeah, so there's the Karma pick, matches the Lulu, gives that shove to the Varus lane. Makes, again, you've got this poke-oriented composition. You have Varus, Karma that can play around these bushes and shields by Ivern. Not too sure what Wolves are going to respond to this Renekton pick with. We saw it the other day, on the first day of the open qualifier, that Surface actually responded with the Darius when Renekton was blinded. So I wonder if they might potentially ban. And they ban Kog'Maw, Cog Lulu lane, notorious in solo queue, and in competitive play.
So moving into that second round of bans, as you say, the Kog'Maw has been taken off the table. Could suggest they maybe think that Erisu might be the one taking this Syndra, but also safe one, and don't want to see Surfers on that Fiora this time around. Going to be banning that one away. Left open last time with mixed results for their team. Very good at keeping it down early, but not so good at keeping it down later on. And now we've got two more bans. Will it be another Marksman ban potentially, or will it be something a bit more? No, it's going to be the Kai'Sa, so they really expect the Syndra not to be put in the hands of Koki.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not a huge sure about that Kai'Sa ban. I feel like she'd have a terrible time in the Varus Karma, but just maybe looking at what Koki plays and just saying that's probably what realistically he's going to take. The Camille ban, another split pusher against Surface. Again, I wouldn't even be surprised if he took the Darius. That's what he took last time Renekton was blinded. We'll see if he actually does. So Talia for Tibor, which is something we saw him on yesterday. Helps Matty do his thing. Again, with Ivern, not as much counter jungling, but just gives him that priority so that he can move bot lane with his Talia ultimate and just let Varus Karma abuse this Lulu pick. We'll see what the AD carry ends up being, or if it's just going to be Syndra. Tristana.
So the prediction was correct that the marks and bans were useful because Syndra will be going to that mid lane. But again, Tristana could flex mid as well, potentially. So if not, we haven't got 100% certainty, but I imagine that's the way around it will go.
Yeah, I do expect it probably going bot side, but it is technically a flex, so we could see some kind of action going on. And the jungler does end up being Echo. Not sure how that pairs up into Ivern. Again, Echo, a very popular solo queue champion, snowballs really easily. But the problem with him in competitive play is his early clear is not particularly fantastic. And if he doesn't get those early kills, he ends up having a hard time really becoming that relevant going into mid-game team fights. And yeah, there is that Darius pick by Surface as he sees the Renekton is going topside. This is pretty much bread and butter for Wolves. We've seen this kind of composition out from them for the last couple days. Seems to be right in their wheelhouse. And on the other end, Grey Warrior with a little bit more of a standard draft, a lot less insanity in terms of their draft picks. We'll see if this Lulu Tristana lane does scale really well, can snowball really hard. If Tristana can just start jumping on people and getting shielded, she will become a threat. But her laning is pretty bad into this Varus Karma, so we'll see if they can find a way to get a lead for her.
Could be tricky in this lane where we've seen so much damage, so much poke is already available for the Varus Karma. We've seen this lane time and time again so far this split, or so far in the open qualifiers and going forward into closed qualifiers. I'm very excited to see Surfers back on the Darius. Saw very mixed fortunes on that, and one thing I'm noticing that might be a bug is that it didn't look like Koki and Sen swapped champions.
If it's not if it's a late swap, it's a late swap, but it could very much be that they want to change up champions because that's what those players can play. It does happen at a certain level of play where it's less about the roles and more about the champions.
It is Koki or Lulu ascend on Tristana. I love that. That is the most Newell thing I've seen today.
It is very Newell, because it just Sent probably plays Tristana, said it's really good here, I can play it. And Koki said, yeah, I can probably play Lulu. She's not hard. So we'll see how that pans out for Warwick. Darthong again with this press the attack for Renekton. Not a terrible keystone for Renekton. It helps his early laning trades significantly. Gives him a lot more upfront burst damage, and we saw him in the last game we played it against Artorias' Ornn. He took Longsword, so it just gives him a lot of early burst power. But the problem is that in extended fights, the keystone just is far outclassed by Conqueror. And typically Renekton starts to transition to more of these sustain-based fights as he goes into Blade of the Ruined King, as he gets tankier. But against Darius, I can understand. You never want to auto-attack Darius. He's just going to get his passive up and dunk you. So this is a very volatile matchup top lane. Again, no teleports top as Renekton takes the Ignite. Surface going with Flash Ghost, the Darius special. So I actually expect a lot of action topside because these lanes will snowball very hard.
So we are onto the rift, ladies and gentlemen, for this game between Wolves and Grey Warwick. Grey Warwick are 0-1 down, and if they lose out on this one, they will be going home. Wolves playing for their spot in that, what's it called? It's not the elimination game, because that's what this is. The deciding game, I think.
Yes.
Deciding game, we'll call it that, where that'll be a best of 3 series, and the winner of that will be going through to Sunday, and the loser will be going home. That'll be against Bulldog directly after this series, so make sure you stick around for that one. It looks like no invades, no nonsense here. They're not going to be bullying Surface hard early game this time around, just letting him stand top.
Yeah, no level 1 shenanigans, both teams. It's a fairly standard start. Ivern's solo starting because he is Ivern, doesn't really need any help damaging camps. And Echo getting a leash from his bot lane. Looks like Wolves might try to cheese level 1, but doesn't find any action, and they just go back to lane. So interesting to see where Echo ends his pathing. I'd expect him to just clear up the top side and maybe gank this Darius. Meanwhile, Ivern's clear traditionally takes him from bot to top side after he tags his camps because he's going to be catching the red and raptors as his marks come up. So both top laners both junglers potentially ending top side in their clear. We'll see. You never really know with these teams.
Like you always have to quantify with them, but it could be the exact opposite because this is UK League of Legends, so sometimes things just happen. Surface looking to get a trade onto Darthong, who will be able to slip away, and do keep your eyes on this top lane matchup. The Darius versus Renekton, likely to be quite explosive.
Yeah, and it looks like Surface got a deep board topside to see where Echo was, saw him on blue buff. So while Ivern does actually make his way back bottom to catch that Gromp, Echo will be top. but it is known that he is there. So Surface is actually in a kind of awkward spot as this lane is pushing in without his jungler. And
Arisu gets caught out. A lot of damage coming in from Tibor. The pushback will be enough to secure that life of Syndra, but already you can see in the mid lane, Tibor happy to go aggressive and happy to put damage down.
yeah, and you're seeing both junglers head top instantly. Ivern goes all the way from his Gromp to top to defend Surface and get that crab. And it looks like Echo's going to try to contest Arisu getting caught. First blood.
Tibor picking up that first blood very confidently. In the bot side, though, we might see a bit of a fight. Everyone in that lane has gone so low, and all lanes seeming like it's going to be a bit of a fight. And once again, these teams show they don't want to slow down. They don't want to take this one calmly. They want to be taking these fights as much as they can. And TK unable to get anything onto Tibor as Hattie Matty strolls through mid.
Yeah, every summoner being used by Wolves, and 3 of the 4 being used by Warwick. Ivern going for the double crab. Not sure he should be allowed to do this. Doesn't have smite. Send goes in.
Send going forward, trying to get damage onto No Name, but will die himself as Haya gets one last arrow. With Hattie Matty coming in, flashes forward, gets the slow onto Koki, who's forced to flash himself, but does get rooted up higher. Jumps forward and should get the second. Will be able to pick up the double kill. Will go down to the Echo immediately afterwards with a nice stun as T-Cake with Jam is looking for the Jam in his second kill. No one's very, very low. Can he get it? Won't be able to. The shield is running, and actually T-Cake with Jam has overstepped, so he's going to be taken out by the Karma he tried to kill. That is a big play from Wolves as they take the 4-1 kill lead.
So 2 times, no one actually baited Warwick with that Mantra W. Tristana jumped in on him and he just healed right back up. Man should tank the entirety of Tristana's burst and gets the kill there, and then Echo goes in and also Mantra W. So look here, it looks like no one's about to die, and then drops the Mantra W, heals up, shields himself, actually ends up having enough health to survive the burst. And honestly, really good play from Matty, flashing in with the shield to just get the flash, secure the slow, so even if Lulu flashes, he can land the Q. Yeah, just a little bit aggressive from T-Cake. Again, getting baited out by the Karma healing from her W. And at the end of the day, Wolves again with another early lead, looking looking good right now. They got the Moby boots on Ivern, so he can just help assist his lanes. Looks like there might be a gank coming in topside.
T-Cake's in the area, looking to maybe get that stun onto Surface, but Dard Hong has already taken a little bit too much damage to make him feel comfortable in this fight. Hattie Matty also running up top, already has those move boots, so he's going to be looking for a gank of his own. Can he get the root down? Won't be able to. Throws it behind the Renekton and skips out.
Yeah, and this Varus Karma lane really starting to get to that really oppressive state, especially since Karma has the blue buff. He gets caught.
So much damage in one rotation from the Talia. Do see a flash coming down, but not going to be gaining too much. And now T-Cake with Jam and Surface both moving down for their respective teams. Tibor is going to get the ultimate down, keep T-Cake with Jam away from the fight, but he's going to be able to just dive over that wall. The dunk comes through from Surface, but he is going to go down. Oh, he survives on a sliver of health. Darius will be able to get out of that one with a kill for himself.
Yeah, so this early game going in Wolves' favor heavily. Varus Karma, while not actually ahead in CS, do have the plate advantage, do have the damage advantage and priority. And we can see right now, Dardhong is going into lethality into a Darius. Which is a bold move considering you won't have any health and will probably die in one combination from Darius, but Wolves do start up the Drake because they have that bot lane pressure. It looks like there's going to be a minor lane swap here as Darius heads mid. Then Talia heads topside. But she is heading down mid. This dragon should be secured for Wolves.
Doesn't look like there's going to be a contest on it. It's going to be secured easily by Hattie Matty. First dragon of the game, the Ocean. And now Surface and Tibor looking towards Erisu once again. And Syndra is not having a good time, though no one does get cheated out of some damage as Tibor does huck Syndra away. Will be able to secure the kill though. 1-6 and Wolves are running away with this early game.
Arisu not looking too comfortable on the Syndra. Again, seems to be preferring the Assassins as we saw in the first 3 games they played, or 2 games he's played. Tibor gets caught out, has a flash, but no, he lives.
survives on a sliver of health. The shield coming through from the Ivern is big. Hattie Matty right where he needs to be in order to secure that one. That's excellent positioning from the jungle. Knows immediately when he needs to start rotating, and in doing so, saves T-Ball's life.
Yeah, and that's both summoners used by the Renekton, and again, this pick that is heavily invested for the early game with the Ignite, with the press the attack, with the lethality, just not getting anything. And people will talk about how Darius falls off if he doesn't get kills, but lethality, Ignite, Renekton falls off a hell of a lot harder.
Well, the fight is kicking off now. Surface will be stunned up. Needs to be careful. Should have a decent heal on his Q if he can land it. Will it keep him alive? It won't, as Dard, Hong, and T-Cake will be able to pick him up. Hattie Matty now trying to escape. Does he have his ultimate available? Daisy jumping back towards him in the fight, but Hattie Matty should go down. Sen jumping in now, looking for T-Bor, and the damage is pretty decent on this Tristana, and the ultimate will secure the kill. And just when things were looking great for Wolves, Grey Warwick bite back.
Yeah, I mean, Surface just out of position. 3 people topside just walking into them. Gets caught, gets killed. When Matty gets caught out, he's got Mobies. He's just going to get slower the more, when people start chasing him once those Mobies get procced. So he didn't have Flash at that point, goes down, and then T-Bor gets caught out by Koki and Send moving up topside to get that Herald. So 3 kills.
Ooh, Surface looking in towards Erisu will be able to get the damage down onto the Syndra. Knockback's already been used. The ultimate from both sides doesn't manage to secure the kill, but Erisu is burning down, bleeds out as Surface survives the Ignite. In this fight between Darius and Syndra, Darius takes it.
Yeah, Erisu not too happy with this pick right now, 0-4. And just as I was saying that Grey Warwick got themselves back in the game, that does just happen, but it's still looking pretty decent for them as there's going to be a 3-1 on this for next.
Oh, being taken low and taken out. The Dominus will not save him. Higher manages to secure that one. Hattie Matty just going to look towards Krugs. Koki now moving in though, pretty deep. Hattie Matty looking to catch out, but Lulu with the assassination to the jungle. Remember, Koki is a marksman technically, as TK will be in trouble. Is burning low. The heal not so big on his ultimate because of those grievous wounds, and no one running in. Looks to catch out Send, who does have the rocket jump to try and escape, but will be rooted up. Koki there with the shield though could turn this fight around. It's a 3v2 as Send is chucked forward. T-Ball going low, but who will go down first? T-Ball actually going to be able to survive. TK can't get the dash damage through as no one looking to escape. T-Ball now trying to zone him off, but no one's the one with the first kill in this fight. Does manage to take on Echo. Koki now in trouble. Will also go down. No, the shield on him is huge. Can he turn this one around? Send looking for the bomb. He is going to go down though, and Send will also have to jump away. Will he fall higher there? Can we see the snipe coming through from the Varus? It's not needed as no one speeds himself up and secures himself the kill.
What is happening? Just constant fighting, people getting caught, people going in. Across the... Again, no one looks so good on this Karma pick. I honestly think just making these fights winnable for the end of Wolves. And yeah, just Darthon gets caught trying to fight a 3v1 here. Dies, unsurprisingly. Syndra previously just dying solo to the Darius. And then Matty just getting one-shot by Koki, and then an insane 3v2 fight around mid, and now there's another fight as Darthon gets caught again.
He's going for the aggressive play, but T-Ball and Hattie Matty will be able to secure the kill. Echo moving forward, looking towards the Ivan, looking towards the Talia, unable to do so as Echo just steps back in time and escapes.
Yeah, so T-Cake using that flash to maybe get a kill, and yeah, we're looking at a replay at this mid lane fight, 2v3. People getting chunked out by this Talia. Tibor really comfortable on this champ, dominated the mid lane. And again, no one is just playing so far up, so confident with this champion, what he can do with it. And look at this, just even with the shields, they still cannot quite get the kill. And yeah, Tibor gets out, no one picks up another kill, and this game's back and forth, but again, Wolves do come out with the lead. Looks like Matty might be caught.
It could be caught, but T-Ball's there to try to save his blushes. Darthon and T-Cake looking for the fight, unable to find it. And in the top side as well, Erisu was taken within an inch of death again against Surface on the Darius. And that matchup up there, it's not going well for Erisu.
Yeah, Erisu having to flash, it seems, and this Syndra pick not looking good. 0-4, still working on one item. Meanwhile, Tibor's Talia taking over the game, 4-1.
Warhire wants to fight though, gets the ultimate onto Koki, who's going to be chased away, has to ult himself to get back, and now Send is in trouble, but looks like the damage is coming through. TK looking for the fight, but Hire has already killed onto Koki. No one though will be traded 1-for-1 as it's a shutdown going over to Dard Hong on the Renekton. That fight looked pretty decent for Wolves, but it ends up being even.
Yeah, and so far, Arisu is probably going to be useless the entire game, but it looks like the rest of the team is finding some kills elsewhere. This Renekton managing to salvage some of his early game mistakes, getting a kill here, getting some assists there, and this Echo is looking pretty good. 3-2, has been farming up fairly well. But I'm still concerned that unless Tristana Lulu can take over this game, both of these solo laners from Warwick are not going to really have an impact past 15-20 minutes. Syndra's still not a single item completed. Renekton has a thrift shop going here with the dagger, the null magic, the serrated dirk, and the bilgewater. Honestly, don't know what no one's doing, just by himself in a 2v1 in this top side.
No one's getting caught out, but T-Ball's looking for Dard Hong now, looking for the Crocodile with the flash forward, the dominance, and the damage coming from the Crocodile is pretty big. Can T-Ball survive? No, he can't! And that is a Dard Hong play, if I've ever seen one, dashing forward and picking himself up the shutdown.
Yeah, so no one gets out. Meanwhile, Tibor just the 4-1 Talia, outclassed by the 1-2 Renekton with the Ignite and Flash, gets caught off guard by that lethality damage. And those items just got completed by Renekton, gets his Bork, gets his boots. So right now, again, that gold lead is on Wolves, and I do think Wolves comp does outscale to a certain extent. Obviously, Tristana Lulu does have a lot of late game power, but I'm a little bit worried about how much impact this Renekton and this Syndra are going to have. Yes, Renekton did just get that solo kill, but it's not going to really get easier for him to find these opportunities. But I do not think Surface can take this fight. He has a bit of an item discrepancy here.
Looks like he's going to decide to recall instead. Nope, decides against it. Doesn't yet have the Trinity Force in his pocket, but does have a couple of components for that. Hattie Maddie now trying to make it a 2v1, but Surface is not interested, would rather pick up the wave, and luckily Dard Hong doesn't seem all that keen either, so no fight going to be kicking off. But right now, 15 minutes into the game, decent little gold lead coming in for Wolves. Nothing to write home about, but definitely nothing to laugh at either. And Surface this game, we kind of ask ourselves what we're going to see from Surface each game, and this time around he's playing pretty well.
Yeah, he's got a minor lead here, just off of some kills against Syndra. And as he seems postured around Herald, we'll actually see if this really amounts to anything. Tibor gets a flank and forces Sen to flash and the Lulu ult. So right before the Herald, two really important cooldowns are used by Warwick, and it looks like that's going to cause them to concede the Herald.
Koki almost goes down in that fray as well, which will mean that the contest on Herald is going to be even more difficult as she's forced to recall. Sender's moved down to the bot side, so it doesn't look like Grey Warwick are particularly interested in this one, and they are going to be taking down this Rift Herald. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but it will go down eventually, and that's another resource that Wolves can grab. They've got two dragons, they've got this Rift Herald, and they're going to look to push it on and try and take a couple of towers with it.
Yeah, I think they should try using it on this mid lane tower, as we see Tristana showed bot side. Again, this Syndra really not a threat, still working on her Ludens. Meanwhile, 4-1 Varus.
Higher with the ultimate going on to Syndra. The exhaust is down as well as Hattie Maddie moving forward to assist. No one is there as well, but it's going to be Echo securing the kill as we do see Haya step a little bit too far forward.
And Sen gets the solo kill on Tibor. Haya with just a misclick on his flash, flashes into the Echo W. And Tibor getting cut up by Sen. This is a disaster, as it looks like their mid lane play gets countered by honestly just a little bit of an overreach by the Varus ultimate. And this bot tower getting secured by Sen. Let's take a look at his mid lane play. Just a Varus ult with no actual follow up. There is the wave, so Ivern can't land any follow up CC. And yeah, this flash was just not ideal. Definitely a fat finger there. He's probably aiming his Q and trying to flash at the same time and just flash where his Q is going. And then Tibor just gets caught out. And both top laners enjoying life right now. Nice guys. Oh, looks like there's a random all-in and Surface is just dead. Okay. I don't know what's going on in this game. I don't know what I've just witnessed. But that happened. Okay.
That's, you know, a unique aspect of UK League of Legends. Especially in the university scene, you know, a bit of friendship there, but T-Gig looking in, trying to secure the Dragon, doesn't want to be friends with anyone in this fight right now, and Dragon will be 1,000 health, still looking to get some damage down. T-Gig will actually be killed before the Dragon's even secured. Ivan will be picking up that one, but Send is able to pick up 1 kill, and they're chasing on for more. Great work, don't want to give up the Dragon without a fight, but in the end it's going to be even kills with the Dragon going over to Wolves.
Yeah, so Echo just getting one shot before he can get his ultimate off. This Drake point being secured by Wolves. But honestly, this Renekton that I was just down talking the entire game is really becoming a problem. Looks like he's just going to get another kill.
And will be able to secure another kill. This could be the reverse of what we saw last game.
Yeah, honestly, a Renekton that doesn't get a lead like the early game, with Ignite, with Pressy Attack, with Lethality, typically has a really hard time getting back into the game, but Darthong finding the kills he needs to maintain his relevancy actually ends up getting a solo kill on Tibor, gets a solo kill on Surface, and just finds out Haya and kills him as well. Has a 400 gold shutdown, super strong actually right now, and again, Wolves with this really good early game just thrown away by random fights or people getting randomly caught out. Honestly, bizarre to watch. Yeah, what is this? I don't even know what I'm looking at as Surface just walks into the Renekton with Ignite, with Blade of the Ruined King, while he's sitting on Trinity Force components, and just dies.
A good time, you know, but then this is where things go sour.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of BM coming out from Darthong. It seems like he broke the truce of the emote spam, but even then, if you're emote spamming in a competitive game, I don't really know what to say.
I mean, yeah, it's difficult. Send is almost completely destroyed as Red Team will use the Rift Herald. We're going to see Wolves dropping that one down mid, but this fight is far from over. You've got to imagine Greywalk don't want to allow that charge to come through and will do whatever they can to secure the Rift Herald before it gets there. It's going to go low. The eye is back open and it will be taken out. So Rift Herald will not get the charge, will get no damage on the mid lane. Wasted opportunity from Wolves, and I need to be careful about this fight because I don't know how well they're going to do if they take it. They've got all 5 members there though, so maybe they're feeling a little bit more confident. Higher managing to dodge out from the start from Erisu as well. As Wolves, they're still posturing, they're still all staying mid, but it looks like pressure for the second has dissipated. Yeah, well, Warwick does have to respect the poke damage coming out of Varus. We saw 1Q did about 40% of Lulu's health there, and without much of a front line coming in from Warwick, if they don't get their initial engage, Sen's gone for the engage and Karma's instantly deleted. Sen looking forward now, does get the exhaust out onto Haya, looking for some more damage, but Sen might have gone too far, will be shut down. Tibor securing that one, and that's a little bit of over-aggression. We've seen it so much in the past couple of days in Surface. Another thing we've seen a lot is him fighting Darthong in this bot lane. The Ignite's running down, so the healing won't be as good, and the stun stops the Q altogether. Darius won't be able to get dunked as Darthong picks up another. Erisu now being shot down by Haya, but does manage to get out of this one, and honestly, I'm lost. Yeah, this is just constant, just fights. Both teams just saying, I see you. That means that's a reason to kill you. And so they're just going to be constant fighting, it seems. And as I was saying, if Warwick can get on top of Wolves champions and kill them, they will win the fight. But if they overchase, or if they just can't quite get their engage right, they will get poked out, they will get kited, and that's what we saw where Sen got that a nice initial kill on no one, but then kept looking for more, went way ahead of the rest of his team and just got turned, and it looks like no one's just dead. Goodbye, good luck. This Renekton has just been spoon-fed kill after kill. 6-2, 600 gold lead. Honestly, it looks like Wolves are just like falling apart as they walk in and just consistently die for no reason. It's difficult because they played really well in the first game. Erisu has been caught out this time around though, and Tibor will be able to secure the kill, and if both teams are being caught out, is either team really being caught out?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't know what's going on. It looks like Arisu. So while all of Wolves are getting caught out and dying, Arisu seems to be taking up all that burden just by himself. The rest of the team, for Grey Warwick, playing great, but Arisu with that Magi Soul Stealer 0-5. I don't really know what to make of that, but it looks like Wolves are setting up for that Mountain Drake, that Soul point they are currently at. So if they get Soul here, that's a big game changer. That extra Mountain Shield is such a nice little buff for any team fight. I expect Grey Warwick need to fight this.
TK taking a lot of damage, instantly deleted. No jungler available now for Grey Warwick, which will mean that Wolves should be able to take this one uncontested, and the Mountain Soul will be going on to them. And you've got to imagine this will help with both teams being so eager to fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Warwick making a smart play, saying, okay, this Drake is gone, let's at least try to get a tower here. But again, that extra shielding is actually a pretty big game changer, as it looks like this might actually brew into a fight.
Arisu, buddy,
yeah, he's just
is
gone.
taken out by Hire, but the fight on the backside will continue. Send and Koki already very, very low, but so is T-Ball. Dardhog in the backline causing mischief, but will be dunked out, and T-Ball will secure the kill on our surface. Moving forward, does pick up the red buff now, looking for Send. Koki in the Baron Pit, has to flash away. They will converge once again, but no one's coming in as well. Hattie Matty from all sides. Wolves will collapse, and Send will be the sacrificial lamb as he is chunked out, taken out, as Lulu Koki trying to just disappear into the enemy jungle.
All right. I mean, you can see that Mountain Shield actually saving Tibor there. He would have died to the Renekton if that extra health had not been in place. But after taking that mid lane tower, just not resetting properly, not backing off, going for red, back in front of people. And
DK, what's he going for? Looking for the steal onto Baron. Will he be able to do it? Has to jump out with his ultimate. The Ignite is still running down, and no one is on the chase. We're going to see the Baron secured by Wolves. They've grabbed the two big objectives on the map, and suddenly it went from a very close game to one where Wolves are firmly in the driving seat.
yeah, this went from Wolves just honestly running it down in multiple different positions to out of nowhere getting a really nice pick on TK, securing that Mountain Soul, getting 3 more kills out of nowhere, and then securing a Baron. And now at this point, you've got a poke comp, you've got Mountain Soul, you've got Ivern, Varus, Karma just setting up in front of towers, launching out skill shots, and Arisu's just dead again, I guess. And there you go, and he's a goner, 0-7.
But continues though, Haya is already below half health with a bomb on him. Won't be enough to secure too much as the shield from Karma is huge. And with this Baron buff, Wolves are looking to break down this mid-outer tower at 25 minutes in. The two teams, they've been so busy fighting, they haven't actually been taking objectives, particularly in terms of towers. But they should be able to secure this one pretty quickly. Daisy is there if they want to tank up tower, but they've also got that siege minion with the Baron buff peppering away at it. Send steps forward to try and defend, try and clear out the wave, but it's going to be unable to do so without taking a whole heap of damage. And moving to the top side, T-Ball might have been caught out a little bit. TK gets almost one shot by the Talia, but he is going to fall. It's going to be Dartong securing the kill onto T-Ball. And now with the outer tower taken, the rest of Wolves want to move towards this inner tower, as we do see Dartong deciding to push out top.
Yeah, they will secure this inner tower here as Surface also secures bot inner. Again, Ben maybe stepping up a little bit too far, but managed to jump out. Looks like there's going to be a 5v3 fight mid.
Syndra looking for the kill onto Ivan. Won't be able to secure it just yet. Will he burn down? No, he won't. As Surface moves in and does get the dunk down onto Syndra. Gets the second one onto T-Gig, which will not be a kill, but he's bleeding, leaving a trail of blood for Wolves to follow, and they can definitely feel like they want to continue this fight. Dartong, though, looking like he's trying to run and proxy the wave, it would appear, alongside Koki and alongside Send. They're not allowing any minions to get onto the push with Wolves, and they could add some members back to try and break this one up. T-Ball taking the wall. Hattie Matty will be knocked backwards as well by his own teammate as Koki and Send look to disappear. Dartong going to be taking out those Raptors. Very nice play in the team fight, but now he's going to jump over, catch out T-Ball and kill him. Send is going to be able to survive, taking down no one as well. And right now, this is actually a pretty decent fight from Grey Warwick. Dartong and Koki trying to rotate, trying to get the fight going again, but there are too many health bars that are too high from Wolves, and it looks like Grey Warwick going to have to back away.
What is happening? So Grey Warwick actually ends up getting 2 kills here. Stop the Baron push. Don't actually lose any base towers. and have stemmed the bleeding again. 3 Barons still left up on Wolves, but it is going to be timing out, and frankly, just this is non-stop back and forth. I want to commend Grey Warwick on essentially playing a 4v6 as Arisu has just not been having the best game. But across the board, always managing to find picks, managing to find the fights they need to stay in this game. Even with a Mountain Soul, even with a Baron, Wolves actually cannot break open the base. This is getting to a point where, Tristana has 3 items. She has a Lulu. She can actually end the game off of a push if they win one good fight. And Wolves need to be a little bit more mindful about how they're going to close this game out. They can't just keep running at Wolves and assuming they're going to win fights.
I'm just excited for a stack to get on that Syndra's Magi's. Oh, that's what I'm keeping my eye on.
He had a stack maybe like 10 minutes ago, and then, since then, it's just not been there.
It's not the most gold-efficient build so far, which is pretty rough considering Arisu was pretty far behind, but one big team fight can start stacking that bad boy up. Looking at Wolves now, are setting up in the mid lane. Surface, of course, doesn't want to be anywhere near his team, is top playing his own PvE special and having a great time doing so. Darthong doing a similar kind of job in the bot side, but the quicker rotation from his team and the enemies does mean that Surface will be able to secure that inner tower, and now we're rotating towards where the fight might well kick off, but Wolves need to be careful. They could be caught out here. No one won't be stunned up. It does need to be careful, looking for the damage to turn around, and here comes the wall from Timor, jumping out. The damage comes through high, gets the first kill of the fight onto, guess who? Syndra. Kogi going to be dragged in onto Surface, looking for the damage, but he's actually going reasonably low, has to flash away, and Darthong on the side, on a killing spree, has already taken out Ivor, looking towards Timor, won't be able to do so, and the Chronon now actually needs to be careful himself. That's a decent heal, but he will be taken down by the Talia. Now we're going to see the fight continuing in earnest. Hyde needs to be careful as Sen jumps onto him, will be able to get the kill, and will be able to jump out with the reset, but it's jumped out towards the wrong base, as we see no one in Koki having a bit of support or combat, as Sen will be taken down by Timor. Can no one win this 1v1? Has the damage on the Karma. You've got to imagine that this should be the ace coming through, and it's going to be Wolves securing it. Elder Dragons on the map. What can they do with this?
Alright, another great fight where at the end of the day, Wolves do end up taking it. Sen did play that fight amazingly well. So did Darthong, actually finding the kill on Ivern and forcing out Tibor from most of the fight. But at the end of the day, they're just too far behind in gold. That Mountain Drake does make quite a big difference, especially when you're playing something like Syndra, where you just can't one-shot somebody through the shield. And that Elder Drake secured allows Wolves to secure this Baron, which then should lead to at least an inhibitor going down if Wolves play properly. We'll see if they end up getting a little bit over-aggressive, end up messing up, or if Warwick can find an opening, but this Baron should be Wolves. We'll see though.
We just have 2 stacks in the Magi's now, so we're going places, okay. I'm liking where this is going, but the Baron, as you say, is going to be the focal point. Higher will take an all-attack right to start it up, and Grey Warwick absolutely know this is going on. Have a lot of people in the area, but it looks like a fight. The Baron was actually just a ruse. No one going to move forward, trying to catch out T-Cake with Jam. Going to be taken low. Remember, they've got Elder Dragon, and there is the kill. Now moving back towards the Baron. It did reset to almost full health, but now the members of Wolves are feeling much more comfortable to take this fight, knowing that there's no smite, knowing that there's no Echo engage, and you've got to imagine this will just go over to Wolves.
Yeah, and simple as that. You can't really contest it. Again, Warwick just sacking the neutral objective to try to maintain mid pressure, see if they can maybe get some damage on the turret, and this time do actually get out without dying. Good job on that. Looks like they might actually be looking for a kill on Karma and Ivern. Never know. No, they're gonna back off. Okay, so let's see if Wolves can actually use this Baron and Elder to actually force a fight, or at least take an inhibitor. No one is not stopping. He just really wants to force him out of this lane.
He's like, come on, folks. This game's been going on long enough. Let's try and get the push. Let's try and get the fight. They've caught out Koki. He will explode. No one will be the one picking up that kill for his persistence in trying to force this one down. And speaking of forcing down, they're forcing it down mid, looking to try and take out
They
the
don't
tower.
have creeps.
No minion wave, though, because look at what Darthong is doing. He's proxying them again. Just He's like, you can't end the game without your minion wave, which I guess is true. They're going to lose the inhibitor, but now the very confused Wolves lineup has to back away because there's been a crocodile killing their minions. Erisu as well!
Pushing bots! They're gonna get a bot tower? No, they get the reset off because of Baron. But yeah, Warwick has been doing a decent job playing these waves to an extent. Looks like Erisu's just gonna die, I guess.
I love this as the fight will be kicking off around the jungle. Dartong needs to be careful. We'll take the blast code over, but T-Ball's going to use the wall and there's a lot of damage coming in and Dartong will be taken out. Maybe next time we'll think twice about proxying. TK with Jam jumping in, looking for some damage. Hasn't got all that much assistance, so it has to back away. The Ignite is rolling on him. Doesn't have his ultimate either. Already used it, so he's going to be chased down. Should be able to escape, though. Is running back towards his own base. Haya might look for a snipe, but I'd be surprised if he can land it. Doesn't have flash available, as TK should be able to get out of this one. But looking at the two sides, Koki and Send in the enemy jungle, not necessarily where they need to be right now, as the inhibitor tower will be taking a beating. Could well go down, in fact, as T-Ball brings in the minions with that Baron buff. Second tower will fall down. Now they're going to move on to the inhib. The members of Grey Warwick are there now, looking to defend, looking to make their last stand. It could well be, as we see the fight kicking off. No one takes a lot of damage with a bomb on him. Sen moving forward, aggressive, trying to get onto the comp, won't be able to do so, and has to jump away. Erisu is already dead in the fight. High has taken him out with T-Gate with Jam, using his ultimate to try and keep himself alive, but it's already back down to below half health. Surface gets onto Sen, but doesn't manage to secure the kill as they move towards the Nexus towers there. Remember, there are Baron empowered minions in this space, not too many, as Sen gets sniped down. Still alive as the first Nexus tower does fall, but Sen only survives it by a couple of seconds. Now Koki moving back towards the fountain as he's going to be chased away. Dartong and TK can do nothing but watch on as the hopes of UKLC are dashed. Dartong goes in for one last hero play. It won't matter. Surface picks up the kill. Higher on the Nexus, looking towards TK. Will be able to get a double kill for the Darius. Koki is forced back onto the fountain as Grey Warwick are knocked out of the UKLC qualifiers.
Wow, what a performance from Wolves. Honestly, this game too was all over the place, but I will congratulate them on taking the 2-0 over Grey Warwick, the top university team coming into this closed qualifier. And frankly, a little bit disappointing coming out from Warwick. The first game against Resolve, they were absolutely outclassed game one in this series. Back and forth action, but managed to get outscaled. But in the second game, it really felt like 4 players on Warwick were trying their damnedest to win, and Erisu just really could not get his head in the game. 0-11, 2 assists in like a 50 kill game. Not really sure what happened there. Maybe again picking a champion that he wasn't too comfortable with. But overall, Wolves do take the win, but really sloppy play. Again, they had that early lead, but they constantly got caught out. Dartong, excellent. Again, I criticized the Renekton, but ended up becoming a very significant carry threat. Send, yeah, he quote-unquote role swapped to AD carry, played pretty well on the Tristana as well. And across the board, Wolves look good, but they just need to stop getting caught, stop giving up random kills. It was actually getting kind of ridiculous at certain points with just the amount of opportunities given away with the lead they had. Going into this deciding match against Bulldogs, I believe, they really need to step up their game. Because if they consistently just give up kills and give up their lead because people can't be bothered to play safe, they're just going to lose. It's that simple. So congratulations on the 2-0, but I hope that they can look at these games and just say, we got to clean up our play.
And we're going to be taking that Wolves Bulldog game home with us as the final game of this stream. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you don't go anywhere. If you do want to go anywhere though, London Esports and Degree Sports will be live in their match, as Degree Sports did manage to get that 2-0. They'll be over on the DreamHack channel, but make sure you stay with us because you know what? The Bulldog Wolf game is going to be even better. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few minutes. I don't know, I have those distributed until we go live. What can I say? Have to beat these casters. So this is a best of 3 game, but it's the last best of 3 we've got.
Yeah.
So we're done after this best of 3 year. It's been a day. It has been a day.
I mean, it's pretty. I thought this was going to go a bit longer. We'll see how these games go. But if it's a quick 2-0, which I think it might be, we'll be done pretty quickly, to be honest.
True, that is the case.
Take a nap. I'm so tired, man.
I'm just trying to do like I was at work for 5.
Right, yo, what up? A little scuffed NA production, you know. Some key binds were pressed. Some letters on my keyboard were pressed. Unfortunately, you know, who knows? Blame the OBS stats for that one. We'll be back in roughly 3 minutes. We got Bulldog Wolves coming up. Last best of 3 of the day. All right, see you then.
And welcome back to the UKLC closed qualifiers with myself, Will Vibrant Willingham, and Dork there, having a great time. We are going into our final series, a best of 3. Still winner of this one will go to the Sunday series of games. Loser will go out, so it's the most important series we've had today, and it's going to be between Bulldog and Wolves.
Yeah, there should be hopefully as exciting as our last series that we had with Wolves and Grey Warwick. Maybe a little bit more disciplined plays coming from Bulldogs. Not too sure though. We'll see. Wolves coming off of a pretty back and forth 2-0 victory, and I don't expect anything's going to change up on their end. They're going to probably just go with the same strategy they've always been going for, which is playing these priority mid laners, potentially giving Matty played Nunu and Ivern, which is a change up from yesterday when he was playing Graves in Italy. So I'm not too sure what he's going to play, but priority mid laners and counter pick top lane. Pretty standard meta picks with some of those minor exceptions, top and jungle, though, coming in from Wolves. And I'm not too sure what Bulldogs are going to look to do. They might try to ban these kinds of champions from Surface, his Fiora, his Darius, maybe something from Matty like that Ivern. But I'm excited to see how Bulldogs approach the draft after having seen that last set.
Bulldog are a team that we haven't got to see too much of in this series. Yeah, obviously they're close qualified teams, so they weren't in the open qualifiers, and we have not come across them just yet, but their roster looks pretty similar to the one that I've been casting in the UKEL for quite some time, and they've subbed in Thomas Go in the mid lane, a very good mid laner who was previously on Absolved, played very well over there, and now coming into this Bulldog lineup. A team that is looking pretty exciting, and I think they come in a second seed into this qualifying tournament, so are a good side. Obviously did lose out to Resolve, which is difficult considering Resolve are such a strong team, and with the way that Wolves are playing, Bulldog have to feel pretty confident going into this one, but that is not to say that they will have an easy time of it.
Yeah. Dropping a best of one against Resolve, never the end of the world, really. And I think Bulldog should be able to look at that last set and just say, okay, Wolves are aggressive. Yes, they have some strong laners, but there is a massive lack of respect coming in from them when it comes to assigning their lanes and moving around the map, constantly getting caught out. And a more experienced team with more experienced players, higher caliber of players, I expect that to get punished really heavily. And we'll see if Wolves can clean up their play. They really need to if they want to take this series and make it to the second day of the close qualifier here. And I think that does start from draft, seeing if they can deny champions that provide pick opportunities or potentially even scaling options so that even if they do get caught out, there isn't that time bomb where we saw, for example, yesterday, Wolves dropping games because while they had an early lead, they kept giving kills to a Kassadin that just ended up ending the game 16-1. So Wolves just have a propensity to int, so maybe denying scaling options so that even if they do die consistently, they can at least not get outscaled.
That could be a dream scenario for Wolves. Don't want to be... They can give themselves options to get into that late game, still maybe even a little bit behind. But if they are going to do the same thing that they did yesterday, where they lose out in one position but then win everywhere else, not giving that Kassadin, not giving that hugely scaling champion the ability to go forward and solo carry the game, could be crucial for Wolves. On the side of Bulldog, though, as you say, could be a little bit more disciplined, have a lot more comp experience than this Wolves roster, who, to be fair, have got a little bit of comp experience. Players like Haddy Matty have played in stuff like Proving Grounds before, so they're not completely new to the scene. But I'm expecting a very interesting matchup. And you said like you want it to be a bit more organized. I want it to be exactly the same as the Warrior series. I want just mad fights. I want people throwing abilities. I want people split pushing and dying for no reason. It was so much fun to watch that last series. Massive commiseration again to Warwick Esports and Grey Warwick to not qualify for the UKLC. But this is the big series because I think it's going to be very telling for the first game. Because Wolves come into this one, they're off a 2-0 win, so they have a little bit of confidence, but also, as you said, maybe shouldn't be too happy with the way that they managed to achieve those wins. But Wolves have had a long break to sit, calm themselves, make sure that they're prepared, and watch what Wolves did. In this first game, I can see Bulldog coming in and really taking it to Wolves, and I think Wolves might get a reality check after this first game if Bulldog do go on and play that more organised, more competitive style of play.
Yeah, so Bulldogs did come off of a loss, and they had that break time to kind of reorganize themselves. Meanwhile, Wolves, short break, a lot of momentum, a lot of energy coming from those games. So this can either work in the sense that Wolves just don't let off the brakes and again have a similar kind of performance where they're just constantly getting caught out, or if they can kind of clean themselves up and maintain their composure while maintaining the momentum, it can be hard for Bulldogs to just kind of go into a game against a team that has that kind of momentum. But I'd like to see Bulldogs, they've seen the games. They must have been watching. Assess their draft, say, okay, Surface, we know what he's going to be looking to do. Let's target that out. Let's get rid of those counter picks. And let's make sure that we're taking advantage of Wolves over aggression. Because Wolves will just step up. They will just try to force fights. People will get caught. And if Bulldogs are able to utilize that to their advantage, I think they can take this series pretty handedly. But Wolves are not a team to just assume, okay, yeah, they're going to give up kills and that's it. They're constantly looking for plays. So, yeah, occasionally they do end up dying for it. But they also find those opportunities that give them those team fight wins, those objectives. This is going to be a very back and forth game. Even if Bulldogs are playing discipline, like Wolves will not let you play the game slow. Wolves will not let Bulldogs just play this slow. So we'll see how this pans out.
Going to be a fascinating set of games. Obviously, in the other side of the bracket, we are seeing Degree Sports taking on London Esports in that last best of 3 as well. London Esports. Some people surprised they're going to have to go to this losers bracket route, or this final game route in this best of 3 to get out. But massive congratulations to Viperia for taking them down in the best of 1. We are now moving into Champ Select. You can see Bulldog on the blue side. First time we're seeing them today. They are playing Yanxas rather than Fortel in this first game. They do have 2 junglers, but we're going to be seeing what these teams decide to prioritize, what they're banning, what they're picking, and how they want to set themselves up.
So the ban phase has started, and they start with that Nidalee ban. Again, Hattie Matty's most played champion. It's in his club tag, Nidalee. So just denying that early aggressive, pathing-based jungler. Ornn, safe, blind top lane. Ivern, again, another ban towards Matty, just denying these options that he likes, that he prefers. But honestly, he's been performing on just about every jungler he's played, so I'm not too sure about the efficacy of these bans. And then there's the Thresh ban against no one. Again, it's been a pretty consistent ban against him, and he's still been able to perform regardless of the situation. On the other end, Set and Graves.
The Ornn taken away as well means that the Syndra will be picked up instantly for Bulldog. They want that flexible pick in their corner. Could go to Thomas Go, could go to Hyam Jacob. Obviously, very powerful. We've seen it quite a lot, picked and banned today and yesterday. So exciting to see whose hands that goes into. Yeah,
and I would expect like the Varus Karma again coming out from Wolves. Yeah, there's the Varus. And they might not take Karma here. They might save it for the 3rd pick. Matty could just take a jungler here. He has like Jarvan. He's like, Ivern, Nidalee, and Graves all banned. So the jungle pool getting smaller and smaller. We'll see what they actually end up prioritizing here, because I don't think the pool's been pinched that much for Hattie Matty before. Might just take the Jarvan, but we'll see.
Options like the Olaf that is available, so there are still decent champions there, and at least is going to be the decision. I saw you just giving a bit of a questioning look there. Lisa Sejuani.
Yeah, Lisa is even odder to me. A blind Sejuani like that is questionable. I think Trundle is still up. Olaf is still up. Both champions that absolutely slaughter Sejuani in the early game and in the scaling game to an extent. But gonna respond with Jarvan. I honestly don't like this at all. You have Trundle open, you have Olaf open. Both of these are much better picks than the Sejuani. Yes, Jarvan gives you that engage potential on the Varus, but doesn't actually scale that well into Sejuani. Sejuani's actually pretty good in a Jarvan after the early game. Jarvan does have that early game advantage. And the blind gangplank. So very strong blind pick, has that global, can take pretty much any lane match up top and just survive. First time we've actually seen it in this tournament on our end. Not many top laners comfortable just pulling it out.
Okay, we're just getting word from our production that the Camille has been locked in, but there might be a couple of issues with the Champ Select, so there might be a little remake of this one, but the picks are all going to remain the same, so we don't need to worry about that. Does mean we'll probably still see the same proxy, but these things happen. It's UK League of Legends. It's it is what it is, but we've seen some quite interesting champions being locked in. And the Camille as well, going up to Surfers. Not something we've seen him play yet this tournament, but we've seen it banned against him. Or not something that I've seen him play yet this tournament, but kind of in the same mold as this Fiora.
Yeah, he did play Camille, I believe, on the first day of the Open Qualifiers, and he actually looked pretty good on it. Again, fits his playstyle of just scaling, aggressive side laner that can duel, that can split push, right up his alley. And it's a bit of a skill matchup in the Gangplank, because Gangplank is actually pretty abusive in lane against these melee champions. And if Camille doesn't get early ganks, she actually can start losing the lane pretty hard. And once Gangplank gets that Trinity Force, split pushing against him is so hard because he just clears every wave you throw at him and has his global to match on the opposite side of the map for his team. One of the better picks into these kinds of split pushers that Surface seems to like. I think this is a really good pick by Bulldogs. Again, not too happy with the Jarvan, but at least gives them an engage option towards the Varus. We'll see what ends up panning out for the rest of the draft, because they need to pick something. Wolves do need to pick something that can protect this Varus, because right now there's really not much that's going to be defending him from the Jarvan, especially when there's a Gangplank ult on top of that.
You're going to have to make some decisions in their second round of picks that will be able to secure some safety. There's the Sejuani, so there is kind of a bigger body up front, but going to be wanting to use those abilities to engage rather than to peel, probably. But, you know, the support role is still not picked in. I don't imagine they'll be picking a peel mid laner, because that's not really what you use your mid lane for. That's not really what T-Ball's there for, but no one could well pick something that could disengage for higher. We are now back into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen. The first 3 picks from both of these sides and the first set of bans will all be the same as what you just saw, but then after that, we've got as much idea as you do.
Yeah, so we'll just be watching as these fly in somewhat slowly. But I am actually curious what they're going to take. Are they going to is Wolves just going to go with the Karma again to pair with the Varus? Or Bulldogs going to ban the Karma? What's T-Ball going to play? He's shown a lot of propensity towards champions like Talia. Honestly, had a really great performance on it last game. But much harder against... Syndra should beat Talia.
Okay.
Parasu did not do that last game, but did not also seem to have a great understanding of how to play the champion. So I think that we might see a different kind of matchup here. And it is Elise?
No, it's still Sejuani. It's just because of the picks and bans going through in the same order. So we haven't seen the second round yet, being that we have to still pick with the proxy. Okay, so production's giving us some information about, you know, okay, we've been told it's Sejuani, so that's what we're going to assume for now. But watch this space, it could be a spider. Camille is going to be the lock-in in the top side, so we've now got all the picks that we know about, except for, you know, Paddy Maddy. Apparently it's Elise, which changes things quite substantially. They're very different champions.
I mean, I think this makes the Jarvan make a lot more sense. Can match some of Elise's early pressure, can be that engage option. Obviously, Elise still has a decent matchup in the Jarvan. Elise wins most early games. Gets a lot of champions just because of her kit, her base damage. A lot of pick potential now on this Wolves lineup. You have the Elise Cocoon, you have Varus Ultimate, you have Camille with her Hextech Ultimatum, but not nearly as much scaling in the role of jungle. Elise does essentially have a window where if she doesn't make her presence known, she can start becoming just a little bit of a stun bot where she's mainly relying on one ability. So we'll just see how much pressure Maddie can actually extend around the map, because if he does get that lead, Elise is still going to be a problem going into later in the game if he can get those kills.
The Aphelios, Braum, and Karma all being taken off the table. Once again, banning the Aphelios makes it seem like it's going to be Thomas Go coming on to that Syndra pickup. The Yuumi as well being taken off the table, because we're now waiting on the bot lane pickups. The support role has been thinned a little bit. 4 bans on the 5 if you count set in the support role, and it looks like Wolves are going to leave it for the counter as they're hovering in the Akali right now.
Not The surprising pick to me, we haven't seen Tibor play this champion at all, and doesn't really fit the playstyle that we've seen from him. Doesn't really get a lot of priority mid lane, is mainly waiting for level 6 when she gets that kill pressure with her ultimate. And the Karma and Yumi ban makes sense to me. No one's really put a lot of priority on the Karma, looked really good with it. And we might be potentially seeing a blind Morgana here. They banned some of the better counters into it. Okay, Sivir, something that matches the wave clear of Varus, gives them some more engaged tools on the sides of Bulldog. Sivir with Jarvan, a lot of engaged threat.
And the Morgana being locked in as well, just decided to swap that one around because Sivir and Morgana, you might as well pick them if you're going to play them anyway. And going into the last pick of the game, support role, no one is going to have to pick something up, and the Soraka is currently being hovered.
A really strong pick into Morgana. Really good into Jarvan, actually. Yes, she's immobile. Yes, she can get jumped on. But when you drop that silence on top of Jarvan, it ends up really becoming hard to execute on your initial engage. This is, I think, a really great pickup from no one. Again, one of the first times we've actually seen Wolves not save last pick for Surface, just because the Gangplank was picked so early. They didn't need to hold off on their pick. Right now, I think Wolves' bot lane is heavily favored in the 2v2. Sivir is slightly, not that great into Varus, but can match it to an extent. But this Soraka pick is really abusive, especially in the Morgana. Not a huge fan of the Akali and the Syndra. This is a pretty rough matchup for Akali, but she can sustain it, and once she gets kill threat, if Maddie can find those ganks on mid, the Akali can snowball. Same goes to top side. Camille does not do that well in the 1v1 unless Surface can really step up and outperform, but if he gets the kills and he has a setup for it, he can start scaling into that split push Camille that we love to see.
This two teams are very exciting in that we've got stuff like Sivir we haven't seen yet at all this weekend, in fact. Very interesting champion. The Gangplank as well is something that's really exciting me because it's going to be so interesting to see how Surface plays into this one. We know that his Fiora is good. We know that his Darius can be good. And Camille is that same style. We've seen it banned into him before as well. And we've seen him play it. So you've got to imagine he's got quite some expertise. But Kara on the Gangplank, as you say, can bully out these melee champions earlier into the game, and is a really horrible champion scaling wise. It's going to be able to do a lot of damage in the late game. Looking at this jungle matchup, obviously you say that Hattie Maddie the Elise is quite interesting and it makes sense for the Jarvan pickup. Do you think these champions are going to be looking to scrap each other, or do you think they're going to be trying to get into any particular lanes?
Yeah, so right now we can see that Maddie took the Conqueror, so this is telling me that he's expecting to get into heavy fights. It's not just him looking for picks to burst someone down. He's looking like he's going to be playing in some extended fights, which I think is a good pickup here because they do have against the Jarvan who's going to be going tanky. You are going to be staying on top of them for quite a bit longer, but I would expect Jarvan to be sitting bot side. Like this Varus Soraka lane will constantly be pushing up if Haya and no one decide to utilize that lane to its strengths, and that makes them very vulnerable to ganks. Meanwhile, Maddie can be ganking any lane here. He's at least in a counter gank, especially when Jarvan's jumping into a Soraka silence into a cocoon. It's very strong. Setting up his solo lanes to succeed, a very big deal here. When Akali gets a lead on Syndra, what does Syndra do? She just gets jumped on and dies. If Gangplank falls behind Camille just engages on him and he dies. So Maddie actually has a lot of options here. Meanwhile, I don't think there's as many for Jarvan here because ganking Akali is pretty difficult with that Shroud. Ganking for a Gangplank, not always ideal, not a lot of setup. So Maddie kind of has the world as his oyster. Meanwhile, I think Jenkins will mainly be heading bot side.
We're on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for the final series of the day. Of course, this is a best of 3, so the result of this match isn't the be-all and end-all, but it is massively important. One of these two teams will be getting through to Sunday. One of these two teams will be going home, and it's going to be Bulldog on the blue side taking on Wolves on the red.
So standard 5-point from both teams, and again, just talking about keystones, Camille taking the grasp instead of the traditional Conqueror tells me that he's looking for short trades against Kara just to proc that grasp, sustain through the lane, not looking to really snowball or play for scaling necessarily. Grasp not as good as Conquer in the later stages of the game, but lets Camille survive the rough laning phase. So again, I think Wolves are pretty smart with their keystone changes, and again, Surface getting a deep board like he's wont to do, and is allowed to get it again to see where Jarvan is starting, as he does start red buff.
He's starting on that bot side, at least starting on the top, which means that they won't be doing the standard same clear in terms of direction, but that does mean we could see vertical jungles for the first time this tournament. In fact, the first time we've cast together, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Jarvan deciding to move up directly towards his top side jungle, at least doing the exact same thing, going bot side. And High and Jacob actually takes a bit of a beating from Higher and No One as they do look to get into lane. Not a great start for either of these marksmen to be taken low, but the Soraka will be able to help sustain Higher much more than the Morgana will.
Yeah, Jacob just taking the greedy route back past the river and just gets chunked out for it. Looks like there's going to be a level 2 gank topside from Jenkas.
Is moving in, looks for the flag drag, but the flash from Surface will keep him alive.
Yeah, so just traditional cheese sounds kind of counterintuitive there, but a lot of Jarvans will just start red buff and try to level to the opposite side because it's such a awkward gank path that many players aren't expecting. It forces the flash, but does slow down his clear. And meanwhile, there we go. We see Syndra just pushing in this mid lane, trying to bully out the Akali. Akali's just going to try to sustain this lane, and Maddie is looking for a gank as well.
Maddie coming in level 3, does get the stun off, getting some damage down onto Thomas Go, forces the flash away, but they're looking like they want to chase on. Tibor has been pushed back and stunned though, so Thomas Go survives to fight another day.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of a misplay there coming out from Tibor, but at the end of the day, they forced the flash, which is the big deal because this makes Syndra have to play so much safer. She doesn't have cleanse, she took the TP, so another gank on mid is essentially a guaranteed kill. And especially when Akali hits 6, the kill threat becomes exponentially higher. Akali is able to catch this wave for free, and while Camille got kind of chunked out, as is expected in this matchup, she should be able to farm this somewhat safely.
Surface on the top side going to want to grab some farm for himself as much as possible. Actually going to engage onto Kera, who does need to be a little bit careful, is lower than the Camille, but is going to be able to survive. Eats an orange, it's all right, and will be able to move back once again, but looking to put the pressure down onto Camille and could get bitten for it. J4 is in the top side of the map, but nowhere near close enough to gank, but looks like he might be moving up again.
Yeah, Kara's taken some pretty bad trades here. And I don't think Surface is going to be so greedy as to eat into him when he knows Jarvan's topside and has no flash, but you never know with Surface. But so far, yeah, it looks like Surface is looking to get aggressive and still holding on to his E, which I think is intelligent. And I still think he might die here.
Could be overextended. Hanny Manny moving in though. Teleport coming up the top from Wolves. It's going to be a 3v2. Kara and Yexas deciding to back away very smartly, and the teleport actually arguably wasted from Tibor. Doesn't manage to get anything. No summoners or anything blown, and it does give a bit of free time mid for Thomas Go.
Yeah, he does manage. I do think he will catch the majority of that wave mid, so it's not the end of the world. Was probably going to TP back anyway, but he does defend the Camille from the gank, which I think is a pretty big deal. However, Kara does actually hold the freeze top side, so it's still an awkward lane position for this Camille with no flash. And meanwhile, bot lane just seems to be shoving waves out, nobody really getting a significant lead, which is pretty good for the side of Bulldogs, as Varus Soraka is maybe not quite as bad as Varus Karma, but it's definitely up there in terms of the level of harass and sustain that bot lane has. So far, doing pretty well for themselves.
Thomas Go keeping up in that mid lane, showing how the Syndra can be played into a melee matchup. It's up in farm, looking towards 6 as well. Interesting to see the comparison between this game and last game. We're going to see Kara teleporting back top just to put a bit of pressure down on Surface and to pick up this wave without losing it to the tower. Nice to get a little bit gold. Obviously, Gangplank wants to be farming up, wants to be getting to those big item spikes and really putting the pressure down. And does have that ultimate for a bit of global presence, even if the teleport is down.
Yeah, and you can see how much respect Thomas is giving here just because he doesn't have flash. This wave is pushing in. He's playing so far back because of this Elise threat. Looks like there might be a bit of a skirmish here as Jenkus moves into mid to help Syndra push out this lane. There's going to be a brief river contest, but it doesn't seem like it's going to transition into anything. Overall, pretty slow-paced game. Last against Warwick Esports, there's already 25 kills at this point, roughly, give or take. So definitely a much slower-paced early game.
It is much slower, has to be said. But that's, it's a nice change. Obviously, I love the chaotic fighting LPL style that the university scene brings, but these two teams obviously not coming out of that one. Obviously, players who have been in the university scene before in this matchup, but it is now two teams that are maybe going to be a little bit more organized, I would say. Is the playstyle better? Hard to say, but it does bring a little bit of comparison to what we've been watching so far today. And looking at the gold, Bulldog taking a little bit of a lead early on, looking towards that dragon as well to try and get the first objective on the map. And we can look to see exactly where that gold lead is. Kara actually rocking a 400 gold lead on the Camille, which is pretty much all of the leads. There's a little bit elsewhere as well, but that's where Bulldog are standing strong right now. In fact, Wolves have just taken the lead as I've been talking, so it's so volatile right now, but the dragon does go to Bulldog. There will be an Infernal Drake up very shortly, and that's going to be another place where the teams could look to start fighting.
Yeah, and this is just the natural matchup. Top lane Gangplank does start bullying out these melee matchups, especially since Camille had to blow that early flash. And obviously, because of Gangplank's passive gold generation with his Q, he will just start accruing a gold lead. And again, it's pretty standard at this point. 8-minute swap from both UK teams here, from Wolves and Bulldogs. Bulldogs getting there first just a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be a significant factor as both teams are going to try to play for this Herald spawn. I think this is going to be a pretty close fight if they try to contest this, because Camille has teleport, but Gangplank has his ult, so it just really depends on how these teams set up for this objective. There still is so much kill threat just with the Elise and the Akali. Syndra's flash did come up at this point. Wolves not really able to capitalize on that early flash used by Thomas, and Bulldogs are getting river control.
Thinks is potentially looking for a gank, knows he's been spotted out, and decides actually to move up towards that Rift Herald and look for the objective instead. But there are members of Wolves around who potentially want to get in the fight. Yanks is moving forward. They are on the hunt as well. Movement speed has been picked up, and there they tackle him onto Higher. First blood will be taken up by Hi, I'm Jacob on the Sivir, and that's all they're going to need. They're going to take the wave, they're going to back away, and they're going to get back on Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, that's the insane level of engage threat that Jarvan Sivir brings, especially when you throw a Gangplank ult on top of that. Paya and Noan were actually playing fairly far back, but it's just simply not enough when Jarvan has EQ, Flash, Sivir ultimate, and a Gangplank slow to help facilitate it. But it looks like it's still going to be contested.
People looking for the contest and has to actually use his ultimate to try and get away, but now Hanny, Maddie, and Dylan on the top side have got out Hi, I'm Jacob, but it looks like he's going to turn it around and get the kill onto Zaraka. No one going down. This Rift Herald taken very, very low, has already smited, but will be secured quite easily in the end for Bulldog.
Yeah, I mean, no idea why they wanted to contest that. It was 3v4, and Sibor ends up using his ult to get out of that. Meanwhile, no one just dies, and Herald still secured for Bulldogs. They've started to accrue themselves a pretty nice gold lead here, especially when they can use that Herald to cash in on some plates. First Ocean Drake also secured, so really solid early game from Bulldogs. And again, this is what I wanted to see from them. A lot more disciplined play, a lot more awareness of how heavily far up Wolves just step up for no reason. And it's been looking good so far.
Looking very good for Bulldog. They've caught themselves just over 1k gold lead, and everyone on the team seems to be doing pretty well. Both of the kills on the Sivir, which is always great because this is one of those champions that can just stand at the back of team fights later on and really just decimate teams. Especially when you got champions like Camille, like Akali, who will go down pretty quickly to the hail of pizzas that she'll be tossing at you with that skin. But all the gold is going into the right places. Sad to see that Thomas Go has not yet grabbed one on the Syndra, but he'll be fine with that. He's got himself a little bit of a farm lead and is feeling pretty confident in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely there has been some pressure mid that has kind of alleviated some of the threat that Syndra has on Akali in the early game. But at the end of the day, this Elise really hasn't managed to find anything. Jarvan is perfectly happy with the state of this game. And yeah, you brought up a good point that Wolves don't really have a front line. So once Sivir gets items, once Gangplank gets items, trying to engage into a composition like this when you have so much front-loaded disengage damage, barrels, Syndra stuns, Sivir, it becomes more and more difficult to actually find openings. And it looks like, again, Maddie's looking topside to find a gank, but Kara playing safe. And this Elise pick so far has just not been able to find anything of significance.
Jenks looking for something of significance, looking towards that bot side. We'll be moving on towards Haya, and no one. The heal comes through, but Haya actually still alive. Girish has to go golden. They've got the route onto Hyam Jacob as well, who has to use the hunt to try and escape, but they've already lost one. That is a disastrous dive as Hyam Jacob might well go down as well. T-Ball looking for the last minute damage. Will be able to find it, and that's 2 kills coming in for Wolves. Jenks now might have overstepped his 3v1, but does have Thomas Go rotating down. Hattie Manny there to make it a 4v2 though, and even with the power of Syndra and Jarvan at this stage of the game, they're going to back away, and Infernal Dragon may well fall to the pack.
Yeah, frankly, a little bit of just a bad dive. You are diving into a Varus with a Soraka without the wave. The wave was actually cleared out the second they engaged that dive. So what ended up happening was Morgana just took the Varus art, got tower aggro after Jenkins jumped out with his EQ, and Sivir just couldn't get involved. Look here, as this wave's about to get cleared out by Varus. And as they go in, Varus gets a really nice ult, gets healed up by Soraka. Sivir can't actually get involved. And Jenkins actually uses his EQ to get out off of Varus, so he just doesn't go down. Not enough damage with all the healing. And the double teleport from Wolves ends up securing another kill on Hyam Jacob after he uses both summoners. So they get the Infernal, they get some return kills. Akali is now 2-0. It looks like Bulldogs will use this Herald here to secure this first brick, but honestly just a little bit of a misexecution on that dive.
And while the first tower gold is going to be really nice, they do lose out on the Dragon, and both teams going to be taking back and forth objectives, and yeah, just not the best played dive. But the game is still young, only 13 minutes, there are still plates to be had if teams get a really fast push on, but it doesn't seem like minions are really in a position for anyone to actually do that. So it looks like that source of gold volatility will be off the table very, very shortly. T-Ball, obviously, with those 2 kills, is now the focal point of this Wolves lineup, the same way that Hyam Jacob is the focal point for Bulldog. It's going to be quite difficult to target him, though.
Yes, I think right now we're seeing some scrapping happening bot lane, as Surface has just decided not to show up top side anymore, as Gangplank just pushes the wave in and is probably just going to get a free tower. A little bit confusing, not sure what Wolves are trying to accomplish there. There's nothing really to play for bot side. Drake is down. So 4 people reset, reassess their lanes. Gangplank doesn't quite take the tower, but does chunk it pretty heavily. And there is a bit of a CS lead starting to grow between Gangplank and Camille. Camille obviously losing some farm for that teleport bot side, and Haya might just get jumped on again.
Cataclysm lands, but Haya doesn't flash this time. Able to get out of that one, but that is going to be down much longer than the Cataclysm from Yanxes, and that's a nice little attempted gank.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Just trade the Jarvan ultimate for a flash. That's always a nice trade, and as this Herald spawning, we will probably see Jarvan's ult coming back up around the point they can test that. So Varus trying to fight around Herald without the flash. We saw what happened last time. Even with the flash, he just went down, and Hyam Jacobs getting jumped on.
Ults directly into the spell shield, and the spell shield was used earlier. So Surface, a little bit of a misplay there on the Camille. Thomas Go picking up the blue buff, but that's got to sting.
Yeah, I looked a little bit weird. I think Surface thought that the spell shield stopped his E, but I think the hook shot just literally missed. So the spell shield just blocks ult, and now another engage.
Going in for no one, but T-Ball's going to jump in directly onto the backline. Does manage to get the killing spree on the kill on Cinder. Looking for Girish, will be able to pick up a double. Has been exhausted as Thomas Go looks to lay the ultimate into him, but the heal from Soraka is huge. T-Ball needs to be careful and is looking to dance away from this fight now as the rest of Wolves chase on. They're going to be able to survive. They don't lose a member, pick up 2 more kills and move towards the second Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, a terrible engage from Jenkas. Like, Jacob's not there. Wasn't there anyway. Was there, sorry. Girish wasn't there. Goes in without his ultimate. Essentially, Tibor just ignores him and goes in on Jacob and just takes him out. For no Akali, secures themselves a Herald. Kara still farming, still getting his items. But it looks like Bulldogs are starting to kind of lose a grasp of how they want to approach these fights. Both times Jarvan's tried to force some engages that really haven't worked out. Again, against the Soraka, against champions that are mobile like Akali and Camille, sure, you can go in on Varus, but if you mess up your engage against the heals and the mobility coming out of Wolves, it's just going to get turned, and so that's what we've seen in these last 2 fights.
I'm Jacob now clearing out this mid wave. No one's the only one responding so far on spot Soraka, so it doesn't have the best wave clear. And will be forced to play it pretty safe under tower, but you can see Varus, you can see Elise all moving down. The dragon is spawning up in 20 seconds, and neither team wants to give up this first Mountain Drake for free. Obviously, 1 dragon apiece already, so it's going to be a little bit slower on the old Soul Drake, but no one takes a lot of damage from that combination of Morgana and Sivir, which may be enough to force him to go back, and that could be all Bulldog need to get the confidence to start up this dragon.
Yeah, Bulldogs with the positional advantage have the vision control. Looks like Maddie is maybe looking for a gank on Gangplank, but don't think he's going to find it. And yeah, Bulldogs just get the entirety of the river under their control and start up the Drake, and I think it's fine to just concede it if you're Wolves. Sakali is still getting a lot of pressure topside. This doesn't really bring Bulldogs to Drake point, so it's not the end of the world dropping this Drake. And that's what they do. They just catch their waves, they push them in, they get some vision control elsewhere, and they just take the reset, and that's totally fine.
It's absolutely fine. Just grab the reset after the objective, and both of these teams not going to be too upset about the way that this game is going so far. Bulldogs still holding on to that gold lead, even though they've lost a couple more team fights than Wolves has. And that speaks to maybe the different styles of play. Wolves, we know, they like to fight, they like to scrap, and they like to group up and try and take these engagements, whereas Bulldog showing to them more happy to sit off, get that farm, try and confirm themselves objectives, and just play a little bit more macro orientated right now.
Yeah, I think a lot of this gold is coming from that first brick and just Gangplank's farm. Highest farm in the game right now. Has had a pretty free laning phase, and again, that extra gold generation coming in from his Q just helps that much more. Camille still getting items, not necessarily that behind. Level 11, working on Trinity, but I think the main focus here right now is this Akali. This Syndra is having a hard time. Yeah, she's farming up, but doesn't have much pressure in this lane just because of the kill threat. And Maddie and Tibor might look for a dive play here as they move up, potentially drop a Herald to just force this tower. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to brute force it.
Could be looking to just smash down top lane, not looking for any kind of nuanced play there, as we are moving towards the Baron time of the game, as it will be spawning up. But Hani Maddie and Tibor still up at top side, only being defended by Thomas Go on the Syndra, who should be able to defend pretty well as long as he's not caught out. We'll need to hold on to that stun and that ultimate in order to just make sure that he's going to be safe, but at least now sneaking up into that forward brush. Could be looking for an engage, does have the Rift Helm, which is going to be dropped, and that might be the signal for Thomas Go to get out. Actually looking to maybe turn this one around onto Tibor, but the charge, will it be enough to secure the tower? It won't be immediately, and Girish is coming up to try and take down the Rift Helm. It will go down before the tower goes down, so not only do they manage to defend, but they keep the tower alive as well.
Yeah, Thomas playing with a lot of respect there. You can see that Akali was just slow pushing that wave in. He was just sat on their tower saying, yeah, Elise is probably top, and does manage to defend the tower. And another engage from Jenkas, forcing a flash
A lot of damage coming through. Hiram Jacob needs to be running away. Yanxus goes below half health and is going to be slowed up by Hire. Looks like the Camille trying to get in, but won't be able to carry on the side there. Looking for Hire. Does get ulted by Surfers and needs to be careful. He's trying to play it as safe as possible. Members of Wolves are in full retreat. None of them have gone down just yet, but a lot of low health bars.
Yeah, 5v4 play there where both teams managed to get out, but in the meantime, Wolves still have Tibor split pushing in the top lane, gets that tower. Some flashes burned there by Wolves. The Camille flash and Soraka, meanwhile Jenkus flashing on his end. And this is the issue, if you don't get that initial engage, Soraka just will keep people alive. Even in that situation, it was 4v5 and Bulldog still did not manage to single out a target. So well played from Wolves to disengage that. They did initially use that teleport to counter engage, but both teams get out. Still a bit of a gold lead for Bulldogs, 3k roughly. But so far, the pace of this game has been way slower than the other Wolves games we've seen.
And that might just be testament to how Bulldog are keeping control of the game, wanting to slow it down a little bit, not getting drawn into these fights as much as other teams have been willing to do. And it's currently serving Bulldogs pretty well. They're not behind. They're doing well in terms of objectives. They're doing well in terms of farm, and they've got champions that do well in that late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams are fairly comfortable taking this later into the game. I do think Elise is going to start having a harder time playing team fights out. So will Akali when Sivir starts getting potentially Phantom Dancer or Morgana is able to potentially peel for her. But Camille scaling, Varus Soraka definitely doesn't fall off too hard in the late game. But looks like Kara right now has a pretty huge lead on Surface. This is the first time I've really seen Surface actually get outclassed in lane before. And this gameplay seems to maybe be the pick into his split pushers.
This needs to be careful though, as Kara coming forward. Hattie Maddie and a teleport will be in support though, and Kara might have been of more than he can chew. Looking to get the damage out, looking to turn this one around, but the Saraga heal will keep Surfers alive a little longer as Kara is bitten down. Surfers needs to be so careful, but survives on a sliver of health. And at the end of the day, it's a good play from Wolves, but it was so close to going wrong.
Yeah, honestly, if it weren't for that Soraka ult, I think Kara takes down both Surface and Maddie. They need 3 people to take him down. They do lose bot side pressure, they do lose mid for it. So at the end of the day, Kara dying there, definitely not ideal, but taking mid and a Drake for it is, in my opinion, well worth it.
Yeah, and the dragon is going to be secured. It's going to be a mountain dragon, so now they are on soul point next time that they decide to go for that in about 5 minutes time when it's next available. Still got the Baron up on the map as well. Both of these teams will be looking to get vision control now that it's the only neutral objective, and Wolves going to be wanting to fight around that one. Bulldog wanting to take the objective, so both teams going to be very interested.
Yeah, I am not too sure what the next play is going to be here. Wolves still keeping the Akali top side for that split push threat. Camille going bot lane, has her Trinity Force completed, Merc treads. Meanwhile, Gangplank is also sitting on a few components on top of his Trinity. And Sivir's still farming up. She's slightly behind Varus, still working on her IE. And right now, there's really 2 conditions for both teams. It's the Baron and it's the Soul for Drake coming up in 4 minutes. I don't think either of these teams really want to start Baron this early. Neither of them really burn it down that quickly until Sivir gets some attack speed. And Varus never really treads it too much because of this poke build. So I think the next major fight will be around the Drake, but Tibur actually has to flash out as the 3-man topside.
Looking towards this tower, it's already very low, and Tibor knows that. Going to be forced to run away without the flash available, and Bulldog will be able to pick up their 3rd tower of the game. All of those outers are now gone, meaning that moving into the jungle and getting a vision around this Baron buff is going to be so much easier, as well as not giving Wolves anywhere safe to go. Surface, though, looking for Hiram Jacob, forces out the ultimate from the Sivir, but now there might be a turnaround fight. You could hear that the ultimate from Gangplank has been used. Hasn't done too much, though. No one pretty low, but looking towards the front line. There we go. There's the ultimate coming in, and no one already pretty down. Does have to run away as members of Wolves. They're looking to just reset.
Yeah, they do end up forcing the flash from Jacob. They do lose top tower, but they get mid tower for it. So again, pretty well worth it. losing mid tower not that big of a deal for Bulldogs at this point in the game. And again, I don't think anything of significance is going to really happen until this next Mountain Drake spawns. Wolves will most likely contest that Mountain Soul. We'll see if Bulldogs can maybe find a pick as they set up for it. Throughout this game, Bulldogs have had the initial setup for almost all of these neutral objectives, hence why they have 3 mountains. While Wolves are sleeping here, they will lose Soul.
They will lose Soul if they don't look to contest. It's up in 2 minutes. Surface will be ulted. Cataclysm comes down, but will be able to flash away. Didn't have the hook shot to get the easy escape, so have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, trading flash for flash, not amazing for Jarvan in my case against a Camille, just because Camille already has that mobility. Varus still has his flash, Soraka still has his flash, so losing that flash engage opportunity right before the Mountain Drake, not ideal. Doesn't really turn out into anything, but team's still looking for side lane picks as Wolves push into top side, maybe potentially looking to trade Baron for the Soul. Not sure if that's the best scenario, but there's still some time on Mount Drake.
There is definitely time to consider and time to set up for the Dragon, which is up in 1.5 minutes, but we're definitely not in LPL country anymore. The game has slowed down to a very low pace, but both of these teams now still looking for fights, still looking for picks to give themselves the best opportunity to take one of these objectives. And it's good to see that neither of these teams are really trying to overforce things. We've seen that a little bit in the past couple of days, and it's good to see some teams with a little bit more control.
Yeah, definitely taking these games slower. This is the deciding match on who goes to the next day of the closed qualifier. And dropping the first game can always make it hard to get momentum to take the series if you lose the first game. So both teams playing conservatively. They're playing the scaling game. They're playing the wave game. Every team both of these guys just pushing waves in, resetting, pushing waves in, looking for opportunities. Mount Drake spawning in 30 seconds. Tibor pushes in topside, does have his teleport. Wolves are all reset on the map in their 4-man so that they can contest river control as Bulldogs are doing the same. Gangplank heading top to catch the wave, does have ult, does have teleport. So I expect this to turn into a 5v5 as Jenkus is starting to clear vision.
Clearing out around the Dragon, it's about to spawn onto the Rift, and both of these teams do want to fight for it. Tibor on the top side, but Surface is the one who's going to be looking to engage. You can see teleport coming in behind for that Akali, but Heimtake has already turned down and just annihilated the Camille, uses the spell shield to avoid a lot of damage, and in the back line sits Yenxus, does get the Cataclysm down and manages to only lock in one Tibor on the back, looking for priority targets, looking for Thomas Go. Carrot is now here in the fight as well, so it will be a 5v4, but it's going to be a 4v4 with Yenxus going out. Tibor on the side does manage to get dogpiled by the Bulldog team, and then now they're looking towards the Soraka. Should they be able to get her, there will be no more healing, and that is gone. Carry now moving away so he doesn't get repelled onto, but Heimtake will take the damage, will take the fall, and will go down. It's 2 appeasement teleports coming in from Thomas Go, who has reset, so a full health Syndra is zooming directly into the fight, dodges out the slow, and will get the stun onto Hyatt. Is there enough damage to take down the Varus? I think there probably will be, as Thomas Go looking for a couple more skills, will be able to get the last Q down, and securing the kill on to Varus. Bulldog do win the fight, but they do not have the crucial members you might think to start this Dragon when a teleport is coming in. This is a long-term fight. Camille now turning up to the fight. Hattie Maddie there, but below half health, and Wolves do not want to re-engage.
A little bit of an overforce by Surface in that initial engage. Just flashes in, uses his hook shot, and frankly just too deep. Team can't follow up, and then Jarvan engages without any follow-up either on his end, and even though he jumps into 4 people, gets some of them low, the Soraka heals just come in, and it looks like Wolves are going to start this Mount Drake, and Jenkins might look to steal.
Jenkins is on the other side of the wall, does have smite available, going to look to jump onto it. Hattie Maddie's pretty low, carry there as well, does get the barrel off, and it's going to be taken off by Yenxus. That's going to be the Mountain Soul going over to Bulldog. He'll give his life, but he'll do so gladly as it allows his team that shield going forward.
Yeah, awesome steal there, well worth his life for it. The only thing now is Bulldogs have to stop Wolves from starting this Baron. I really don't think Wolves can start this. Even in a 4v5, they're playing into Syndra, Morgana, all these skill shots that they can just be thrown into the pit. And on top of that, Bulldogs have Mountain Control, so this is going to be a pretty tough fight.
Baron has been started up. Looks like Wolves want to take the 5v4 advantage all the way to the purple buff. Thomas Go on the side on the Syndra. Now the hunt has begun. The Baron is already very, very low. As Kara is looking to jump in. T-Ball there as well. There could be getting some damage. Now Thomas Go has already got a kill onto Varus, but will go down in turn. It's now Kara, Girish, and Thomas Go on the back looking for Surface. They've lost their Sivir, but they're chasing off the other members. Baron wasn't even secured, and Surface now looking to escape. Thomas Go is looking to hunt him down, getting the skill shots, trying to steal away the Wolves as well, as Girish and Kara look on. I think Kibia will be slippery enough to escape, but that's a very good play from Bulldog to stop the objective.
Yeah, just an overforced Baron. They don't really burn that Baron down that quickly. They do have a poke Varus, so the DPS is mainly coming in from Elise. And at the end of the day, the Mountain Drake, plus the fact that Bulldog's comp is just so strong in these fights. Oh, Surface flashes in.
Looking forward, trying to get onto Girish, doing a lot of damage, but that's a big spell shot. Girish is waiting for the damage to turn around, but won't be able to land the root. And Surface with the big play does manage to secure the kill onto the support. But now we're seeing a very low Baron buff. Can T-Ball get in and try and steal it? It's only a matter of time. It's going very, very low already, and it will be secured by Yanxus. That's the Baron going down as well. And even though they lose their support, they gain both key objectives.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie from Girish, trying a bit too hard to stop Surface from backing. Gets killed for it, but at the end of the day, Baron on 4 people. Bulldog's now in a pretty comfortable position. 5k gold up, Mountain Soul and Baron secured. We saw Wolves in this position last game, and they really fumbled this Baron push. We'll see if Bulldogs are a little bit more disciplined. They have been showing that to be the case. I would expect them to be able to break the base at least one inhibitor down with this push. We'll see what happens. Wolves currently pushing out both side lanes so they can stall the Baron push as Tibber gets top with Hattie Matty.
People waiting there. Hattie Matty as well hasn't been spotted out. Kara needs to be careful on the split. Does have Baron empowered minions, but in the 2v1, it might not be enough. Now Gamma going to be using that ultimate, going to be fighting forward. We can see that Civ is taking a tower, but Kara will fall very quickly. Hattie Matty goes low, but not enough to secure the kill. And now other members of Bulldog are all looking to siege down mid to make sure Kara's sacrifice was not in vain. The tower's already going pretty low. They now have melee minions to tank, so it's going to have to be on them to do so. And they haven't been able to secure the tower just yet. One more auto from that minion does manage to secure the first inhib tower of the game at the 33-minute mark.
Another engage coming in from Surface.
Coming in from the side. The Surface has already been deleted. T-Bar on the side doesn't want to jump into 3, 4, 5 members as Thomas Go does get the ultimate off. Doesn't manage to kill the Soraka as T-Bar full health on the side now has a very low Syndra to be aiming for. Does decide to jump away. Doesn't want to get CC'd but jumps directly back in. Yanxus now also a low target, and it looks like Bulldog have had enough. They're going to be moving away towards their base, happy with what they've taken.
Yeah, I mean, Bulldog's not able to quite open up the base by taking that inhibitor, but they do get the tower, and a smart pick play from Wolves to focus the game plan because he pushes in the side lane. Yeah, they lose the tower for it, but they have enough time to reset and make it a 5v4 mid. Surface, again, feeling the engage a little bit too much, goes in a bit preemptively. Tibber didn't have ultimate, he used it to kill Gangplank, so just a bit of an overforce on his end, dies for it, but at the end of the day, they stopped the Baron push from Bulldogs, and I'm not sure they're going to have enough time on this buff to actually secure the inhibitor.
Don't know if they will either, but of course they've still got that soul. That is still going to be with them for the rest of the game, and Elder Dragon will become an option in a minute and a half.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try to control this area, wait for the Elder Drake to spawn, maybe get a pick here on Surface, not quite enough damage. And it's just a wave game. Again, this game's been pretty slow-paced. Just really playing around neutral objectives, some kills here and there, but overall a complete different change-up from the previous series. And right now, Surface needs to be more careful. He's taking a lot of damage as he steps way too far up.
Happy to step forward, but also takes a face full of damages, forced to back away. Of course, Bulldog know that if they win this game, they're going to be one up in this series and looking towards that Sunday close qualifier where there are only 4 teams remaining. And your chances of getting in at that point are actually pretty decent, about 50%. Yanxus looking to go forward onto no one. Doesn't get too much damage onto the Soraka as the fight kicks off around the fight. No one goes down. T-Ball gets taken low. Surface gets taken low. Both get taken out as Kara's looking to cut through. Higher goes down. And that is going to be the ace. Bulldog don't need Elder Dragon. They're just going to take the game.
Bulldogs just say screw it. We're not doing Drake. We're not waiting. We're not playing 4-1. We're not letting Gangplank split push. Just frickin' go. Get 5 kills. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Close out the game here. Pretty slow-paced game from Bulldogs, but honestly, from the very beginning, this Gangplank pick just really shut down a lot of Surface's aggression, slowed the game down for Wolves, and Bulldogs just got a lead from the very get-go and just, yeah, a little bit slow and steady wins the race though at the very end, and they managed to close out after 35 minutes.
Excellent performance from Bulldog, very well played to them, and obviously Wolves did have some agency in that game, did take some good fights in the earlier stages, and even in the 1v1s didn't look too outclassed in a lot of cases. So very excited to see how this best of 3 series will go on and how it will continue, because of course it is a best of 3 series. The winner will be going on to Sunday and will be having a further chance to qualify for the UKLC. The loser will be going home. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if Bulldog can secure the 2-0 after the break. Moving forward, they are on the hunt as well. Movement speed has been picked up, and there they tackle him onto Higher. First blood will be taken up by Higher. I'm Jacob on the Sivir. We have significance looking towards that bot side. We'll be moving on towards Higher, and no one. The heal comes through, but Higher actually still alive. Girish has to go golden. They've got the route onto Higher Jacob as well, who has to use the hunt to try and escape, but they've already lost one. That is a disastrous dive as Higher Jacob might well go down as well. T-Ball looking for the last minute damage. Will be able to find it, and that's 2 kills coming in for Wolves. Yanksas now might have overstepped his 3v1, but does have Thomas Go rotating down. Hattie Manny there to make it a 4v2 though, and even with the power of Syndra and Jarvan at this stage of the game, they're going to back away, and Infernal Dragon may well fall to the pack.
It'll just block the ult and now engage.
Going in for no one, but T-Ball's going to jump in directly onto the backline. Does manage to get the killing spree on the kill on Sivir. Looking for Girish, will be able to pick up a double. Has been exhausted as Thomas Go looks to lay the ultimate into him, but the heal from Soraka is huge. T-Ball needs to be careful and is looking to dance away from this fight now as the rest of Wolves chase on. They're going to be able to survive. They don't lose a member, pick up 2 more kills and move towards the second Rift Herald. Forward, Hattie Maddy and a teleport will be in support though, and Kara might have been of more than he can chew, looking to get the damage and looking to turn this one around, but the Saraga heal will keep Surface alive a little longer as Kara is bitten down. Surface needs to be so careful, but survives on a sliver of health. Plated the Camille, uses the spell shield to avoid a lot of damage, and in the back line sits Yanksas, does get the Cataclysm down and manages to only lock in 1 T-Bot on the back, looking for priority targets, looking for Thomas Go. Kara is now here in the fight as well, so it will be a 5v4, but it's going to be a 4v4 with Yanksas going out. T-Bot on the side does manage to get dogpiled by the Bulldog team, and then now they're looking towards the Soraka. Should they be able to get her, there will be no more healing, and that is gone. Kerry now moving away so he doesn't get repelled onto behind. Jacob will take the damage, will take the fall, and will go down. It's 2 appeasement teleport coming in from Thomas Go, who has reset, so a full health Syndra is zooming directly into the fight, dodges out the slow, and will get the stun onto Higher. Is there enough damage to take down the Varus? I think that has begun. The Baron is already very, very low as Kara is looking to jump in. T-Ball there as well, though could be getting some damage on Thomas Go. Has already got a kill onto the Varus, but will go down in turn. It's now Kara, Girish, and Thomas Go on the back looking for Surface. They've lost their Sivir, but they're chasing off the other members. Baron wasn't even secured, and Surface now looking to escape. Thomas Go forward onto no one. Doesn't get too much damage onto the Saraga though, as the fight kicks off around the fight. No one goes down. T-Ball gets taken low. Surface gets taken low. Both get taken out as Kara's looking to cut through. Higher goes down, and that is going to be the ace. Bulldog don't need Elder Dragon. They're just going to take the game. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the UKLC closed qualifier. I'm Wolf Whittingham. I'm joined by Doruk. I'm pronouncing your name a little bit different every time just to keep things fresh. And we're going into our second game of this best of 3 series between Wolves and Bulldog. Bulldog obviously managed to win that first game. If you were watching, they played very well, very organised, and Wolves did put up a great fight in a lot of the actual team fights themselves, but macro-wise, Bulldog just were a little better.
Yeah, Bulldogs managed to get an early lead and just managed to close out pretty comfortably going in from the early to mid to late. And I think a lot of that was just based off of some of the drafting. Bulldogs with the early Gangplank pick, able to really deny Surface from really ever impacting the game, which is a pretty big deviation from what Surface is usually able to accomplish for Wolves. And same with Maddie. Maddie picked the Elise the first time we've seen him play it in the qualifiers, and he just had very little impact and not really managed to find the early kills or picks you need from Elise. And that might be why Wolves decided to take blue in this first game here. Potentially try to first pick a strong jungler for him, or change up the draft a little bit so that these players can maybe have a little bit more impact.
And that's what we need to be seeing, because if Wolves cannot win this game, they are going to be knocked out. They're going to be sent home, and Bulldog are going to make it into tomorrow's closed qualifier second day. But Wolves do have an opportunity here to get the 2-1 reverse sweep and make it there themselves. So this is maybe the biggest game in this tournament, certainly, but the biggest game for a long time for these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the make or break kind of moment where Wolves have to find out what they need to do to change up the pace of these games. We'll see Bulldogs just want to keep doing what they've been doing. I still think they can play a little bit quicker and a little bit more aggressively at some points. I think at other points, maybe a little more conservatively with some of those engages from Jarvan. But for the most part, Wolves were just playing at a much slower pace than they ever have before. Seemed like they were not comfortable. And if they maybe change up the picks and kind of get that energy that they had that led them to those wins against Warwick, they can maybe take this to a game 3, but we'll see.
Will be exciting to see a third game. Obviously, we haven't actually seen best of 3 series go to 3 games today. We did see one yesterday while we were casting together, but I think that this is maybe the closest set of 2 teams we've seen so far going forward, and the fact that the last game was very, very close as well. Yes, Wolves did end up giving way to Bulldog, but I still think there is a great chance. Looking at what we saw last game, are there any champions that you think should be banned by either of these 2 teams? Are there any champions that you'd maybe want to prioritize a little bit more or a little bit less?
Wolves need to ban Gangplank, I think. This champion kind of negates everything Surface likes to do, has a good laning phase into his champions, and this is what we saw yesterday against Orglis, where Vega would just pick Soraka and not interact with Surface, and Surface just started getting bored and kind of running it down or not able to get the snowball lead he wants. So I think banning Gangplank might be the right call. And I definitely think they need to change the Elise pick to something that Maddie's more comfortable playing. Bulldogs on the other end looked very comfortable on everything. If they can get that Gangplank again, they should really just take it. They honestly, I don't think there's a single draft issue on their end. So I think mainly it's Wolves denying the Gangplank and changing up the jungle.
I'm excited to see this Gangplank again if it gets through. I'd be surprised if it did, but I think Hera played exceptionally well there, especially in the later stages, and it got to a point where sometimes, yes, you'd see Hera getting 2v1'd, but it wasn't even necessarily getting caught out because you're losing that 2v1, but your team is getting so much on the other side of the map, and you're assisting them with that ultimate as well. We are now jumping in. The teams have swapped sides for the first time today, so we've got Wolves on the blue side with Bulldog on the red.
Yeah, and they banned the Gangplank straight away. Exactly what they needed to do. I just think Kara was too good on this champ, and again, denies Surface his ability to play his style. Ivern, Nidalee banned away from Maddie, Set, and Orange. So 3 top laners, Set, arguably also support. So it seems like Surface has a very clear idea of what he wants. Bulldogs banning Nidalee, Ivern, Syndra. I could see Maddie going for a Graves here, as this is one of his other champions he's played, or maybe a Jarvan. Varus is still up on the table, so Bulldog's saying, yeah, you take one of those, we'll take Varus, but we'll see what Wolves prioritize. I really think they should try to go for Graves or Jarvan. Okay, Ashe, definitely a placeholder, I think, I'd hope.
Definitely a placeholder, I think.
Yeah.
That's a classic, but it would be a weird one to put priority on, but we've seen stranger things happen today in draft, so we'll leave that one for now and see what Bulldog decide to pick as their first 2 champions. Obviously, not going to be able to go for the same top lane they did last game, but the Varus is still open, so they're going to be able to pick that one up, and the Karma as well. Still on the table, but they might look to go for a jungler instead. That's normally what we see teams do.
Yeah, the Thresh, Varus, so if Thresh is locked in here, I'd assume Ashe's maybe Jarvan, just because that Thresh Lantern gives Varus the safety he needs to avoid death from the Cataclysm, as we saw quite a few times in the last game. Also pairs very well with Varus, still a lot of pick potential, strong laning, so all around great pick here. Varus, Thresh, very strong bot lane. Still not too sure what the Ashe pick is. If it is Ashe, not really sure why you'd first pick Ashe, but maybe Wolves have something in mind. And then Talia, again, Tibur, this is something that he played great on the Akali, but just couldn't impact his side lanes. And this is what Talia does. You just push in mid and you attack sides. So I think this is, again, a good change-up from Wolves and the Aphelios. So definitely not Ashe. That's a placeholder. And the Aphelios, one of the strongest ADs in the game right now, has a hard time against Varus, but we've seen quite a few teams take this matchup and just survive the lane, or even at times outperform their respective counterpart to mitigate that champion difference. Overall, pretty solid draft coming in from Wolves, I think. I think they made the changes they need so far. And yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is a Jarvan pick for Ashe, because
the Ashe is Graves, I'm being told.
Graves. Okay. So Kindred, another farming AD-based jungler. Graves does have a bit of a better clear into it, but typically matching the AD style that Graves brings with the Kindred, I think, is fair from Bulldogs.
Yeah, Chad, we haven't got to see yet, and one that can get very out of control. Obviously gives you that second marksman AD style of champion with a lot of damage and scales very well as well. So moving into the second round of bans, Karma taken off the table. Don't want to see that paired up with the Aphelios, and Corki being taken away from Thomas Go in the mid lane. Another champion we do tend to see taken off the table around this time if a mid laner hasn't been picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. A very strong ban coming in. I'm interested to see. Yeah, so Thresh counters. Karma is somewhat of a skill matchup there to just ensure that Varus Thresh don't really have a difficult time against this Aphelios. Last time Wolves picked this champion, they did pair it with a Lulu, even into the hook champion of Pyke. So I could very well see no one's just saying, hey, I can dodge the hooks, not a big deal, we can take Lulu here. We do have the scaling advantage if we do so. And fourth pick from Bulldogs probably should be a mid laner if they don't want to show top side. It is pretty much confirmed that Talia is going mid. So yeah, and they're trying to match it with a Cassiopeia, both very DPS heavy mid laners.
Cassiopeia can put out an absolutely insane amount of damage. Has seen a little bit play top as well, so maybe could be flex, but I do not imagine that will be the case. Going to be the answer into the Talia, and it's going to be what Wolves decide to round out their composition with. Still fishing for a support and still looking for a top laner in these last 2 picks.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if... So instead of the Lulu, they're going for the Nautilus. Just a more aggressive bot lane matchup. Very heavily skill-based, but I would say Varus, Thresh do definitely edge out this matchup. And what is Surface gonna blind pick for his top lane? Again, throughout this entire tournament, I don't think he's blind picked top lane once. So I'm not too sure what he's gonna prioritize. Kled.
No, it's
Oh,
the
Shen.
Shen. That's a different style of champion.
Yeah, still kind of fits his split pushing style, but does give him the opportunity to engage with his team. Shen does have a deceptively strong laning phase. A lot of people do underestimate his all-in potential if he lands that taunt. Not sure what Bulldogs are going to answer this with. There are a lot of options in the Shen. Big reason why he's not prioritized too much by most teams, but just matching the tank with a tank, arguably a better tank when it just comes to CC and taking damage with Maokai.
Yeah, definitely a strong tank and someone we've seen quite a lot of. Karen now going to be the one showing that one off. We are jumping out of Champ Select because we do need to remake because of that proxy. Put Graves in rather than the Ashe because Ashe jungle is nowhere near as good.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Maybe in another season we'll start seeing Ashe jungle become meta, but not right now. And
not today.
I think Wolves draft makes a lot more sense. Interesting to see Surface on the Shen, but double global coming in from Talia Shen. A lot of bot side playmaking potential with the Nautilus. And Maddie and Tibor on champions that more fit their playstyle. Tibor able to impact the side lanes with that priority, with that map movement, and an aggressive early jungler that isn't reliant on ganks like Elise, but can keep farming, can keep outpathing the enemy jungler and potentially scale. So much better draft, I think, for Wolves. We'll see if they can actually take advantage of this draft to secure themselves a win. Bulldogs on the other end, pretty much more bread and butter. Ferris, Thresh. We see a Cassiopeia, a lot of late game DPS coming in with that champion, and I'm interested to see how this Kindred pick works out. A lot different from the Jarvan that Jenkins played last game, so early game might be a little bit different in terms of how these teams play it out.
But it'll be interesting to see if Yanksas can match that new style and can perform on a champion that isn't maybe going for those hard engages, but is looking more to scale up, looks to farm in very specific ways, and always exciting to see champions that are a little bit different stylistically, because we know Yanksas can play this engage style. We've seen it already. Now let's see if he can do the more carry orientated stuff. Of course, we are back in Champ Select. It'll be same picks and bans. We're just going to be picking in order so that everyone owns their champion, so we don't have to jump out for another proxy. But I'm interested to see how this Shen is played, because it is one of those champions, as you say, that can do a deceptive amount of damage, but is it going to have that much pressure on the Maokai?
It actually can, especially early. Obviously, after a certain point, Maokai is just Maokai. Will out-tank anything you throw at him, but early game, again, a lot of people underestimate his all-in at level 2, level 3. So if Kara has not played this matchup, lets himself get taunted, you could blow an early flash, maybe look for a solo kill. But for the most part, it's just going to be... The curse of Shen is if you use your ultimate and you just lose out on it. You don't get anything with your team. You just lose farm top lane. You lose plates top. So we'll see if that occurs for Surface here, if those Shen plays end up actually paying off, or if he actually loses more than he gains. And it should be pretty easy to secure these global fights because of that Talia to facilitate the Shen ultimate. A lot of teams, when this was a more popular combo, you throw in the Talia wall, drop Shen ultimate on Talia as she flies in behind bot lane or wherever you're targeting, and you pretty much secure a team fight win. We'll see if Wolves have that kind of level of coordination coming into this game. But if they can execute on that, I could see them taking a pretty significant early lead if they play this right.
Talia is a champion that I've enjoyed seeing in this tournament. It hasn't been something that I see too much outside of it, like outside of casting. I haven't seen it too much in the past few weeks because it's been off season. You know, everyone's been pretty chill, pretty relaxed, not as much to watch, and very interesting. Tibor played it exceptionally well when we saw it last series, I believe, was when we saw it.
Yes, he did play it against the Syndra that did not have a good time with that matchup. So he's definitely more than comfortable playing this champ.
100%, and with the Aphelios Nautilus going up against the Varus Fresh. Fresh is a champion that we've seen not too much of just because it's been banned away.
Yeah, one of the most banned champions I think we've seen in this qualifier. Very strong laning phase, has a lot of utility, does just about everything well. And for a lot of support, it's one of their most played champions as well. So pairs up really well with the Thresh, with the Varus rather. Let's see if Girish can actually utilize it to its full extent. Hopefully a little bit more action this game than we saw last game. I do expect it with Maddie and Tibor playing champions that are more suited to their playstyle. And again, I expect a lot of action going on bot lane. You want to have this Talia just permanently moving to sides. You have Shen to facilitate that when he gets his ultimate. And you have a Nautilus to set up that play. So we'll see if Wolves are able to actually go for the early game that they're known for.
And how do Bulldog react to that? How do Bulldog react to these picks that are going to be moving them all over the map?
Yeah, so as long as Kara is holding on to his teleport, he can match the initial first play from Surface, depending on how that teleport is used early. And then obviously, if the thing with Wolves' composition, it's fairly telegraphed, right? You know what's going to happen. They have double global. They're going to try to dive bot lane. If Bulldogs are ready for it, Jenkas is ready to respond. It's very easy to turn a dive play with Kindred with a potential Maokai teleport. So if you're ready for the play, you're expecting it, you can turn this game around. Another option would be you have that very strong Varus Thresh lane. You should be able to maintain priority throughout most of the laning phase. Use that priority to get a very good back timer so you can swap top lane, force the Shen into a 1v2. And then it's very difficult to play a global composition when the map is split like that because you're always permanently playing at a numbers disadvantage. So those are their two main options as Bulldogs. And it looks like Wolves are going to start off with a invade, blue side, bot side invade, and I believe Jacob will catch this out, but he might need to flash.
Does need to be careful, doesn't want to get hooked out. The flash comes through, but it's going to be returned by Jacob, so no one, and hi, I'm Jacob, will trade that summoner. As it looks like Wolves looking in to get that deep vision. You can see now on the minimap, Kindred and Maokai might look to do the same, but actually have decided against. No deep vision being returned by Bulldog, which is maybe a misstep.
Yeah, Kindred just drops a defensive ward and is going to swap towards a sweeper. And yeah, just a flash for a flash. Never really that bad for the support when you're targeting the AD carry. Does deny some additional playmaking potential in the early game for Wolves, which is not ideal, but honestly, Varus not having flash does make him vulnerable. Not as bad because Thresh will have Lantern, but for the most part, just not much going on in the early game as both junglers decide to start top side.
Standard starts top, getting some assistance from their top laners, Surface and Kara, happy to help out, and now moving forward towards this laning phase. What are we expecting to see early? Which of these lanes are looking to fight, which are looking to farm, and where will the junglers be looking?
I think both junglers are going to primarily just look to clear their camps. I could see some fighting going on bot side, especially since flashes are down. But for the most part, I don't... Again, you never know with these teams. Tibor looking in for a level 2 trade onto Thomas. You never know with these teams, but you'd expect the big play to be happening at level 6 for Wolves once Talia and Shen get their ultimates. But other than that, both junglers don't really have a lot of gank threat if the utility's not there. So I wouldn't be too surprised if both junglers are happy just farming. We see Hattie Matty just full clearing, while Jenkus does a more traditional 3-camp clear.
But then unlikely to be looking for a gank, and we'll be moving back up to finish off those camps. But could be a slower start once again. Obviously, we saw Wolves and Bulldog have a slow-ish game in the first one. It did ramp up towards the end, but initially, especially, it was quite much slower than when Grey White was involved. I can certainly say. Surface trying to get some more poke onto Kara. You were talking about this. Can do a deceptive large amount of damage on that early game Shen, and Kara does respect it. He's allowing himself to be pushed in a little bit and just farming up and keeping that sustain high.
Yeah, I think after a certain point, this matchup does just become that wet noodle fight where tanks are just essentially trading farm. And Kindred does pretty much win the coin flip, has her marks spawn on the side of the map she's pathing towards. He's going to try to secure it. Looks like Surface is going to maybe try to deny her the scuttle, but she has smite. I think she should be able to get it regardless.
Oh, mid lane, Thomasco needs to be careful, is nearsighted, and the flash ball from Tibor will secure first blood on the Talia, and now Yanxes will be able to get a stack, but at what cost? Will he be able to jump away? Should be able to, but Tibor and Hanimadi actually flashing forward to secure the double kill for Tibor on the Talia, and Wolves pick up a couple of early kills.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see. You have that aggressive jungler that Maddie is infinitely more comfortable on, and that Talia that has setup and can move around the map. So right now, while Kindred is trying to get this scuttle, Cassiopeia gets caught out, and Surface actually flashes on Kindred to try to kill her, forces Jenkins' flash out, and so even when he hops over, that's a very easy kill. So dying for the mark, not really worth it. Double buffs on the Talia and 2 kills. This is the exact early game Wolves want. This is what we expect to see from them. And if they can utilize this Talia properly, the rest of this map is going to become a nightmare really quickly for Bulldogs.
And it can be any part of the map, so quick on the rotation and a lot of global presence. And this is the focal point. This is what we've been bagging on about when it comes to the Wolves composition. And doesn't even need level 6 to pick up the first couple of kills in this game. Tibor and Hanimadi now going to be clearing out a little bit of vision. Maybe we're looking for a bit of a roam. Tibor not yet 6 though, so might want to be staying a little bit closer to home just to pick up that experience.
Yeah, and both teams just playing the farm game right now as Wolves move into river, get some river control, get some wards into Bulldog's jungle and start up the Drake. Pretty easy secure here as every lane is pushing in mid and bottom are pushing rather. Surface taking a pretty rough trade, but Malka doesn't have much CS mana to really secure a kill there, so Surface can't catch the rest of the wave. And Ocean Drake secured for Wolves, so again a much better early game for the blue side team. And we'll see if they can utilize these ultimates as they come online. Shen is now 6. Talia should be hitting 6 any moment now.
There it is.
And we'll see if they can start making these global map plays.
Tibor moving up with the ultimate. Doesn't really cut anyone off though, just needs to be a little bit careful. Kindred does manage to slip out the back of Blue Buff Pit, and might be caught out by Hanimadi, who wasn't that far away. Thomasco is slivering in as Cassiopeia, but Surface and Tibor are there. This will still be a 3v2. Can Surface get a nice taunt off? Gonna have to keep watching. Moving forward, only manages to get it onto Kindred, who does not have ultimate, meaning she's gonna go down as Thomasco will be chased away. Puts down some damage to dissuade Hanimadi a little bit, but that's another kill for Wolves.
Yeah, so Jenkins just trying to get some counter jungling going on. Very, I mean, a weird TP from Shen just to catch the wave. Still hasn't based, but is gonna catch the wave and then gonna reset off of that. But very good early game for Wolves. Again, just much better composition for them. Look much better with it. And it looks like this crab's going to be secured. They're going to keep denying Kindred these marks. And so far, so good for blue team. See if Bulldogs can kind of outlast this early game pressure. If Kindred can get some items, maybe Cassiopeia starts getting her tier stacked up and they can start returning some kills on plays, but right now it's looking pretty good for Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely it is, and this is the early game that we love to see from them. Yanks is now moving up towards top, trying to get a 2v2 play on to the Shen, is looking forward to doing so. There's not going to be much answer there from Surface, and Yanks is going to pick up the first kill for Bulldog. And nice proactive play up there, just hit 6.
Yeah, Surface just still not backing there, trying to push the wave in. This is the problem with using your teleport like that. You're just in a really awkward lane state. And this is also, again, somewhat the Shen curse, constantly using... Didn't really use his ult this time, just moving around the map so much to help Hanimadi and Tibor that he's actually falling somewhat far behind in this top lane matchup, losing some plates. And Jenkins just continuing to counter jungle, might get collapsed on again.
Needs to be careful. Thomasco is there this time a lot sooner, and Kara now is also there. So they might actually have caught out Hanimadi. Nice flash forward from Kara. Will be able to secure the kill onto the Graves, and now the members of Bulldog are going to be able to walk out. There is a Rift Herald on the map, but it doesn't look like they want to start it up just yet. Yanks actually takes a double take, realizes it's there, and starts it up himself. But Thomasco is going back to lane. We're going to see Kara teleporting back top, but that's an excellent play from Bulldog.
Yeah, absolutely. Matty just getting a little bit disrespectful there. His Shen was not ready to move up, wasn't ready to ult, and this time Thomas and Kara were there to back up Jenka, so they do get the kill on Matty, and it looks like Girish might look for a play, but it's warded. And Tibor still 3-0, still pretty strong point. The map has been split somewhat, and I don't think Bulldog should reassign their lanes, just keep denying the global opportunities. The gold is even. Most of the gold lead just on Talia, and if they secure this Herald, Bulldogs are actually going to come out, with a pretty big gold lead as they get this first break.
Yeah, Rich Herald is going to be used, and you've got to imagine this will secure it. Interest obviously not going to be able to get that bot side mark being up top, but you're happy with the gold trade, it's absolutely fine, and Bulldog did have the worst of it in the very early stage of the game, but now coming up to the 10-minute mark, they've grabbed back the gold lead and looking pretty comfortable once again.
Yeah, I think dropping that Herald and you have a Fed Talia, you have double global is just really unfortunate. Just coming off of Matty getting caught here. Again, Wolves setting up vision around River. They are ready for this Drake. Tibber looking to see if he can get a pick on Jenkus. And is actually going to wall over to Cass. Really.
Ooh, actually called on to Cassiopeia. Surface gets the taunt, and that's the kill going over to Hattie Matty. That's a nice play. Carrot on the bot side looking to get onto higher. Yanksas is coming in as well and should be able to secure the kill. So it's traded one apiece across the map. Nice couple of picks.
Yeah, a lot of abilities used there to secure the kill on Thomas. A Shen ult, a Graves ult, and a Talia ult, all to secure that kill. And that just gets traded back by Haya just getting caught out, not being respectful of where Bulldogs could be. So nothing really pans out here, as the teams will just reset and try to reestablish control around River. Bulldogs are going to just look to start this Drake on spawn. They are in position. And this pick on Cassiopeia actually just ended up not really being worth it. You're now down all of your ultimates, as Cass is still here for the dragon fight.
Looks like both teams are wanting to contest. This one will be secured by the Fresh from Bulldog, so the mountain will arise once again, but the fight could still be occurring. Girish wants that ward, gets ulted by the Nautilus for his Joels, but he's the only one who gets knocked out. Nice ultimate from Hyam Jacob to catch out onto Hattie Matty, but the fight is still continuing. Yanks has forced to back away. Will be zoned off. No one going down in that fight, and the dragon is secured by Bulldog.
Yeah, and this is just the problem of focusing so much on getting a single kill that doesn't really amount to anything. Wolves starting to lose their window here. Double global, very powerful early game, starts losing a lot of value as the laning phase starts to essentially turn into more of a pushing game on sides. Essentially, Shen, Talia not really having a useful team fight ultimate besides getting an advantage in position or a small shield. So Wolves now 2k down, traded a Drake, and they need to start utilizing this Talia and Graves to maybe get some more picks, see if Shen can get involved in a good fight to get back into this game. But right now it's looking a lot like the last game where Bulldogs just got a small lead, and the way they've been playing, I can see it just continuing to grow.
Wolves will have to pull out something different from last game if they want to arrest the early game slump. They found themselves in just a little bit, but still a long way to go for Bulldog to be able to close this one out, and Kera moving down mid to make sure that you don't lose any last minute plays. Still a couple of minutes on those, only 12 minutes in, but the early game has been a much more bloodthirsty one than we saw in the first game of this series.
Yeah, definitely, and both of these junglers are involved within this game. Game one, it was mainly just Jenkus, but Jenkus having a pretty rough early game, going 0-2 down, ends up getting 2 kills later on through some nice plays as 2-2. And Thomas might just be getting cut out again.
Teleport coming in. Thomas needs to be careful, trying to slide away. Will be able to do so as Yanksas does come in. Hattie Matty's got exceptionally low high, and Jacob on the side can't find a way into the fight though, and now the Kindred has to be careful. Not going to be knocked back, able to dive away. And what looked like a decent fight for Bulldog doesn't net them any kills, and they're forced back.
Yeah, just a brief skirmish for that blue buff. Everybody just walks off. Maybe flash use from Matty there, but not the end of the world. And I don't really see much action that should happen on this map for a little bit longer until this next Mountain Drake. right now, this is the point where I think the Shen pick is really starting to lose a lot of steam. Fell really far behind in the lane, lost a lot of plates, lost XP, lost farm, trying to get involved in all these global plays, and didn't quite get enough out of it, just 3 assists. So already working on Sunfire, but Maokai is already at that point where he is just a tanky, beefy boy in pretty much frontline. And Wolves constantly attack Thomas, but it's going to get turned.
Harryman needs to be careful. Does manage to dodge out the death sentence, but one more auto will do a lot of work. T-Ball now coming in to make sure there's no dive potential from Bulldog. Nothing for them to take either. Dragon not up for a minute and a half, Baron not up for 6, but Rift Herald could be on the menu soon enough. Maybe looking to take that one down.
Frankly, I'm a little bit confused with Wolves' focus. They're constantly trying to attack Thomas Go in this Talia Cassio matchup, but that's not where you want to be going. You have these double globals. Just use it to help your bot lane. They have Nautilus set up to make plays happen, and instead they're just playing off of the global.
Well, looking for the catch. They found it on to no one. The Nautilus will go golden as members do it up 2 assists, but a lot of damage coming down. They've walled off Yanksers. No one's going very, very low. Will go down, but the Kindred now is in so much trouble on the side. Does have to use the Lavish Point and try to catch out. They will be able to catch out the Shen before he gets to the Sanctuary, and T-Ball will flash over to skill the first kill of the fight for Wolves, but they've already lost 3 members. Not a good fight, and now Hanny Manny might make it the hat trick, might make it 4 as he goes down. Does manage to take Fresh with him though, as Kara will keep T-Ball away from the mid lane. They've still got Thomas going, Jacob there, and they're going to pick up the mid tower.
Yeah, this is just a missed opportunity that Wolves had. They essentially didn't attack Bulldog's bot lane when they had the opportunity. Bulldogs got to the point where they could just have 5 people mid lane. They initiate the play, and they just smash the fight because, again, Bulldog's comp is just better in a 5v5. You don't have to... You have champions that actually have team fight ultimates. The Shen ultimate goes in to save no one who is just blatantly caught out, so it doesn't really facilitate anything. And there you go. Bulldog's actually attacking the bot lane. No one getting caught out. Shen ult is effectively useless, just gives him a little bit extra time to survive, but doesn't really lead to anything. And then it's just a cleanup because it's a 5v5 fight, and Bulldogs are just better, have a better position, started off with a catch.
And now moving on to Dragon. It's going to be started up by Wolves, but Bulldogs are in the area looking to contest. Death Sentence won't land onto anyone, but they will catch out no one, who has to be careful as he's moving forward. Takes a lot of damage, but this fight's actually pretty even. Thomas go Karen now, full health, moving into the pit. It's going to be stolen away. Kindred will secure that one for Bulldog, and now the fight is kicking off. Thomas going as first kill of the fight on to higher. Hattie Maddie will be getting outside the pit and in the pit. It's an absolute slaughter. Ace comes through from Bulldog, and they only lose Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I mean, you're already behind in gold. You already have a weaker composition in terms of team fights. They didn't even have their ultimates up. One of the drawbacks of globals are that they just have a longer cooldown. And if you're just going to force a 5v5 fight at Drake, you are going to lose. There's a really good teleport from Maokai to get a good flank play. And Wolves just don't have the damage. The main damage coming from Talia, zoned out by the Maokai as he just walks into 5 people, doesn't care at all, and just locks them all down. It's a pretty clean win for Bulldogs, and I'm pretty sure Wolves have pretty much run their course here. Really difficult to get much more going with the composition they have at the state they're at. Is Herald secured by Bulldogs right now, bot lane secured by Kara, and yeah, Bulldogs in a pretty good spot. 6k gold lead, 17 minutes, 2 Drakes, a Herald. I hope they play this game out a little bit quicker than they did in the past. They do have the tools to force these fights. And Wolves just need to hope they can find some nice flank plays or some nice pick plays with the Talia, with the Shen, to find a way back into this game. But from what we saw in game 1, Bulldogs don't really give those opportunities.
Bulldogs are much less mistake prone than some of the teams we saw in the open and closed qualifiers so far, and they're going to be happy to try and secure themselves the second win of this series and take themselves to tomorrow into Sunday's round, where they could be looking to fight and get that place in the UKLC. Of course, they'll be joined by Pyro and Resolve, who are already confirmed in that one, and the winner of the match between Degree Sports and London Esports. But right now, eyes on Wolves versus Bulldog, and Bulldog absolutely in the driving seat.
Yeah, I hope Bulldogs continue to execute this game as cleanly as they have been, currently just controlling vision along both sides of the river. Girish moving in to help facilitate Kara on the bot side. And again, what we've seen from Bulldogs is that they don't fight for no reason, which is something you'll see from better teams because there's no reason to fight. If they can get a pick like this, they might look for it. Nope, Tibber gets out. But at the end of the day, I don't expect much action going on until this next Mountain Drake spawns. Maybe if they use this Herald topside to force a tower, there might be a fight, but we've got a couple minutes of downtime while Bulldogs just continue to get control along the map, push in those waves, see what they can find. And looks like a slower game again, but
might
looks
not
like
be
there's
for
an
long
engage.
though. T-Ball looking for the wall, but finds himself on the wrong side of it and might get taken out. Jacob gonna be the one getting it. The Relapse Respite will keep the rest of the fight alive for a few minutes, but the flash out means that there will be a shutdown. Handyman needs to be careful as Cassiopeia and Kara move onto him, but moving back to the main part of the fight. No more kills have come through, but Girish and Jacob feeling confident going forward now that Kara is here to tank up. Thomas go over the other side of the wall, looking to take the damage down. Nice on, but will catch out higher, and he's going to go down. Now looking towards the Shen. Will they be able to catch him? Keeping him away from the rest of his team and securing the third kill of the fight. They do lose a member, Yanxus, which means they won't be able to go for any of these objectives that are spawning up, but it doesn't matter because they want to go for mid tower.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves just had to look for a play like that. That's what their composition does. Would have loved to see it, 10 minutes ago before their bot lane was 1-6 or the Shen was 0-4, but essentially this is what Wolves comp does. I don't really blame them for looking for it. They're just simply way too far behind, and again, if you're no longer in this laning phase and you haven't gotten a huge lead on these champs, the globals just become so much less relevant. We'll see in 1 minute this Mountain Drake probably getting secured by Bulldogs. Don't really see Wolves being able to contest it, especially since Shen Ultimate will still be down for it. They should just use this time to get some farm, maybe catch the top turret, and see if they can find another opening. But again, they tried to make that play. Bulldogs didn't really give it to them. Yeah, they got a kill on Jenkas, but more people ended up dying and paying for that play.
And there's no point in contesting this third dragon. It's not Soul Drake, and if you're on Wolves, if you lose that fight, that could be disastrous for you. You don't want to be contesting stuff like that. Baron is a different story entirely, because that will allow the pushing forward. And speaking of pushing forward, Yanxus drops Rift Herald in the bot lane, looking to get towards this inner tower. Might even be able to take it on the charge. Will be able to do so, actually, from the Kindred, but they do back away. Don't want to try and force the other charge coming in. So only one tower there, but that's a good return on their investment.
Yeah, Bulldogs secure the tower, use that pressure to just move back the dragon and secure Mountain Drake. They are now in Soul Point, and another Mountain Soul for us. We've been just getting a lot of Mountain Drake RNG here on this UKEL stream, but looks like Wolves might try to make a play mid, but no, Bulldogs aren't really giving them that window. Might lose some tower damage, but for the most part, it's not really an opening.
Bulldog not interested in taking fights when they haven't got all 5 members and there's nothing for them to fight over, which is pretty smart, very reserved, and giving a lot of respect even though they are very far ahead, almost 9k gold lead ahead right now. Thomas go moving forward trying to catch out Surface, but now the Baron is definitely going to be the next thing on the menu. Kara might be looking for a collapse, but decides to actually does decide to go in and brings back no one, looking to use all that CC to his advantage as no one is once again rooted up, taking a whole bunch of damage, just get his ultimate off before he goes down, but it's only on Yanxus at the back, and it's not going to matter. Kara and Thomas go are actually reasonably low, but Surface is the same. Does have to be careful. T-Ball puts up the wall to split the fight, but a double kill comes through for the Cassiopeia, and they will be able to pick up the kill onto the Shen as well. Now with only Hanny, Maddie, and T-Ball available to contest, Baron is on the menu.
Kara is just so strong, walks into 5 people, locks down Nautilus, doesn't care at all, gets out, secures his team that Baron with that team fight win. So very fast Baron when you have the Cassiopeia Kindred. I expect Bulldogs to take the reset. Last game they had a hard time closing out with that initial Baron push. I believe Kara got caught out in the side lane. This time a lot harder to do that when you have the Maokai, and I don't expect them to do anything besides just group up as 5 and force down mid. They're at the point where I think they just win any fight. They can force a tower dive. They have Righteous Glory on the Maokai to just run forward. would like them to use this Baron properly, secure that inhibitor, potentially look to end.
They've got all the tools to do so. It just depends whether Wolves are going to be able to stand up to them and prevent them from cracking open the base. They've still got a tower in the top side outside of it, but that is it. Everything else is behind those walls, and it's going to be quite a challenge for Wolves to defend against the onslaught coming in from Bulldog.
Durfist might be getting caught out here as he steps up a little bit too far to catch this wave bot side. I think he's going to get run down. Yep, just completely wiped off the map by Thomas Go, who had a lot of pressure on him in the early game, but still maintaining relevancy. 6-3, 400 gold shut down. And what I would like to see is Maokai just teleporting on this wave. He should just teleport on the wave.
Okay, just got confirmation that London have won their matchup 2-0, meaning that they've made it into the top 4, meaning that this game will be the last game to decide who gets that final spot. It will either be Bulldog, if they do stay on this trajectory, and killing T-Ball is going to be an excellent way of doing that, or it will be Wolves if they can somehow bring this game back, if they can find a miracle and then win the next series as well. Yanksas has to dive away from no one, and Halimai doesn't want the 2v1 on the tower, but Girish is absolutely happy to make it a 2v2, does jump in, Death Centers, and no one has fallen. Surface with the exhaust and won't be able to escape, you've got to imagine, but will be running up towards that top side. Girish puts the lantern down, Yanksas takes it, and will they be able to crack open the Nexus towers? They're going to be able to take the inhibitor tower mid for sure, looking towards the inhibitor mid and bot as well. With this Baron buff, you've got to imagine this will be quite easy. Can they push for the game?
It's looking like that they're about to end this game here. 2 Baron up waves hitting the base.
First Nexus tower going down. T-Ball wants to fight, but Kerry's already gone very, very deep. Niles with Thomas Go will secure 1, will secure 2 in the back of the fight, as well as the second Nexus tower does crumble. It looks like Bulldog, they're not taking any prisoners. The last fight will be kicking off as Surface, Hattie, Maddie, and no one make their last stand. Will they be able to take this fight? The Nexus is already being barraged by Baron up minions. Jacob on the side looking to get some last minute damage down. Will be able to get one more kill onto the Shen as the rest of Wolves run to the fountain. They're knocked out, and Bulldog stamp their place in Sunday's games.
Slow, calculated play coming out of Bulldogs secures them a 2-0 win over Wolves, and I want to commend them. I think they had really excellent macro play after their early game deficit in this game too. I think Wolves really had a hard time understanding how to utilize the lead they got in the early game. And my question going into this next day tomorrow is, will Bulldogs be able to match some of these better teams like London and Resolve that not only have that early aggression Wolves have, but also have the macro knowledge to actually execute off of their leads? I think Bulldogs had a really slow game, had a really good understanding of how to close out, maybe at a slower pace than most, but their early games were a bit dicey.
Bulldog, congratulations on getting it to Sunday. You'll be joining London Esports, Viperio, and Resolve, and those 4 teams will be duking it out for a spot in the UKLC. Only 2 of them could qualify, and that's a really stacked day of games. Make sure to join the guys at DreamHack LOL. I hope it'll be here, Braden Orcs, well, and Scoundrel. Any 2 of those 3 will be covering those games. But for myself and Dork, that's gonna be it for us. We're leaving you, but a massive thank you for Doric having me on, and the guys over at DreamHack for letting us stream these closed qualifiers. It's been a lot of fun. What's been your highlight of this, of the time you spent casting this in the past 3 days?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I actually tried casting, and I'm just going to say that Warwick Wolf series was one of the most insane series of games I've ever seen. That was fun. If a little bit challenging to my IQ, but at the end of the day, I had a great time. Thanks for joining us, guys. I think that just about wraps us up for the night.
Yeah, absolutely does. Also, a massive thank you for Joe for doing production. As always, he's done a great job. T-Tor's in the chat for Joe. But make sure to join the DreamHack fellas tomorrow for even more League of Legends and to find out who'll be rounding out the competition for the UKLC Summer 2020. Thanks very much for watching.